Hello everyone and welcome back to another Slipstream broadcast powered by, of course, Alpha Live Productions. Today you are joining myself, Kjol Lynch, and what will be Henry Burdett in the commentary box for Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships Round 2. Following a very eventful Round 1 last month, we are back and back for more. Here you can see our first set of drivers out on this out on the dummy grid about to begin. But let's talk about, this has been the biggest ever entry list for Wilton Mill Kart Club so far, with a total of 327 drivers that you are going to see out there on the circuit today. Starting for us will be Junior Max, which is a total of 85 entries, so we will have a split grid for the juniors, which we will get underway with shortly. It has been a stunning weekend so far weather-wise, so it looks like we are absolutely on for another one, a dry track for the drivers, which we haven't seen too much here over the winter. And of course, be sure we have got a total of 31 races today, and if you want to watch the finals with us here live from Wilton Mill Kart Club, to become a member of the Slipstream broadcast team now, so you can watch it with us right here. We will be getting underway shortly, but let's talk about, we are further into the year now. A lot of these drivers who have been they've been warming themselves up, they've been getting used to it. A lot of drivers have started various other championships that they have been competing in already. And here we are then, on to the grid. Our first set of Junior Maxes will go. Here we go then, hot out on track is our first set of Junior Max drivers. Let's see what they're going to give to us for the start of the day. Heat 1 of the day, track is looking very dry, bit cold morning, but that is not going to be a problem for the drivers. They've already been out for the last 2 days so far this weekend. Qualifying is complete, so they will each driver will have 2 heats and a final ahead of this weekend. But let's take a look at your starting grid for Heat 1 here at Wilton Mill. On pole position, you have Tom Reed, joined by Benjamin Law on that front row of the grid. Alex Shepard and Zach Turner will join you on the second row. Harrison Bishop and Kartik Kumeta round out the top 6. Jensen Walker and Shea Hilton are next. Cooper, Camus Lees and Connor Large inside that top 10. Miles Cleworth and Archie Ray Jobson just missing out on that top 10. Nelson Taylor and Ben Morgan round out the top 14. Arthur Murphy and Cody Curdington, top 16, and Noah Clare and Jensen Powers just behind. Tigran Grosjean and Tobias Johns then inside that top 20. Sam Green Gomez, Alexander Libuski, Harrison McNeely and Alexander Stevanov are your top 24. And rounding out the grid then you've got Harry Meyer Waldron, Jensen Evans, Harry Watson, Hugh Phillips, Jay Singh and Eloise Sutton. Layla Fitzgerald and Christian Kayanov right at the back. And we are almost underway then with our first heat of the day. What can your pole sitter do? Tom Reed heads into turn 1 for the first time. It looks like a pretty clean start so far for who was your pole sitter of Tom Reed, who now leads past Chris's Gunner. They go, we've got slight grassroots going on in the background, but it looks like everyone is going to make it out so far. We have a big grid of Junior Max today, and we're going to see plenty from them. So these drivers will be just trying to make it through the first few heats of their day ahead of the finals this evening. This is always what we see from our Junior Max. It is a grid with plenty of drivers, plenty of eager drivers, plenty of experienced drivers. Your pole sitter doing very well. This is his first year, or Tom Reed there, who is your leader, doing very well. This was his first year in Junior Max. He has just stepped up and he has just set Fastest lap then on that outlap, and he takes into the lead. Alex Shepard, though, up 2 places in that car, number 85 into the 2nd place. Zach Turner, Harrison Bishop, Benjamin Lawn, Kartik Kumeta, Connor Lodge, Jensen Walker, and Cameron Bells round out then your top 10 so far. Here's the battle for 3rd position that you're seeing. Harrison Bishop is hot on Turner's heels. 5 minutes to go, though. These heats are quick. Are we going to see him make a move this early on? We will have to see. Oh, there is a battle slightly further down the pack. 3 drivers going side by side, but that will be the kart of Jensen Walker, I believe, to come out in front as a bit further down the field, heading round now and into the final chicane. Tom Reed once again setting purples. He is taking a strong gap and a strong start to his day. Zach Turner, Alex Shepard down now into 2nd place, and Harrison Bishop hot on the heels. But Kartik Kumeta goes purple, your car in 5th place. There is your leader out in front. You're doing a very good job so far. We have seen Tom Reed very recently over at the British Kart Championships. He has been doing really well so far. Obviously his first year out in junior, and he is eager to make a good impression after a very successful mini campaign last year. Zach Turner there in 2nd is another driver who we have seen plenty recently this year. But here he is, your leader. The gap to your leader so far, 8 tenths. Not doing a bad job so far. Turner's got 4 minutes to rein this lead in. Round the final chicane they go. Here's drives a bit further back. That's car number 34. Is he going to make the move? We'll have to see. Oh, brilliant move down the inside there for that Thule Motorsport kart, and he is going to get the move done. That was kart number 92. Nelson Taylor a bit further down the pack. Not done a bad job so far, but that is Lashley Jordanov, who has not had a good start, down 21 positions so far. Not a good start to their day, but they've got 3 minutes to go to see what they can do to make up those positions. Right then, another lap complete for your race leader, and it is looking like a pretty good gap for him so far. Here we have a bit further down the pack. Everyone is getting still pretty close, which is what we tend to see from these Junior Max drivers. Up towards Christmas Corner there, you can see them go off in the distance. We've got some overtakes being made. Whoa, brilliant move down the inside from that Jacktex Motorsport kart. Gets the move done on that car number 53 and comes out in front. Beautifully done. That was the car number 166. That was Jensen Powers on Alexander Lewuski and Tobias Johns, who's made his way up so far this race. But your fastest driver on circuit right now is Connor Large, who has just promoted himself up into 5th. Another lap complete then, and there is battle going on further down in this pack. You can see drivers heading through turn 1, single file so far. Here we are looking up towards Christmas Corner. That is a contact warning for Harry Watson, car number 83, running down in 23rd, and it looks like he's dropped back ever so slightly just then. We didn't quite see what happened in that pack. This, though, is the battle for 3rd position. He's got the fastest driver on track at the back of this pack. We'll have to see what these drivers are able to do as they head through the final chicane once again and into turn 1. That is Connor Large leads Harrison Bishop, Kartik Kumeta and Benjamin Lawn. 2 minutes left of this race. What are they going to do? Your race leader, Tom Reed, is off in the distance. He's got just under a second gap. It is looking like a pretty manageable lead for him so far. Mechanical flag then for Cody Grujon. Oh, brilliant move down the inside. Connor Large, it is getting heated then in this pack a little bit further back, looking for that podium position. This is Shepard, Connor Large, Harrison Bishop and Kartik Kumeta, but who is going to come out on front? They've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. They are each going to be gunning for it, but there is Alex Shepard that leads how the final chicane once again then, and into turn 1. This will be the battle to watch. No change for any positions just yet as they head through turn 1 and 2. But that is Conor Lodge looking hot on the heels. Defensive goes Alex Shepard, and this brings all the top 7 now into contention, apart from your race leader who is off in that distance, creating his gap. Oh, Conor Lodge has a look, but he can't quite get the move done. Alex Shepard defends once again. Oh, and we've got a move. Did he get the move done? Yes. That is a change then for your 3rd position with 50 seconds plus a lap to go of this race. What more can they get done? All right, into the final chicane then for what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Tom Reed still staying purples, now 1.1 seconds down the road. There was your race leader, but here is the DH car a bit further down the pack. Got his, oh, here we go. Into Christmas corners, has a look, that car number 73, Conor Lodge, trying to gain that position back, but doesn't get it. They go single file. That will be your car of Ben Morgan, unfortunately no longer in this race anymore. Unfortunate start to the day for him, but he's got one more heat plus a final to go to redeem those positions back. There is still that battle for that last podium position. We are on to the final lap of the race then, as this pack goes through the final chicane and are heading towards turn 1. Who is going to promote themselves onto this 3rd podium spot? They've got 1 lap to do so, 1 lap to catch Zach, 1 lap to catch Alex Shepard. Is he going to get the move done? Shepard looks like he has pulled himself a pretty decent gap now on that last lap. He's possibly going to have a bit of a comfortable lap. Harrison Bishop, Conor Lodge, Benjamin Lawn and Kartik Kumeta seeing what they can do then. Hot on the heels of that 315 car is Conor Lodge. Dropped back ever so slightly in those last few laps, but he's going to see what he can do now. Can he make it work? Not too sure, as we are over to the last couple of laps of the race. Here is your man in 3rd position, Alex Shepard, and it looks like it is going to be a successful heat for him. Tom Reed, though, is your heat winner who crosses the line. Zach Turner, Alex Shepard, Harrison Bishop in the end, Conor Lodge, Benjamin Lawn, Kartik Kumeta, Jensen Walker, Tigran Grosjean and Arthur Murphy then round out that top 10. What a start to the day for your Thule Motorsport car, Tom Reed. Brilliant start for him, took the lead early on and managed to run away with it, setting also the fastest lap of this race. That will set him into full weekend of confidence so far this weekend. Zach Turner and Alex Shepard. Alex Shepard, who fought for that last spot on the podium position, did a pretty good job though of getting himself a good little gap to have a controlled last lap of the race. Then that will be Harrison Bishop, Conor Lodge, Benjamin Lawn and Kartik Kumeta, who are going to be eager heading into the rest of their heats today. Just missing out on that podium spot, but we know that is what we always expect from these junior Rotax drivers. Some of the closest racing we will see, but that is not it for our junior Rotax drivers, because we have 85 of them on track today, and we are going to have the next off of them out very shortly. All right then, and we are nearly underway with Heat 2 of the day, our next set of Junior Max drivers. If you are joining us today on our SlipStream Alpha Lab event for Wilton Go-kart Club Championships Round 2, make sure that you can watch the finals with us this evening, live with us, myself, Kyo Lynch, and what will be Henry Baudet. Make sure you are a member of the SlipStream Live so you can watch live today. Here is our next set of Junior Max drivers, eager, waiting to head out onto the grid. Let's take a look at our starting grid then for Heat 2 of our Junior Max drivers. Max Wheatley and Blake Southern will be on the front row of the grid. Ryan Rapini and Joseph Bakery on the second row. Logan Hartshawn and Ruben Jenkins in that top 6. Peter Lee and Warwick Milam are next. Oliver Peters and Noah Moulton are inside that top 10. Just missing out though is Harley King and Ronnie Jones. Row 7, Oliver Barton and Finley Strang. Row 8, Zane Perry and William Kidglass. Ashton Tab and Thanorat Vejabuti in the top 18. Lewis Gilbert and Ryoma Komatsu are next. Ralph Ryatakis and Joshua Robinson. Jack Dimbleby and Harry Harvey. Hakeem Bat, Archie Thomond Evans, Tobiah Miller, Omar Kayani, Evan Robinson and Jack Corser then are your top 30 for this heat, but rounding out at the back of the grid then will be Rebecca Rinstall, Aidan Donnelly, Finley M. Glass and Hugh Hobson. 34 drivers out on that grid. This is heat B versus D, who we'll see heading out on the track very shortly. You can see the sun is blazing on that circuit today. Out with our second heat of the day, it is going to be a good one because the junior Rotax never ever disappoint. But let's take a look though at some of these drivers who we are seeing in various other club championships and various other national championships so far. On the front row of the grid, you've got Blake Southern. Blake Southern won here at round 1, so he'll be going in with full confidence in that DHR car. We saw him very recently at the British Kart Championships at Warden Law. He dropped back in the final, but he clawed his way up back inside that top 10. So that is a driver to look out for so far this weekend. Some more drivers who you're going to see out there today. Theo Bradshaw, he finished P3 here last month. He will be gunning for a better podium position than that third place. Logan Hartshorn, who we are going to see in this heat, was P4. Managed to claw his way up from the third row of the grid into P4, the privateer. Good result, but he will be gunning for that podium position after just missing out last round. All right, here we go. And if you are just joining us now, you are here for Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships Round 2 for a lovely day here in Northampton. We've got our Junior Rotax Heat 2 out now for our second group of Junior Rotax drivers, and it's going to be an interesting one. Heat 1 of the day, you saw Tom Reed run off with that lead very early on, and there was mainly that battle for that third position on the podium. Are we going to see a similar thing this time? We will see. Here we go then. They are the drivers, 34 drivers on for that outlap, but that is a kart that will unfortunately not be starting. Was that a Coles kart that we saw? On the grass, we will see if he's able to make his way back to the back of the grid before the end of this lap. But here we go then, coming around towards the final chicane for the first time, about to line up for their Heat 1 of the day. We will see what they're able to do. Couldn't quite get a name of that kart that won't start, but that was a Coles kart that unfortunately, I'm not sure if he was able to get himself back into that position. We'll see when we are underway with the race if he was able to get that kart off the grass. It's going to be a slow start then, that we tend to see from our Junior Rotax. Heavily tyre warming. It's a beautiful morning, but it has been a cold morning so far, so of course this will be important. We know this track can be physical in certain places, bumpy at times, extra physical for the drivers. Junior Rotax are going to be used to that. We usually see this be a bit more of a challenge or a bit more of a contender in our younger classes, which we will see further out there today. But here we go then. We are almost underway with that second heat of the day. Junior Rotax, it's going to be a very slow start. There you've got Max Wheatley and Blake Southern slowing the pack down and ready to go. Look at that grid. The biggest grid ever that Wilton Mill Kart Club has ever had this weekend, and this is 34 of the drivers. that are going to do a brilliant job this weekend. Let's go then, and we are underway with Heat 1. Ooh, there was wheel banging off the start from your front row of the grid, but that will be Max Wheatley that leads through turn 1 and up towards Christmas corner. Brilliant start for your pole sitter then, as there is wheel banging further at the back and plenty of changing positions. We have a kart facing the wrong way over at Christmas corner, but are they going to get themselves? Yeah, they will get themselves moving once again. That was kart number 32. Who couldn't quite get a clean first lap, but we've got 6 minutes and 35 seconds plus a lap to go as your junior Rotax head side by side, wheel banging into that middle sector. But here is your race leader so far, Max Wheatley, pole sitter, race leader, clearly got confidence as he heads through the final chicane and towards turn 1 for the first time as your leader. Blake Southern then, bit of wheel. Ooh, we've got a driver off the circuit. That will be car number 174. Let's get who that will be. Not too sure that is. Car number 174. Brilliant move down the inside. Looks like he just made it stick then. Car number 123. That was Warwick Milam. Dropped a bit on the start. He clawed his way back into that 11th position on the grid. Ashton Tabb, though, up 5 places so far. Brilliant start for that driver. Bit further down then, Harry Harvey, that 125 car, up 7 places already so far this race. 5 minutes and 28 seconds plus a lap to go. You can see that car that unfortunately didn't start, that 174 car, who doesn't look like is able to get themselves moving again. There is a yellow flag then on the final chicane, so there will be no overtaking. But Blake Southern then, the driver who was going to watch this weekend, one last round, clearly coming for more, starting that front row of the grid, goes purple. Is he going to rein your leader in? We'll see. Beautiful move down the inside from car number 47. That's a bit further down the pack. That was Tharawat Vejabuti. Brilliant job on Oliver Barton, Lewis Gilbert and Jack Corser then just rounding out that top 20. We've got wheel bang on the exit curb then from these two cars. That will be Jack Corser and Lewis Gilbert going wheel to wheel, trying to claw their way further through the pack as your drivers go through the final chicane and along the main straight for the second time. Blake Southern then, that car number 100. He is doing a phenomenal job so far. Purple again, he is going to rein the race leader in. 4 seconds, 0.4 seconds of a gap. He's closed it, that race, ever so slightly. No change for any positions then through Christmas corner. It was a smooth start for the junior Rotax, but I spoke too soon. Car number 47 has a look, but he doesn't quite get the move done. Tharawat Vejabuti, brilliant job so far this race, absolutely sending it through the field, but wasn't quite able to get that move done. That is Oliver Barton and Lewis Gilbert who are travelling up that pack together. Oh, someone has a bit further down, has a look. That car number 11 can't quite get the move done, but is very eager. That's just Jack Corser, who unfortunately lost out on a couple of positions to those karts in front, but they are all ever so bunched together, and so there is still all to play for further down that pack so far. The top 10 then so far in this race is Wheatley, Salvin, Rapini, Hartshorn, Berkery, Lee, Moulton, Oliver Peters and Warwick Ryland then inside the top 9. Ronnie Jones are inside the top 10. Ryan Rapini now in getting purple sectors just over halfway through this race. Car number 56, 8 tenths behind. Blake Southern though is reining your leader in. This is a bit further down the pack though. We are seeing that car of Jack Corser just trying to cling onto that pack in front that we saw him just lose out to. Here we're looking a bit further down that pack again. We'll see what they're able to do, but there is a contact warning for that. Ralph Ryatakis in the 135 machine. He will be seeing that, knowing he's got to be careful for the remainder of this race. Ralph is tied in 25th, not had a great start so far, but that was a brilliant move down the inside then at Christmas corner on that car. But we've got someone who's in their own air here, a bit further down the field once again. That is 125 battling for the mid-packed positions. This is what we tend to see in the junior Rotax, is the mid-pack positions, the mid-pack starts that can be ever so challenging for these drivers. It's big grids, it's experienced grids, and it is eager grids. That is now a contact warning for William Glass. Also, it is all going on further down the field for these drivers. But 1 minute and 50 seconds plus a lap to go, and they head through turn 1 up towards Christmas corner once again. Some defensive lines further down the field, already trying to defend that position further down the pack, and he does get the move done and he does get the defensive lines done, to be fair. No change for that position just yet, but that car is on the back of that 127's heels. That car number 127 will be Aidan Donnelly, who has dropped right to the back of the grid. So far, unlucky for him, but he is clearly making his way back up, and he is trying. That's a warning for now Ryoma Komatsu. It is all going off for our junior Rotax grids, but they've got 1 minute to go, plus a lap. What are we going to see further down the grid? And that is side by side through turn 1 and 2. And another warning for Ralph Ryaticus. He's going to want to be careful for this last minute plus a lap of this race. Defensive lines, but moves down the inside from 152, gets the move done. Further down the pack then, and we are ever so close together. But let's talk about your leader. Blake Southern leads so far. Ryan Rapini, Max Wheatley now down into 3rd position. We somehow missed that looking at the battles going on further down the grid. "22 seconds to go of this race, plus a lap." Into turn 1 once again then. The drivers go. That is Blake Southern now that leads, your man who was your pole sitter, but Ryan Rapini is right there. 0.3 second gap, but further down the field, are we going to see a race? Are we going to see a move for the race lead? No, not just yet. He has a look, but he can't quite get the move done. That is car number 142. Onto the final lap of the race. I have just seen Ryan Rapini has made his way into the lead. Blake Southern and Max Wheatley just set the fastest lap. But here, further down the pack, the rest of the drivers are heading through that. This is mid-pack battles on the final lap. What we tend to see from these drivers, there is blue flags being waved now down as you head towards the middle sector. But here is 37. This is Joseph Beckery then, a bit further forward in the pack. 5th place, a smooth start for him. Here we are seeing the 58 car cross the line. And that will be the end of the race. That is Ryan Rapini that managed to grab the win in the end. Blake Southern finished where he started. Max Wheatley with a fastest lap of the race. Joseph Berkery, Logan Hartshorn, Peter Lee, Oliver Peters, Warwick Marlin, and Noah Moulton. Ronnie Jones inside that top 10. It was an unfortunate race in the end for Max Wheatley, who led a lot of it. We didn't quite see the move that lost him the race lead, but he finished on the podium with the fastest lap, knowing he's got the pace to set for the rest of the weekend. Blake Southern then finished the race started. Can't complain with that. Coming off a win, he's going to be confident, not too patient. And Ryan Rapini, who managed to snatch that win right at the last second. That is what we always see from our junior Rotax, but we have plenty more to go. That is 2 races of the 31 we have coming out today, and it will be Henry Baudet joining me hopefully very shortly in the commentary box. But right now you're with Kjell Lynch. Let's head to our next race. All right, then, you saw it. It will be our senior Rotax now out for their Heat 1 up next. Let's take a look at our grid then of these experienced drivers. William Webb and Oliver Smith line up on the front row of the grid. James Tester, Luke Richards on the second, Alfie Thompson and Victor Hansen then in your top 6. Top 10 will be Nogus Stevelis, Drew Preisner, Max Sheldon Hayward, Ethan Hatch, Dijon Bennett and Archie Flint just outside. Molly Griffiths and Jake Fisher are next. Oliver Gibson and Ryan Hedge on that row 8 of the grid. Freddie Leppenwell and Jacob Lee on row 9. Kieran Edgerton and Rory Burke are next. Joseph Orton and Jonas Jonaskus That car number 329 in 22nd, and Jacob Barran and Kenneth Caudle on 24th. Carl Dickens and Harry Welch on row 13, followed by Marcus King, Jack Johnson, Jensen Hinliff, and Woody Hart. And at the back of the grid, you've got Jugadis Prevalonis, Isaac Reynolds, and Charlie Neve. 33 drivers out on our senior Rotax grid. Some of the most experienced drivers we've got out there today. The sun is shining on the track, and Wilton Mill Kart Club Round 2, these seniors will be looking forward to getting out on circuit very shortly. James Tester, a driver who we see in various club championships, reigning PFI club champion, is obviously here to try and claim a win in another club championship starting on the second row of the grid, I believe. So that will be a good opportunity for him to see what he can do in this next one. We've got a total of 50 entries for our senior Rotax drivers today, so we are going to see plenty of familiar faces on circuit very shortly. But some drivers to look out for: Ethan Martin, racing for EM Improvements, of course, own team, came third, managed to come up from the third row of the grid into that podium position. Not a bad job from him. Freddie Leppenwell, who was fifth here, climbed through the grid, carries local sponsors, 15 years old, and came P18 earlier on in the year here at Wilton. So he was managed to do a great recovery drive last time. Are we going to see that from him today? We will see. Some drivers who finished inside the top 10 last time then was Kieran Edson. Jake Fisher, unfortunately, who we're also going to see out today, didn't finish, so he will be looking to have a better start to round 2 here at the club championships. But there are your seniors on the dummy grid waiting to head out. All right then, out onto circuit, our senior Rotax go for their first heat of the day, third heat of the day. We have had 31 races and this is our third heat to go. If you want to watch this final with us this afternoon, be sure to be a member of SlipStream so you can watch live. Otherwise you will have to wait a week and watch it back, but that will be no fun because you'll want to see the action. That is car number 361, who will not, well, who is struggling to start right now. That is Nojus Davilis, who is starting on that 7th position of the grid. Is he going to be able to get himself going again? Hopefully. We'll have to see when they come round once again. Seniors tyre warming, eager to get underway with their first heat of the day. Huge entries today here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. Senior Rotax have always been one to watch. They are the experienced drivers, they're the eager drivers, come from plenty different championships across the world. And this is the thing with the seniors. You either see the seniors who have been at it for years, who are experienced and eager, or you see the drivers who are moving up from junior, who it is a proper mental game when those drivers move up from junior. We are at the start of the year still, so you'll be seeing those drivers who are transitioning over various championships, eager to make their impression on the senior grid, which we know, especially senior Rotax, is never very forgiving. But it's going to be once again a slow start. Yellow flags are out. Here are your race leaders. Bring it round, and we are nearly underway. Oh, and it looks like that Evolution kart is not going to start the race. That is really unlucky then for that car that was meant to start on that 7th place on the grid. Taps the wheel in frustration, but hopefully we will see them out during the rest of the day. Here we go then, we are almost underway. It's going to be a slow start, but what can your pole sitter do as he heads into turn 1? Side by side they go, but that is the Evolution car that comes out in front. Ooh, hot on his heels though will be William Webb, grassroots, but drops a wheel in the grass, but gets the move done. While the top 4 have bunched up then into Christmas corner they will go. And through the back of the pack. It is side by side. Ooh, we have some wheel banging and some grassroots, hopefully those drivers are able to regain onto the circuit for our senior Rotaxes. We will see when your race leaders come through once again who was able to make it out in the front four of that pack. The front four came around Christmas corner side by side, eager for this race. But let's have a look. Down the final chicane, through the final chicane, and onto the pit straight. That is William Webb that comes out in first position. James Tester, Oliver Smith, Victor Hansen, Luca Richards, and Max Haywood. Drew Preisner, DeJean Bennett, and Rory Burke in that top 9 place. But there is no time between these top 3, as that is James Tester that drops down into 3rd position already. So all of that exit curve, what are they going to be able to do? It is separate. These 3 are separated by 3/10, and obviously hot on each other's heels. Is this going to be the race that we have to see? We've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go. We'll see what those 3 are able to do out at the front of the pack. Usually we see strategic thinking from these drivers. They will be thinking that the rest of this 34 kart drivers are going to catch up if they don't work together. But that will be Oliver Smith now promoted himself into 2nd, but the fastest driver on the circuit is Drew Preisner down in 6th. What will we be able to do for the remainder of this race? A bit further down the pack, we have side-by-side action from that kart number 60, Charlie Neve, who's made his way up so far, running in 23rd, but clawing through the pack so far today in this race. Here we're watching car number 87 and 88, Rory Burke and Ethan Hatch battling for the positions just inside the top 10. But through the chicane, once again, we don't expect anything less from our senior Rotax. Side by side, by 1 into turn 1. Through turn 1 and 2, they will go. Victor Hansen now is your fastest driver on circuit, wheel banging through Christmas corner, but that'll be Oliver Smith that has to lose out on that. It is all going off at the front of the grid. 4 minutes to go still, and these drivers are battling it out. But that is Oliver Smith, who I believe still comes out the privateer on top. But these are 2 drivers who have not had the same story for their weekend, and they will no longer be in the race. They took a trip to the grass, and unfortunately now we'll be watching for the remainder of this heat. But this is heat 1 of the day. We still have plenty more to go, plus, of course, the main event this evening for our finals. That is William Webb, Oliver Smith, and James Tester now in that top 3, but they are separated by nothing. There he is, your leader going through Christmas corner for the first time. James Tester is eager to get that 2nd place back that he claimed off of Oliver Smith. Is he going to get the move done now? He is hot on the heels all over the exit curve. They both go in the middle sector of the track, but no change for that position just yet. These 2 want to be careful, because the fastest driver on the circuit right now is Drew Preisner, who is going to catch up ever so quickly if you stop battling now. 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go then. There is your race leader heading through the final chicane once again, and that will be William Webb, Oliver Smith, and James Tester. But there is Victor Hansen, you can see right behind of that 27 car of James Tester. Drew Preisner, also fastest driver on the circuit. Oh, beautiful move down the inside, gets the move done. Victor Hansen for that 3rd position. James Tester is moved now into 4th. He's going to be eager. He's got 3 minutes to make up those positions. He was on the podium position, now lost out to that 4th. And the driver behind him, car number 91, is fastest driver on circuit still, setting purples, and he is hot on his back bumper. It is all getting very hot at the front, and we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Bit further down the pack, all right, here we go. Through turn 1 again. They will go turn 2. William Webb now, the gap is near nothing between these top 2. That 38 car has managed to rein your race leader in, but can William Webb hold him off for the remainder of this race? 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Oh, he tries to make a move, and he gets the move done. Brilliant job. And you have a new race leader. William Webb led the majority of this race, but Oliver Smith takes it off him straight away. Beautifully done. Says, nope, I am taking that early on, and I will lead the remainder of this race. Will be what he's hoping for. but that Evolution car is nowhere in the distance as they head through turn 1. Is he going to have a look? No, he thinks, no, I'm going to swap to do defensive then. Goes the Coles car a bit further down. That's James Tester once again. Now has Drew Preiser and Luke Richards into contention, all over his back bumper for the last 1 minute and 15 seconds, all over the curb, over 3 of them, and now there is no time between these 3. This is the battle for that 4th position on the grid. One of them's going to be 4th, one of them's going to be 6th. You can see Drew Preiser is saying, nope, let's work together. We've got a minute plus a lap to go. There is still an opportunity as he, to be fair, pushes that 27 car through the final chicane, and Luke Richards clinging on to the back. Luke Richards is heavily benefiting from this, as he has now been brought into contention for that spot that just misses out on the podium already in the race. Ooh, Oliver Smith goes defensive then, which will give William Webb a bit of an advantage on the exit of Christmas Corner, but he is not going to get any move done just yet. He is still right on the back of that 38 car. He managed to get himself into the race lead. Oh, we've got a move down the inside. Was that Luke Richards trying to go down the inside? But doesn't quite get the move done. Drew Preiser is still in that contention. See, these two now saying, nope, let's work together for the remainder of this lap until we get to the next one, as they can see Victor Hansen right behind them. And it looks like we are going to have 2 more laps of this race, 2 more laps of action. Oliver Smith leads William Webb, Victor Hansen, Drew Preiser, Luke Richards and James Tester. It is getting close now between these top 3. William Webb knows this. He's saying, nope, let's still work together. 2 more quads off the circuit. That will be 187. Well, I'm not too sure who those drivers are just yet, but let's focus on our lead battle. Oliver Smith managed to grab the lead off the driver who led most of this race, but is he gonna get the lead back? Not just yet. Around the final sector they go and into the final chicane, and it is still Smith, Webb, Hansen. Fastest driver on circuit is still Drew Preiser, but there is a bit of a gap now to those cars in that kind of position so far, as Drew Preiser actually gets demoted down. Defensive lines at the front from Oliver Smith, but no change in your top 3 just yet as they head out of Christmas Corner. There is no time in between them though, has there been so far this race? Not at all. Ooh, now they are going side by side. Is that Evolution car going to get the move done? He does. Brilliant move. Uses all the exit curb, uses his exit that he can get, takes the advantage and gets into the race lead. Oliver Smith now back in that 2nd position. Victor Hansen is playing damage control here. He is waiting to see what he can do, but it looks like that is going to be your top 3 for this race. Oliver Smith takes the win, and that will be, no, William Webb, sorry, takes the win, and that will be Oliver Smith, Victor Hansen and Drew Preiser, your fastest driver on circuit, in the top 4. Luke Richards and James Tester, Ethan Hatch, Rory Burt, DeJean Bennett, and Jonas Juraskis managed to finish inside that top 10. Here are the rest of the field then heading through the checkered flag for first time today for our senior Rotax. What a race we saw at the front then. You can see the senior Rotax intentions. They are not wanting to give an easy win, an easy lead to any driver. That was the top 7 at some point that could have taken each of those podium positions, each of those wins. But William Webb did a brilliant job to come out on top. Oliver Smith, Victor Hansen, Drew Preiser. It was a good start to the day for each of them. There is your race winner in the Evolution part. And each driver's heading back now as they are officially underway with round 2 here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. And we are 3 races done already. We've got 29 races left to go, and that is not it for the senior action. Up next, we've got Senior X30, another field of experienced, familiar drivers that we are going to see out here shortly. There you saw it. We have our next lot of seniors up next, and we're going to see what they are able to do, if they are able to give us the same action that we just had from our senior Rotax. I'm getting my drivers lined up so we can see who is out here today. Familiar faces from the Senior X30 grid. We've got 33 entries today, slightly smaller than the Senior Rotax grid, but it is not going to disappoint nonetheless. We've got plenty of familiar faces, but let's take a look at the grid. Tristan Powell and Morgan Moore are on the front row, joined by Nat Johnson and Aaron Brown on the second, Scott Riley and CJ Bennett in that top 6. That is a very strong top 6 field of drivers so far. Sam Lewis and Joey Brown in the top 8, and then row 5 will be Lewis Baird and Oliver Meek. Dylan Patel and Macy Hitter on the 12th position on the grid.
Hit him. Hit him. Hit him.
Archie Harroin and Sebastian Dew, Laith Khan, Jensen Buckingham, Bailey Brooker and Oliver Pecula are in your top 18 then for Senior X30 Heat 1. But on row 10 will be Jack Stewart, Max Cooper, James Harris, Noah Sales, Archie Forber and Alexander D. Benedictis. Alfie Gallagher, Charlie Phillip, Ella Rowe, Oliver Keenan, Isabel Banks and William Omar are your top 30, and then the final 3 then joining you on the grid today will be Jack Middleton, Max Hewell, Reese Barber. That is a strong top 6 for our Senior X30 grid today. We've got Nat Stappen, Nat Johnson for Mick Barrett Racing. He clean sweeped round 1 here last year. He had an absolutely brilliant round, a driver who we've seen do really well in Senior X30 so far. He also won the Winter Open Cup earlier this year. He's going to be the driver to look out for. He's going to be going into this with full confidence, knowing that he has had multiple clean sweeps and brilliant wins at this circuit against a lot of these drivers who also were at those events earlier on this year. We've got Alexander D. Benedictis starting a bit further down the pack, who did finish on the podium position here last time and in that top 5 at the Winter Open Cup at the start of the year. A driver to look out for who's going to be hopefully trying to come through that field. But Sam Lewis, another one, P4, up second for Evolve Karting. He was also P4 in the Winter Open Cup, another driver to look out for. There is plenty of experienced drivers who are very familiar with each other who are going to head out on this Senior X30 grid today, and we will see if they're able to give us the same action that we had from our Senior Rotax. We can see some juniors there heading, watching their teammates, watching the drivers that they look up to, hoping to be in seniors soon, having a laugh, hoping to be in those seniors' shoes very shortly. This is the brilliant thing about these nice sunny club weekends here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. The drivers get the opportunity to watch each other and see how each other can do. And here we go, our Senior X30s are going to head out onto circuit now. See, brilliant day. Look at everyone enjoying the sun so far, and it is only going to get better. Here are your Senior X30s, tyre warming, about to head out for their first heat of the day. Each driver, of course, will have 2 heats plus a final today. Let's talk about a driver who we have seen before on this grid, Macy Hitter. Macy Hitter wasn't at round 1 for Jade Racing, but she is currently doing a Formula 4 test program with Storm Motorsport. Her aim will be Formula 4 in 2027. She's a driver who uses these championships and this karting opportunity to keep herself strong, keep herself in the mix, and she will be enjoying it so far. But a driver who we did see here at round 1, speaking of, was Emma Dowling. Emma Dowling, the driver who we saw never been on too many UK circuits before. She came and did a campaign where she was at 4 different circuits in the 4 days she competed here, and she did a brilliant job on this grid for round 1. We will see what she's able to do. Hopefully she's going to be joining us further this year, but she is not with us this weekend. All right then, and it is nearly time for our Senior X30 Heat 1 of the day. Of course, another slow start as your front row back it up, heading nearly into the final chicane. It's going to be a slow start, but we'll see what your pole sitter is able to do with this. And through the tram lines they go, and it is going to be a smooth start for the Senior X30s. Through turn 1 they go. Brilliant. Will banging down in that 4th place. But who's going to come out on front? We will have to see as they head through Christmas corner side by side. But that was your pole sitter, I believe, who leads the race still once again. Smooth start for the Senior X30s. There is some grassroots further back, and that car number 32 that is facing the wrong way. That was Noah Sales down in 19th, but he is able to rejoin the circuit and get on to the back of the pack. We'll see as the drivers come round for the first time what they were able to do with that. That is Nat Johnson now up into that 3rd position on the grid. That is Tristan Powell, Scott Riley, Nat Johnston, Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore is a driver who we have seen go through the pack at recent club events that myself has been at recently, but it's getting close at the front already here for Senior Rotax, and that is Nat Johnston, who manages to take 3 drivers down the inside. Beautiful move, and he promotes himself up into that 2nd place, right on the back of your race leader, Tristan Powell, that car number 88. Brilliant move from him, but it is all still too close at the front to call right now. Morgan Moore, again, a driver who we've seen head through the field. Morgan came through the back of the field at PFI not long ago, having not had a qualifying, and nearly finished on a podium position, but it was for a penalty that they didn't. Brilliant, brilliant job. We are to expect plenty of that this weekend, but of course, a better qualifying result. But it will be Scott Riley, Nat Johnston, Tristan Powell, Morgan Moore, but there is no time between these drivers, and there is a beautiful move down the inside from the car number 6. That's Aaron Brown, straight down the inside of CJ Bennett for 8th place, just inside that top 10, but it is all too early to tell. These drivers are bunched up so far. Some more side-by-side action down inside the top 10. That's Archie Heroin, who's going to just miss out now to that car number 333. Macy Hitter as well, who has ended up now in the 11th position of the grid. That's what happens when you drop a wheel, but that's car number 23. That's Nat Johnston, who was in the 2nd place, who was in 2nd. Pulls off the circuit. Unfortunate start for the day to him. Definitely not what he'll be hoping for after his dominant streak so far at this circuit. But that is what Tristan Powell and Morgan Moore will have been hoping for, as those two are promoted to those podium positions. Side-by-side action then further down the pack through Christmas corner. But here is the battle then for 3rd position. Here's the battle for that 3rd place on the grid. Morgan Moore leads it with Lewis and Bird right behind, but that car number 11, Joey Brown, is the fastest driver on the circuit right now, who is going to be gunning for that pack in front. Round the final, round the middle sector they will go, and towards the final chicane. Through they go, another lap complete, just under 4 minutes plus a lap to go. Joey Brown is still the fastest driver on the circuit right now. We are a bit further down the pack, but there is some sideways action going on. That's Joey Brown getting stuck in, sending it down the inside of Tristan Powell. Brilliant move, gets the move done and promotes himself onto the podium position. Still no time in between these drivers. That is car number 7, Lewis Bird, straight down the inside once again, takes that position off Sam Lewis. Now he's going to go defensive, and manages to make the move stick. Lewis Bird is a driver who we often see at the front of the Senior X30 pack, but has been quite unlucky so far for the start of this year. Through turn 1 they go though, and he's up into that 5th position. Unfortunate start for Nat Johnston. It was unfortunately not in this race any longer. Moved down the inside at Christmas corner, brilliantly done from that 67 of Oliver Meek, just inside the top 10, who is now just gotten in front of Aaron Brown. We've got Joey Brown and Aaron Brown. Joey Brown is fastest driver on circuit in 3rd place right now. But here's a bit further down the pack, going through the middle sector there, we saw Macy Hitter, who has managed to make her way up into 10th, drop back on the start, but is making it back right now. But here we have Lewis Bird, a driver who has been clawing his way through the pack so far, and it will be like that for the remainder of the race. Through turn 1 and 2 they go then, and all over the exit curbs go your Senior X30 drivers. Single file, no changes this lap just yet, but it is all getting too close for the Senior X30s. CJ Bennett is now your fastest driver on circuit. But if we take a quick look further down the pack, some drivers who haven't had a great run so far. Alexander D. Benedictis, after a good run here last month for round 1, finishing 3rd, that is not where he will want to be right now. Not where that driver will want to be sitting down in 20th. Archie Forbett, another driver who don't see that further down the pack. But Sam Lewis is up now into that 5th position. Lewis Bird just dropped down. Beautiful move down the inside from the Fusion car of Morgan Moore. Once again, straight into the race lead. We said that was one to look out for, and we were correct. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Move down the inside, promote Scott Riley down into 2nd. And we will see what these two are able to do for the remainder of this race together. But there is the battle then for that last spot on the podium. Joey Brown and Tristan Powell still battling it out. 56 seconds plus a lap to go. And your race leaders, your leading pack are through the final chicane and through turn 1 once again this race. Sam Lewis is now your fastest driver on track. It is still all chopping and changing for these Senior X30 drivers. Caught number 124, Sam Lewis. Fastest driver considers a move at Christmas corner, doesn't quite get it done. Slots back behind. 30 seconds to go plus a lap though. Still all to play for that 3rd podium position really. Just behind that another Fusion car, Joey Brown. But Morgan Moore now leads with a 3/10 gap. Is really going to be able to close that for the remainder of this race. Both two drivers who we have seen do really well so far this weekend, and so far for the start of their year and their Senior X30 campaign. They are going to be battling it out though, because we are on the last lap of the race, but Morgan Moore has managed to pull a bit more of a gap on Scott Riley. Now just over just under half a second, so they are separating now. You can see they head single file into the final sector. There's Joey Brown and Sam Lewis, with CJ Bennett not too far behind. And the clock strikes 0, so there is not much time left then for our Senior X30s to change these positions at the front. There is your race leader heading through the final sector and heading towards the final chicane now. Made a brilliant job of pulling a gap on Scott Riley. Scott Riley though still there trying to push as we are on to the last lap of the race. Here you see your drivers just inside that top 10. Macy Hitter, who has promoted herself into 8th place. Brilliant job from her from that 12th row of the grid, but we have a move down the inside from Joey Brown on Sam Lewis. Manages to make the move stick for the final lap of the race at Christmas corner, but Joey Lewis is on the back of him. All over the exit curbs they go. Now they've brought CJ Bennett into contention. This is the battle for 5th position on the grid. 4th position, 5th position on the grid. It's all going off for the final lap for our seniors, but no more change just yet as your race leaders are heading round the final sector once again, and it looks like it is going to be a brilliant win then for Morgan Moore. Brilliant job. Scott Riley, unfortunately, just missed out on that lead. Tristan Powell, Joey Brown, Sam Lewis, your fastest driver on the circuit, CJ Bennett, Aaron Brown, Macy Hitter up into 8th position. Brilliant job. She started in 12th, and she dropped back ever so slightly at the start of that race and managed to maximise her potential for the rest and make it up into that 8th place of the week. Max Will then on your top 10 for the Senior X30. A driver who will be devastated though with that result is Nat Johnston. Nat Johnston pulled off like early on in the race, to be fair, had to pull off and finish the start to his day in Heat 1. It's going to set him on the back foot, but that is a driver who will not be giving up. He's been doing well so far. this weekend. Here you see our next set of drivers eager and ready to go then as your Senior X30s head in. We are now going to see some of the Junior X30s very shortly. You can see them getting pep talks off their teams. They have sunbathing. It must be hot down there under those helmets. Right in the sun they are. It looks like it is blazing on them here at Wilton today. And what a day for it. What a day to have our biggest ever entries. But make sure, of course, remember you are watching a SlipStream Live powered by Alpha Live Productions. And if you want to watch these finals with us this afternoon, make sure to become a member of SlipStream so you can get in touch and you can watch the finals live here. Otherwise, you'll be watching them in a week's time, which is no good. You want to be watching them now from home so you can watch your families, loved ones, or if you are just a supporter here at Wilton Mill. There we see the pan to the drivers coming in, the Junior X30s coming in, and it's going to look all good for car 99 and 15 as they push their carts through once again. All right then, let's throw straight to our next race, which will be our Junior X30s. All right, our Senior 30s are just finishing up, but next up we will have Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day. Some more very familiar faces we are going to be seeing out there today. Let's have a look if we can see. You can see the circuit is looking hot. There is lines where those drivers have been out today, but Aaron Richardson and Marnie Kira on the front row of the grid. That is what we like to see. George Egger and Freddie Wood on the second. Joining them then in the top 6 will be Jacob Batchelor and Zach McDonald. Harley Musk and Rocco Shenton inside the top 8. Max Endicott and Max Mason inside the top 10. George House and Finley Hines are next. Henry Clark and Enzo Butterazzi, Archie Rogers-Tyler and George Clark inside that top 16, Adam Bourne and Alex Riley just outside of it. On row 10 then is Nathaniel Hodges and Jacob Marples, George Quinlan and Orion Meta, Finley Allen and Katie Donaldson in that 24th position, a driver who we've seen doing well so far in club championships, Max Teese and Zoe Catet in that 26th position on the grid, Theo Thomas and Leonardo Carlton Senior, Jacob Nairn and Sebastian Gee. Lining up at the back of your Junior X30 grid then is Archie Lamb, Ethan Windsor, Alfie Brightmore and Tom Seamarks. Here we go, our Junior X30s are out on the circuit for their first time today. We've got a total of 33 entries for our Junior X30 big grid. These drivers are going to be here next week for the British Car Championships Round 1. A lot of these drivers, as well as competing in the club championships here, are using this weekend to get that extra step on the drivers who they hopefully won't be here, or they will be very familiar with each other heading into next week. A lot of these drivers are eager. That is someone off in the distance who I think when we saw go around on the outlap, but now coming through, and they're going to rejoin at the back of the pack for this race. Couldn't quite see who that was. But here we go for our Junior X30s. Yes, we've got plenty of familiar faces then here. And Sutmani Kira is one who we should talk about. Sutmani Kira starting on the first row, in that second spot. Sutmani's last race, she dropped down to the very back of the pack and she managed to make her way back up onto the podium. Just going to make sure I have a fact check on how many places. Yeah, 33rd place into 4th. So 33rd into 4th in 10 minutes. She nearly got a podium in the IAMA Euro Series after dropping all the way back in that Fusion car. She is someone who we have seen. She's a rising star, supported by Formula One Academy. she is a driver who to look out for this weekend. Amron Richardson, though, 13-year-old, confident heading into this weekend because he won here at the start of the year in the Winter Open Cup. And he got the fastest lap. So that's a driver who will be confident starting on the front row of the grid. That is a confident front row. But we are going to see how it plays out for our Junior X30s very shortly, as we are about to be underway with their first heat of the day. Into the tram lines they go, and what is the start going to be like then for all of our 33 Senior X30 drivers? That is your pole sitter that seems to make it out in front, but George Egger right on the heels very early on, heading outside turn 1. Defensive into Christmas corner. Oh, we've got the driver being turned around and on the grass, but it looks like they're hopefully going to be able to rejoin the circuit. Yep, and it looks like everyone's hopefully going to be making their way back around. But I think that is going to be a stop to the race for now. It's going to be a red flag for our Junior X30 drivers. Won't be a start to their race just yet. You can see your race leader slowing it down. We will wait and see for further information then on these drivers. They are stopped on the circuit. There was your race leader with George Edgar, who managed to make his way up into that second spot. You can see the drivers just looking around, making sure all of their co-competitors are okay. And we will see what information we have shortly on when this race can be back underway for our Junior X30s. The start of the race is always difficult for these big grids, because if you are in that mid-pack, it is a risky territory. You are all going side by side, wheel banging into the first few corners of the race. It is always a challenge and does test your skills at the beginning. But here we can see our Senior XAs just waiting. That is, who can we see in this shot then? We've got cart number 187. That is Archie Rogers-Tyler, familiar face from this championship. All of them trying to signal, asking what's going on. We can also see cart number 17, George Quidlin. And we just have a car going out on circuit. Of course, our Orange Army once again doing what they do best. We are very grateful for. We could not be here without them, and our drivers would not be as safe whatsoever without them. So our Orange Army is going to attend to those drivers, and we will let you know more information on that when we have it. But for now, here is your grid just waiting to line back up for their first heat of the day. While we have a wait then, let's have a look at our grid, a deeper dive onto what they have been up to recently, while you see they're just out of the carts awaiting on more news. But let's see, we've got Katie Donaldson here on this grid. She's been doing really well in various club championships and club events. She has been impressive. She's been getting podium and wins in heats, 14 years of age for the Jade Racing team. She's starting a bit further down the grid, so we'll be able to see what she's able to do for the remainder of this weekend. Joseph Davies for XL. Last time was P15, managed to make his way through up the grid. We'll see what he's able to do. But we are going to be back shortly. We're going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be back shortly with our Junior X30s.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Alright, and if you are just joining us now, we are here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. You are joining myself, Kyo Lynch, and what will be Henry Burdett in the commentary box today for round 2 of their club championships. This has been the biggest entry list ever for Wilton Mill Kart Club, a total of 327 drivers, and you are looking at your Junior X30 grid of 33 of them under red flag conditions right now, awaiting to restart the race. We will update you when we have more information on the drivers and the red flag. But as of now, here are our drivers just awaiting more information and the restart to their race. This is a difficult one, especially for the Junior Rotax. You have all that adrenaline for starting the day. Obviously, compete at qualifying. Each driver will go through 2 heats today and the final, and you get all the adrenaline, and then you have to restart the race. This always can throw some drivers off, but it can also excel others off the start. So we'll see who is able to benefit from this. A driver who we did see just do a brilliant start, George Edgar, straight up into second place, and he was on the tail of your pole sitter and race leader, Aaron Richardson, who we have seen do very well here. Won at the beginning of the year, set the fastest lap, 13 years old, doing a brilliant job. Let's have a look at who else we are seeing here. Adam Bourne is another driver who we're seeing here. Last month at round 1 came P4, down 1 position though. He started in the second row, ended P4. He'll be eager to end with a podium this time. Max Mason though, a driver who we have seen qualify a bit further down the grid once again. Max Mason was on pole here. He teamed up with Croc. We tend to see him as a privateer. Teamed up with Croc, was on pole position, but unfortunately finished the final with a DNF and a penalty. He did not finish and he got a penalty, but until then it was looking really promising for him with the team over at Croc Promotions. We will see what he is able to do today after a weekend of what could have been for him. A driver who we didn't think we were seeing here is Rocco Shenton. Rocco Shenton, last time he was out, came through the field after no qualifying, as did George House for XL Motorsport, and finished, I believe it was second place, but he was challenging George Edgar by the end of the weekend. 2 drivers very familiar with each other. They were challenging for each other for the race lead by the end of the day. So that's a driver to also look out for this weekend. He's been through this field last month. He made his way through and he did a brilliant job doing it. Now starting a bit further up on the grid, not exactly where we'd expect to see him as a qualifying result, but it's better than starting at the back with no qualifying. Here we can see your drivers still moving the karts around, waiting to see when their race is going to be restarted, and more information. Of course, we will give you the more information when we have it. But as of now, our Orange Army are attending to the drivers that are still out on circuit. There you can see another one of our girls on the grid. We have a strong field of girls across all fields today coming out in the here at Wilton Mill Kart Club for round 2. That is Zoe Catet, who started a bit further down the grid, but she's obviously going to have another crack at it. She's going to have another opportunity now, but due to our restart for our Junior X30s. All of them now getting a chance to enjoy the sun, standing with each other, talking about their race start. There is an XL Motorsports George House. George House was another driver who did not compete who didn't do the Saturday here at round 1. He Didn't have qualifying, but he did come through the back. He finished P16 overall after starting at the very back at the beginning of the day. Did a good job, wasn't quite able to do what Rocco Shenton did, but nonetheless made his way through the field. This event, round 2, you drivers did not have the opportunity to not compete on the Saturday event. It was not an only Sunday event, so each driver will have competed in qualifying. Whether they had an issue or not is another story, but all drivers should have been out for qualifying yesterday. Some more drivers who had a bit of an unlucky run at the last round is Nathaniel Hodges, the privateer, was P17, lost some positions in the final, but that's not where we usually see him because earlier on this year he was 7th and climbing through the field. He's someone to look out for. He will be on a redemption charge so far this weekend. George Clark did finish P11, sorry, I was getting my facts right, but he had a penalty that did drop him back. So he didn't do a bad job in the final, but obviously due to the result after the race dropped back. That's another driver that's going to be on a redemption charge. Here you can see everyone stood watching our junior X30s just waiting. Here you go, we can see the ambulances back off the circuit, so hopefully we will have more information on a start for these drivers very soon. If you like, you can take this opportunity to join us on SlipStream and become a member, and then you can watch the finals with us this afternoon live with myself, Kyle Lynch, and what will be Henry Baudet here from Wilton Mill Kart Club. You can take this time to become a member, and you don't have to watch it next week. You can watch it right here, right now. But for now, we're going to get a lovely view of all the teams and parents waiting to see their drivers come out back on circuit. There you can see the two XL Motorsport teammates having a little chat before we get underway with the Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day. XL Motorsport have a lot of drivers out this weekend. Of course, a driver who we see in various championships, national championships, who have plenty of drivers out in the X30 categories this weekend. Of course, ahead of next weekend over at the Weir Tools British Kart Championships, which will be held here at Wilton Mill. So a lot of our X30 classes are the drivers that you will be seeing who are going to try and get that extra experience, extra step on the other drivers that are going to be here next weekend for a national championship. But no more information for you just yet under the red flag circumstances. We are going to be awaiting our restart as we didn't complete one lap for our Junior X30s, but we will give you more information once we have it. It looks like we do have some news for the drivers from our Orange Army, of course, on the circuit, on the ground, helping the drivers, relaying information, and hopefully that means we're going to have a restart soon and an update on the drivers who looks like will not be restarting the race. But hopefully we will now be underway shortly. Again, if you are joining us right now, we are here for Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Round 2, we are under red flag circumstances with our Junior X30s. You are joining myself, Kill Lynch, and who will be Henry Baudet in the commentary box. Hopefully joining us soon. He has missed plenty of action so far for Heat 1s of today, but that is not all we've got left because we still have to see our Miami Water Swifts, Water Swift Restricted, Honda Cadets, and our Micromax grids. No more information for you just yet on the red flag circumstances for our Junior X30 grid, but we will of course relay to you as soon as we hear. For now, you can enjoy the view of the team members and family members enjoying the sun and awaiting the restart of our Junior X30s. If you have just joined us here on another SlipStream event powered by Alpha Live Productions, we are here at Wilton Mill Kart Club for the Club Championships Round 2. You're with myself, Kjell Lynch, in the commentary box, and we are currently under red flag conditions for our Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day. We will update you with further information when we have it on drivers and wellness updates, but for now our Junior X30s are stopped on circuit and we will update you when we have more information. For now, you get to see the brilliant view of the teams and families enjoying the sun, waiting for the race to restart.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Alright, our Junior X30s are now back in their karts and hopefully soon going to be underway with their first heat of the day, which unfortunately was interrupted from a red flag, but we will update you again when we have more information. No more information just yet, but it looks like we are going to get underway shortly. Our Junior X30s are going to be ready to go. They had the adrenaline once, they had the start to the race once, but it is that none of that will matter now, as they will go back for a full restart, as they didn't even complete one lap before the race was cut short already. Just to remind you though, that was your pole sitter who had a brilliant start. George Edgar then got straight up into that second position on the second corner, and then he was pushing a race leader through Christmas corner as they went through for the first time. So those two are going to be two to watch for the start of this race. Satmani Kira, we have spoke about her already. She dropped back one on that start, but she was still very much so on the tail end of George Edgar's car. She, a driver who has been driving through the packs, clawed through her field in her last race. She's now starting on the front row of the grid. It will be a better, easier race for her here at Wilton Mill this weekend. She's a driver who's familiar with the circuit, familiar with a lot of these drivers who will be out there today, and hopefully we are going to see her excel so far this weekend. She's been doing a good job so far. James Tester, another driver to look out for. He was disqualified here at the last round, so he'll be on a redemption charge. It's always a bit of a bittersweet one when the drivers are disqualified. We'll be looking to have a better run.
You alright, mate? Yeah, can you?
Here you are seeing a close-up of our Junior X30 karts. Each who started at the sharp end of the grid, came out the sharp end of the grid, but of course we will now have a restart. So that start does not count, it does not matter. They've had one shot at it. This is now the chance for the drivers to reevaluate. They've had their team members join them on the circuit whilst waiting for more information from the red flag, and now they have the chance to go again. Here is then towards the back of the field, and hopefully we're going to be underway soon again shortly. If you're joining us just now, we are under red flag conditions for our Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day, but we are hopefully going to be underway soon. When we have more information, we will relay it. A very eager Junior X30 grid out here today. Drivers who we see predominantly at the circuit, various circuits around the UK. You've got George Edgar, one here at round 1 of the club championships. He has done a brilliant job off that start already, straight into the second place on the grid, pushing your leader through Christmas corner. He says his intentions straight away. Of course, family who have been in motorsport, family who we all know in motorsport. His sister just finished a weekend of racing the KZ for the British Kart Championships round 1, but George Edgar himself is a vice British champion in 2025. He was P2, hence why you see the seeded number on his kart. Some more drivers though who have been doing well this weekend. Of course, you've got Aaron Richardson. He has been a driver who we've seen do very well here multiple times at the start of this year. Also, confident driver at the circuit. He won at the Winter Open Cup with the fastest lap of the race, 13 years old for Fusion Motorsport. He's got plenty of teammates up there with him. There you can also see Freddie Wood in the 38 car. Freddie Wood is a driver who we've seen excel being with Fusion Motorsport. He's done a great job. And you've also got Sukmani Kira. That is a strong set of drivers at the front of the field for them, which can benefit. It can make other drivers a harder job. We've got also Rocco Shenton here today, driver who we've seen charge through the pack. Started a bit further down for qualifying, but we'll see what he is able to do for the remainder of the day. Some more drivers who we have familiar are Jacob Marples. He finished P8. George Clark, like we said, got a penalty in round 1 but finished P11. He'll be on a bit of a redemption charge. Zach McDonald, Henry Clark, Ethan Windsor finished in P21, but he was on, that was his novice plate, so that is a new driver with TWM Motorsport, and he is looking forward to compete alongside a very big competitive grid on the Junior X30s today. George House for XL Motorsport with his teammate on this grid. Another driver, confident, knows the circuit, knows the field of drivers, and will be looking to make his way up. P16 last month with no qualifying, so he'll be looking to improve on that. Archie Rogers-Tyler, P7, clawed his way through the pack. That is another driver who only raced on the Sunday, started in 28th for Mick Barrett Racing. So all drivers there who we've seen either claw through the field or we know who are going to be positive already. Another driver, Enzo Butterazzi in the 20 car. He finished P10 but clawed through 15 positions. That was the most overtakes we had in the Junior X30 final at round 1. He will be looking to build on that. Maybe start a bit further up the grid so he has more opportunity, but of course that is all to play for the remainder of the day before we get to the main events this evening. We are just awaiting more information, and we will hopefully be underway soon with our Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day. But there you can see our Orange Army lining up just in front of our Junior X30 grid that of course are eager and ready to get going when it is all clear on circuit. All right, everyone, welcome back, of course, to another Slipstream broadcast. If you are just joining us now, we are under red flag conditions for our Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day. We are currently awaiting a restart, and it looks like we are now going to have that as the drivers head back out onto circuit to restart the race once again. We don't have any more updates on the red flag incident just yet, but once we do, we will make sure to let you know straight away. But these drivers, the Junior X30s, have the opportunity now to restart the race. They have a second chance. If they didn't like the start, they have another chance if they got a mega start like George Edgar to redo that. But here we go. Tyre warming once again after they sat for a long wait on the circuit talking to their team members. They will now be underway with their first heat of the day, and we will see what they were able to make of their restart. 33 entries for our Junior X30 drivers this weekend. It is a big grid. They're going to be here next weekend for the National Championships. A lot of the drivers who we're going to be seeing competing in both, and we are going to be nearly underway with their Heat 1. You can see your front row tyre warming, backing it up, slowing it down so we can get underway a bit late, but with their Heat. Let's go. You can see it is a Fusion Motorsport front row there for, that is Marnie Kira joining Aaron Richardson, and we are going to be underway once again for the Junior X30 restart. What is it going to be like for the Fusion Motorsport front row as they head through turn 1 and 2? That is another brilliant start for George Edgar as he slots in just behind Aaron Richardson at the start of this race. Towards Christmas Corner they go, and that will be your pole sitter that leads to George Edgar through. This is a cleaner restart now for the Junior X30 drivers all through Christmas Corner. Well, no grassroots, everyone heading through side by side. But that is car number 69, Jacob Batchelor, putting pressure on that Fusion car of Freddie Wood for that 5th position on the grid. Early stages, we will see what they're able to do, side-by-side action, and he gets the move done on Freddie Wood, now down into 5th as we come over the final chicane. Let's see what our grid looks like for the first half of the race. That will be George Edgar now that leads Aaron Richardson, Jacob Batchelor, Marnie Kira, Max Endicott, Finley Hines, Freddie Wood, Harley Musk, Rocco Shenton and Jacob Marples. Let's go towards Christmas Corner they go and through. George Edgar now back down into 2nd. These two have been chopping and changing already in this race, but this has brought Jacob Batchelor, who has come through the grid, already into contention here, right on that back bumper of George Edgar. George Edgar, he started on the 2nd row of the grid, got up into that 2nd place in 2 corners, and now he is battling back down in that 2nd position. Aaron Richardson lost his lead for a brief second, but he is claiming it back, who was your pole sitter through the final chicane. But that is Marnie Kira started on the front row, dropped back ever so slightly, but she is still in a good position now, joining the back of the front at the pack at the very front. But Jacob Batchelor, that car number 69, who has made his way from that fourth row of the grid into second position now, and he is into third position, but he was challenging for second, doesn't quite get the move done. Aaron Richardson has a look as he has now lost the lead again to George Edgar, but no change for them just yet. It is now George Edgar, George Edgar the lead, but that will be Jacob Batchelor now up into second place. Aaron Richardson went from the lead of the race to second in the matter of a few corners. Now he is down up into fourth with his contact warning for Max Endicott. There's your front four then. Through the chicane once again, through turn one. This is going to be the battle to watch this race. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. George Edgar is your fastest driver on circuit. Unfortunately there we can see a car who won't be finishing anymore this race. Wheel banging for that second position, and now Jacob Batchelor is down into fourth, letting Sipmani Kira through into that podium position already. George Edgar sets the fastest lap and pulls himself a bit of a gap. That would have given him one even more now. It's the Fusion carts together. Are we going to see these two working together to catch your leader, which we have seen many a time before? And then further down the pack, we've got Max Endicott, who did just have a warning flag, so he's got to be careful. It's Rocco Shenton already up into sixth, and Freddie Wood down there in seventh. Freddie Wood's up one position. Finley Hines, though, not the same story for him. He has dropped a few places on the start. Here you see your drivers just inside and outside the top 10 heading through turns 1 and 2 now, and the rest of the field. A good restart for our Junior X30 drivers, and we've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go. We will see what Freddie Wood is able to do. Freddie Wood had an unlucky first up to the race. Fusion Kart is going to be looking to get up with his teammates, Aaron Richardson and Sipmani Kira, for those podium positions. We'll see if he is able to meet them on the circuit. But round the middle section we go, then here is the middle pack. You can see that car number 157, Finley Hines, George Clark, another driver who has slowly making his way through the grid as they head through the final chicane for the first time. That is a move around the outside from car number 17 as they head through the chicane. That was George Quinlan trying to make up some ground after he lost some positions on that last lap. But there is your leader through Christmas Corner, away in the distance. Aaron Richardson, Sipmani Kira, Jacob Batchelor and Rocco Shenton now into that top 5. Here we go though, is the battle further down for, this is the battle for 10th position between Marples, Musk and Henry Clark, sorry. And they are wheel to wheel, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. These three are trying to see if they can get themselves into the top 10, but it is going to be one driver that comes away with it. And so far, that is Marples leading the way. Takes a slight look behind him to see if that Fusion car is right on his back bumper, using all the exit curb through them. Through turn 1 they go together, no change for that 10th place just yet. Go a bit further down the grid then. Through turn 1 and 2. Oh, someone runs very wide onto that exit curb, but doesn't lose out just yet. Has to go defensive. That's the 187 car of Archie Rogers Tyler. Doesn't miss out just yet. Here though is your race leader who has been caught by Aaron Richardson, who is now your fastest driver on track. He takes a look behind him once, he takes a look again, and he thinks that he was not here a minute ago. Now there was 3 tenths between them, and Aaron Richardson has a look. He doesn't quite get the move done, but he shows George Edgar that he is going for that move. Here we go, side by side into turn 1 and turn 2, and they are still side by side, but it will be Aaron Richardson that has to take all of that exit curb and some more. George Edgar having to go defensive now, and Aaron Richardson is going to come around the outside, but that is someone else. Jacob Batchelor now manages to get up into that second place when Aaron Richardson lost out on the exit of Christmas Corner. Look how many people this is bringing into contention now. That is Freddie Wood making a move down the inside of his teammate Sipmani Kira. Bit further down the pack for 6th, 7th position, and look how many drivers this has brought into contention for the front of this pack. The clock strikes 0. We are plus a lap to go. Round the final chicane they go. Look how close, bumper to bumper they go. And we are on to the final lap of the race. George Edgar leads, Jacob Batchelor, Rocco Shenton, and Aaron Richardson then in your top 4. Freddie Wood now right behind. Who are we going to see come out on top? It's George Egger that has to go very defensive. Rocco Shenton, though, come through the pack after a interesting qualifying for him, not where we usually see him, now eager to get into that podium position on the last lap. He has just dropped back, I believe, into that 4th place, missing out once again on Aaron Richardson, who was your pole sitter. But George Egger, what can he do now for the final sector of this race? It looks like he is going to have a controlled final sector after a eventful restart for the drivers, and that will be George Egger to take the Junior X30 Heat 1 of the day win. Jacob Batch manages to come out in 2nd place, and Aaron Richardson in that 3rd place. Rocco Shenton up through the grid. Like we said, we've seen him do it once here before, and he does it again into that 4th, challenging for that podium place, but didn't quite make it stick on that last lap. Supmani Kira, unfortunate for her because she got stuck in the mixed front 6 pack. She did start on the front row, but she'll have another opportunity in her 2nd heat to make a better start. Max Endicott did have a warning, but fastest driver on track for the fastest lap right now. George Clark, Finley Hines, Jacob Marples rounds out your top 10. The Junior X30s never disappoint, and we will wait to see what else we see from them today. It was chopping and changing from flag to flag there, but here is the drivers heading through. You see Freddie Wood, Max Endicott, all being checked and heading through. We are going to head towards our next race now. We've got more from the X30s now with our Water Swifts. Here we go then, we are just seeing the final few drivers heading through as they head back to their teams, their drivers, after what ended up being a long race. It was a long waiting game after that, before that restart for the Junior X30s. They will be glad to have been underway and complete with their 1st heat of the day. But we are going to see some more now from the younger X30 category, our Water Swifts. Very familiar drivers who we're about to see out on circuit. Here is the beautiful view of the sunny Wilton Mill Kart Club we are at today for round 2 of the club championships. Here you are here with myself, Kjol Lynch, in the commentary box. And we will see when our Water Swifts are going to join us out on circuit. We have got a very good grid today. Let's have a look. Pole position, Alfie Davidson. Joining him will be Margaris Kvetskis, Chester Forks, Hero Teese in that top 4, Oliver Teese and Evano in the top 6. 7th will be LBJ Stubbs and Mason Hibbert on that 4th row. Row 5 is Dimitar Uzanov and Harry Chapman. Row 6, Ilya Sami and Teddy Higgs. Row 7, Oliver Kleinfelter and Bodie Batch. Row 8, Charlie Clough and Shilafat Vejbuti. And row 9, Lewis William Marbs and Harry Favell. Row 10, Rudra Golkanath and Frank Morris. William Bennett and Felix Brooker are next. Finley Bedford and Hugo Torby are your top 24. Then rounding out the grid for your Water Swifts today will be Reggie Chandler and Hugo Williamson. Some very familiar faces we have got out there today who have been very competitive in multiple national championships, club championships across the UK and Europe. But let's have a look what your Fusion Motorsport driver Alfie Davidson can do off of pole position. Alfie Davidson has been doing well recently in, again, European championships. This is a competitive driver who we've seen at the front with various drivers on this grid. His recent success was P2 at the Miami Euro Series round 2. He was challenging Chester Forks here at round 1 at the Winter Open Cup at the beginning of the year for that second position. So we'll be able to see now. Chester doesn't seem to be here this weekend. He was on the entry list, but we'll see now if that top spot, Chester Fawkes, is not here. If he is able to run away with it, he will be eager to be doing that. Kovetskis, though, is another driver who we've seen do well at this circuit. That is a strong front row. It's a strong front 3 rows, to be fair, and it's going to be all to play for as we come around. And we are nearly underway then with our Miami Water Swifts Heat 1 of the day here at Wilton Mill Kart Club for round 2. That is going to be a driver who unfortunately doesn't start right at the last second. That was car number 16, but we are underway. What can your pole sitter do as he leads through turn 1 and 2? With that Danny Curl Academy car, Chester Fawkes right on his heels as they head into turn 1. They've got a bit of a gap for themselves. Strong 1 and 2. We've seen these two battle it out here before. Oliver Teefs and LBJ Stubbs right behind then, but here you go, that is the Fusion Motorsport car that leads. Is that going to be for long? Because Chester Fawkes, the E-plate holder, is right on his tail as they head around, but right behind them then, there is a battle for the 3rd position. Doesn't quite get the move done, but that is Ilyas Sami, Chester's teammate, who is in the mix of that battle. He'll be trying to make up the ground so he can work together with his teammate. We've seen those two work together many a time in this championship and various championships. Through the final chicane, they will go then for the first time today, and it is Davison that leads. Fawkes, LBJ Stubbs, Dimitar Uzunov and Ilyas Sami now in that top 5. You can see the rest of the pack, and that car that wasn't the right way around on the outlap is now making his way back. We've got a change for 3rd position. That is Dimitar Uzunov down the inside and gets the move done at Christmas Corner. Now into 3rd. Dimitar is all signalling, but we're going to have another move down. Or that 6th place, that is another Fusion car of Mason Hibbert, I believe. Now saying, let's work together, because otherwise, we know these two, they are going to drive off. They're going to try and be tactical with it. Our Water Swifts are young drivers, but they are experienced drivers, especially this field of them today. Here we go, this is that panel pack. That's an XL Motorsport car, just dropping back a bit there to the back of that pack. That is the 196 car of LBJ Stubbs, now down in 7th. It's a good start, so we'll see if he's able to make the ground back up. Chester Fawkes, though, in 2nd position, the fastest driver on circuit, really pushing Davidson through Christmas Corner. Beautiful move down the inside from car number 32. That was Harry Chapman on Oliver Teese, the 2 Teese brothers. Good qualifying for the 2 of them right next to each other. I wonder if there was some healthy competition there, but here then is the battle for 3rd place. Ilyas Sami, another driver. Ilyas Sami and Mason Hibbert, 2 drivers who we know of. They've been doing a really good job. They are going to be hunting down that podium position, and the race leaders, though, who are currently getting away with this race so far. 3.5 minutes to go. Another lap just complete as your leaders head through turn 1. You can see that car number 32 of Harry Chapman, who just promoted himself up into 8th. Good job from him so far. Side by side down through turn 1 then, or further down the pack. But that was Mason Hibbert, who took a look down the inside, but he didn't quite get the move done. Now he's under pressure from Margaris Kovetskis, but he is now going to take Ilyas Sami. He takes an advantage on a mistake, or the exit curb, and gets the move done on Ilyas. Now up into 4th goes Mason Hibbert. Mason Hibbert is a driver who we've seen. He came 3rd in the Euro Series recently, and he won Champions of the Future. So he is coming off success for the start of the year. Confidence will be high. There, though, is Dimitar Uzunov. Control drive so far. Did lose out on that front row, but is making the time back up, or trying to, at least with those drivers behind, to get to your race leaders, Alfred Davidson and Chester Fawkes, who you can see are off in the distance. But Chester was your fastest driver on circuit. He's being clever. He's thinking, no, we're going to work together for now, because we've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left of this race. There isn't enough time, but that's a driver who thinks he's quicker, and he gets the move done. Mason Hibbert, fastest lap set, knows he's faster than the drivers in front, gets the move done down the inside of Dimitar Uzunov, and now he leads that pack. That was Margaris Kovetskis that also gets the move done then on Dimitar Uzunov, who has now dropped that pack. This is how quick the positions change when you were battling for the last podium position in a group of 5 or 6 drivers. That is LBJ Stubbs, who dropped back. He is now waiting for the opportunity to pounce on these drivers as they head through turn 1 and 2. LBJ Stubbs is going to have the opportunity here because they are all battling it out in front of him. Here are your race leaders. Control drive from them so far. They know what they're doing. They're familiar with each other. They did it at the start of the year. They were 1 and 2. It was Chester Fawkes to take the win, but Alfie Davidson challenged him for it all day. We're going to see a controlled drive from these two until they start battling it out. But Mason Hibbert then is now your fastest lap setter down in third. We saw him make the move down on that 62 car, hoping to close the gap. We've got 1 minute plus a lap to go. He's going to have to get his foot down with those drivers behind him. Here is that pack that we speak of through the final chicane now and towards turn 1 they will go. That is Hibbert Lees, Sami Kvetskis, Dimitar Uznov and LBJ Stubbs then back of the pack. Here we go, once again, into Christmas corner, go your race leaders. Once again, smooth, controlled drive from these two. Right on the back bumper of each other, but they are not even considering a move just yet as they head. A lot of exit curb takes Chester Fawkes, but no time in between them still. There is less than 2 tenths in between your first and second place so far this race. There they are, and they are about to complete yet another lap, but it looks like we are going to have enough time, yes, and we are on to just about the penultimate lap of the race. It's just crossed in time, so we are going to head through turn 1 for the penultimate time, and this is the battle now for that third place on the podium. Ilyas Sami is getting hot on Mason Hibbert's heels. Those are some drivers who unfortunately are out of the race, but there are your race leaders zooming. No, sorry, here's the battle for third position, zooming past. These have pulled a bit of a gap now on the drivers behind. Ilyas Sami is obviously pushing Hibbert. They are looking to work together to get to both of their teammates who are out in front. But it looks like it's going to be a long shot for these two because Chester and Alfie are doing the same thing. Here they are, round the final sector, into the final chicane once again, and we are about to be underway with the final lap of the race. This is where we're hopefully going to see the action from these two drivers. Here we go, Davidson leads Chester Fawkes into turn 1 and 2. Here is the battle for third position. Are we going to see a change for the race lead? Davidson goes defensive, but is your E-plate holder going to get the move done? Not just yet, but he's going to get a better run on Davidson out. Yes, he does. Takes a look out, down the outside, but no, down the inside. Ooh! He is trying to make decisions on where he's going, but he gets the move done. Brilliant move. Davidson runs wide onto the exit curb, and Chester Fawkes goes straight down the inside and now will lead the race. Is he going to hold on to the lead for the remainder of the race? We will see Alfie Davidson shaking his head. Disappointment, leads the whole race. Chester helping him and just misses out on that last second. But through the final chicane they go, and that will be your race leader and winner, Chester Fawkes, Alfie Davidson, Mason Hibbert, Ilyas Sami and Dimitar Uznov round up the top 5 for our first Water Swift heat of the day. Brilliant drive from those two at the front. We've seen it once before, but we also saw a similar drive then from their teammates Mason Hibbert and Ilyas Sami, kind of copying what they were doing, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough time to catch up on those drivers. Charlie Clough is a driver who managed to make his way through the grid, not a driver who we usually see in the top 8. We usually see him further up, battling with those drivers, but he has managed to secure inside the top 10 for his first heat of the day. Bodie Batch, another driver who is inside that top 10, and rounding out the top 10 will be Harry Chapman. LBJ Stubbs is a driver who dropped back in that pack on the start. He did a good job, made his way up into that top 4, dropped back and then managed to recover into that 6th place. He will be happy with that. A good start to the day for the XL Motorsport driver. All right, our Water Swifts head in then, following their first heat of the day, but we are now going to see our Rotax inters out on track very shortly. All right, we can see, unfortunately, a car who didn't have the best race and the driver being recovered. Those two drivers had to finish their races early during that Water Swift heat, but hopefully it looks like they will be out for the next. They still have one more opportunity ahead of the main event this evening. You can see a not very happy driver, but they are heading off the circuit, and then we are going to be underway with our Mini Max, our Rotax Mini Max. These drivers have been ones to watch in the past and last time here at Baltimore Kart Club for round one, so we are going to see what they are able to give us today. Let's take a look at the entry lists. I'm just trying to get them. But our starting grid then will be Flynn Grantham joined by Alfie Phillipson on the front row of the grid, Eddie Duncan and Akil Nane Giannone on the second row, Marley Fisher and Will Eden on the sixth. Row 4, Ethan Manzi and Noah Wilco, Thomas Daidler and Isaac Garth, Rudra Golkanath and Finley Thompson round out your top 12 for this race. William Moore and Charlie Heffer on the 7th row, Noah Hobson and Ethan Coupland next, joined by Matthew Lilly and James Carver. Eli Owen and Adam Batt, Freya Lally, Jude Story, Saigi Komatsu and Dewey Hockridge are your top 12 rows for the Inter-Mini Heat 1, but we've got Felix Sheldon Hayward, Edison Burrows, Jake Hansford, Byron Webb, Billy Gromit and Arthur Kaiser round out your top 30. Then at the back of the grid, we'll have Roshan Batcha, Dagger Thor Sigurdsson and George Whiteman, Harry Carthy round out your top 34. It is a grid of 34 for our Minimax drivers today, and it is going to be a busy one. Here we can see our Minimax ready to head out for their first heat of the day, and then that will nearly round out all of our heat ones, but we still have Honda Cadet and Miami Cadet to go, so it is not over just yet. Let's have a look though, because we have a lot of returning drivers on this field from last month over for round one. Eddie Duncan finished second, strong weekend for him, but Rudra Golkanath, another one, P4, up 7 places. Rudra made his way back up the grid in that black and gold kart for Evolve Motorsport, was at the British Kart Championships recently, round 1, a national championship, finished P23 overall, but looking to build on that this year. Flynn Grantham was disqualified earlier this year at the Winter Open Cup, so he will be here on a redemption charge because for round 1 he also got a DNF. So it's currently been an unlucky run for him so far this year. He will be looking to make up those positions. Ethan Coupland, P11, called through the grid for Coles Racing. Pit likes the dry weather, so it'll be wanting to favour this kind of weather this today. We will see what he is able to do. Freya Lally, who was a top novice by a lot of positions last time. It'll be interesting to see what she can do today. She's off novice plates, but she was the novice winner in last round's final by a mile. She did a really good job for Jack Dex Racing. We'll see what she's able to do now, round 2, off those novice plates of hers. Marley Fisher, another driver, Isaac Garth, who we have seen do well here at the beginning of this year. But on the outlap they go, here you go. This is the final few drivers on this field as they are backing it up already. The Thule Motorsport car front row seeing what they can do. All right then, and that is almost underway for our Minimax Heat 1 of the day here at Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships round 2, and we are underway into the tram lines. They will go. It is going to be a restart. Yes, that was a messy start for the drivers, so it will be a restart. They're all slowing down and have to go again. And they've got one more opportunity to do this now before someone comes out and gives them a bit of a warning that they need to do it better one more time. They've got one more chance to slow it down and be in formation while they cross that line, and then we'll be underway. But already slightly over time now due to the red flag in Junior X30 that we don't have an update on just yet, but we will give when we have one. So I'm not too sure what the time will be like for this race or how much we've got. It looks like we're going to have 6 minutes plus a lap to go, so we have shortened this heat ever so slightly to fit the time in for the rest of the day. We've had 31 races today, and it is going to be intense. It's going to be flat out for these drivers for the rest of the day, but they had their warning to slow down, to stay in formation. You can see yellow flags have been waved, and they've got another opportunity to do this. They head towards the final chicane. Your front row taking a close look at themselves, everyone giving the signal to slow down so they can get underway with the race this time. And are we going to get a good clean start for our minis? Into turn 1 they go, and it looks like we will. Is it going to be a good start for your pole sitter? Yes, it is, as he leads into turn 1, but who is up into second already? Your top 4 are very close, but that is still going to be Flynn Grantham that leads in that Thule Motorsport car through Christmas Corner on the start of this race. Beautiful start from the Rotax minis after a false start. We got a clean start. Everyone makes it through Christmas Corner. We've got one car that is facing the wrong way, but it looks like he is going to start and get back facing the right way. It looks like he will be able to continue for this race. It'll be a recovery drive for that driver who I'm not too sure, don't have a name on just yet. Here we go then. 5 minutes to go now as the lap is considerably shorter, but that was your race leader who we missed losing the lead, and he's now down into third. That is Alfie Phillips now that leads Eddie Duncan, Flynn Grantham, Marley Fisher and Achille Giannone in that 5th place. You can see dirt being kicked up as they head towards Christmas Corner, and that is a move down the inside. Achille tries but just slots in again behind Marley Fisher, that 81 car. They are all slowing in now. They've got 4 minutes to go, a shorter race, so they need to work together if they want to be battling for these front positions early on. That is Alfie Phillipson. Brilliant start for him. Off the front row, up into first. Eddie Duncan also. Flynn Grantham though, going to want to redeem that race lead. Did he have to go slightly defensive there? Yes, he did, because Marley Fisher is right there on his heels. Through the final chicane they go then, and into turn 1. We will see what these top 5 are able to do. Eddie Duncan so far, your man in 2nd place, is your fastest driver on the track right now. That is Flynn Grantham, who was your pole sitter under some serious pressure from Marley Fisher and the carts behind. Contact warning for Achille Giannone. They will want to be careful now for the remainder of this race. Currently running in 5th and just hot on the heels of Marley Fisher as they all use all the exit curb. No change for position just yet though. That is Marley Fisher. Marley Fisher has Achille Giannone, who just got a warning right behind, but hopefully those two will be working together for the remaining 3 minutes and 40 seconds plus a lap to go. Here though is your race leader Alfie Phillips and Eddie Duncan, and now Flynn Grantham right on the back of the heels. Contact warning for Rudra Goldnath, Rudra is currently running in 9th. Warning, fastest lap set though. So trying to make their way further up the grid. Defensive lines now from Achille Giannone as Marley Fisher is right on hot on their heels. Fastest lap setter though is your man in 3rd place, Flynn Grantham. Here though is the battle a bit further down the pack. Marley Fisher, Achille Giannone. We've seen this battle between these two before. for that 5th place. They're going to want to work together though, because they are going to let that 3rd place go away. Look at your top 3. This is what we were talking about. Phillipson, Duncan and Grantham. Oh, but we've got, no! They come together around the last corner, and that is your front 2. Ow! That is Flynn Grantham that tries to get himself going straight away, but he has more. Ooh, when he ends up running wide again, wheel banging the drivers on the outside, rejoining the track. But this now puts Flynn Grantham into the race lead. Your race, see, there was your, oh, we've had more drivers off now at the, just before turn 1. Not too sure who that was in the Coles car, but now this is Flynn Grantham that now leads, Achille Giannone, Marley Fisher, Will Eden and Isaac Goff up into 5th. Isaac Goff doing a good job so far. Thomas Laidler a bit further back, doing a good job. Everyone managing to make their way up. Some drivers who have not done well out of that though will be Noah Hobson, Matthew Lilly, Eddie Duncan, all drivers who have unfortunately missed out. There is another driver rejoining the circuit as your leader heads through turn 1. I'm going to get caught up in that. Is this going to give you a race leader though? A bit of a gap, it looks like it's possibly going to. That is Achille Giannone going defensive on that car of Marley Fisher. Defensive at this point is going to give Flynn Grantham the gap that they wanted. Flynn was waiting for those two, was on the back of your 2 race leaders before they ended up being out of the race, and is now currently running away with the lead because these carts behind are battling for these podium positions. 1 minute and 14 seconds plus a lap to go. 5 minutes that have not disappointed so far. Here is the battle for the podium position. We will see who can come out on front between these 2 carts. Through turn 1 they go again. Track limits warning for Eddie Duncan, who is in a bit further down the grid. Yeah, further down the grid, 29th, had a bit of an issue. Track limits warning now, needs to be careful. Move down the inside. Brilliant move down the inside from Noah Wilco on, is that, yeah, that's Isaac Goff for 5th place. Those two have both done a good job. Contact warning for Pat. You'll want to be careful in the remaining 30 seconds of this race to go. That is Isaac Goff now on the tail of Noah Wilco, but back to your race leader. Flynn Grantham, it was unexpected. He was at the front, 2 of the drivers on the last lap through the chicane. They will go, and it is him that leads once again. Achille Giannone waiting for that opportunity. Marley Fisher, Will Eden and Noah Wilco now in that top 5. It is looking like it's going to get close though for these top 4. Through Christmas corner they go. No change for positions just yet. More further down the pack, but that is Noah Wilco, who got a bit of a disadvantage outside of Christmas corner. That is Isaac Goff hot on his heels, looking to make the positions back that he lost on that last lap. Clock strikes 0. Flynn Grantham is your fastest driver on circuit right now. This is the battle a bit further down the pack. We will see what they're able to do for the last lap of this race. Around the final sector, here's your race leader. Flynn Grantham, Achille Giannone, Fisher and Will Eden all into turn 1. This is the final lap of the race now. Through turn 1 they go. No change for positions just yet. Contact warning for Isaac Goff, who is running down in 6th. And we're going to see some defensive lines. No, not just yet. Flynn Grantham says no confidence that he's got enough of a gap, and he gets the optimum line out of Christmas corner. That is going to give him a good run now down Inkermans and the bumpy part of the circuit. Take all the drivers, take all the exit curb. This is a physical part of the circuit for the final lap for these youngsters out today. But Achille Giannone has done a good job. Dropped back ever so slightly on the start, managed to make their way back into that 2nd place, and now it's hot on the heels of Flynn Grantham while they go through the final chicane for the final time. That is your race leader. Flynn Grantham wins Heat 1 of the day for Minimax. Just ahead of Achille Giannone, Marley Fisher, Will Eden and Noah Wilco. That was that took an unexpected turn there for Alfie Phillipson, and that driver, that was, what car was that was out there in front? Really unfortunate start for them to their day after they were all at the front together. Flynn was patiently waiting there at the back of that pack, which is what you tend to see. Flynn had a bit of a gap on Flynn. They came together at the final chicane, and Flynn ran away with the lead from then on in. But here you see your drivers heading through for the final time. That was a driver who unfortunately had a bit of an unlucky race and had to make their way back up for the remainder. So that will be the last of your Minimax drivers for Heat 1 today. And here they are. You can enjoy watching them head through. But that is not the last of our Heat 1s just yet. We still have Honda Cadet and Miami to get Cadet to go, so don't go anywhere just yet. All right, you saw it then. We are up next is our Honda Cadet class that are going to be out on circuit. Drivers who, again, familiar class. Lots of privateers in this class, so it is good to see. But on pole position is Sawyer Henderson, joined by Archie Cannon on the front row. Row 2 will be Oliver Ratton and Finley Thursfield. Luca Bilioshi and Shanelan Shiritan are your top 6. Row 4, Kyle Kerr and Jensen Kula. Row 5, Luke Hamill and Archie Edgar. Row 6, Cian Doherty and Freddie Dury. And that row 7 will be Sebastian McCarthy and Oliver Vickers. Inside that top 16 then will be Jesse Bailey and Chris Doshi, Phoebe Shelton and Finn Holmes. Row 10, Kabir Singh and Alfie Love, Freddie Williams and Tommy Borgoin, Callum Ryan and Arlie Slam. Jack McLaughlin and Jacob West, Albie Cross and Jimmy Dawson, Felix Bessel and Archie Wharton. Harry Parker Ray and Fraser Messer will round out the Honda 200 Heat 1 grid for today then. Here's a big grid for our Honda 200s today, and we'll see what they are able to do for their first heat. I'm just trying to get hold of my notes. We have lots of returning familiar drivers that competed recently at round 1. And lots of eager faces as they head around the final chicane. Tyre warming at its best for these Honda 200s. And this is a class that we do tend to see more privateers, which is always nice. It's a way of, one, a way to get into motorsport, a way to learn the grassroots, and it's a way to learn without necessarily loads of teaming. So it can be good for these drivers. But let's have a look at some returning drivers. Jesse Bailey, who was starting a bit further down than we would have expected, was P4 here last round, but with a penalty dropped them back a bit. So that, to be expected, will be Jesse Bailey to come through the field. Jesse came away with the fastest lap in the final. Oliver Vickers won round 1, the privateer, and was recently at the British Touring Cars, so no life away from a racetrack for these youngsters either. Felix Bessel, another driver who did well here last year. And let's have a look at who is. Phoebe Shelton, another driver, 11 years old, pink and blue machine, looking to build on their work today here at Wilton Mill. It's going to be a red flag. Red flag is out to tell them that it is a standing start. Make it nice and clear while we wait for our Honda 200s to get underway with their Heat 1 of the day. Lots of eager drivers, lots of privateers, lots of these drivers compete in multiple club championships, multiple championships, national championships. You can see 6 minutes on the clock. Green flag is being walked over, and we are almost underway with Heat 1 of the day. Green flag is out. 5-second board now out. This is where the tension builds for the youngsters. We will see what is going to happen off our front row of the grid. You can see them all bouncing up and down, trying to get the best start that they can. Is it going to be your pole sitter that leads Archie Cannon? Yep, it is. Through turn 1 and 2 and up towards Christmas Corner. It's going to be a smooth start then for your front 2 rows on the grid. Defensive goes Archie in the first row. Side by side, wheel banging down the pack, further down the pack. Oh, we've got some grass roots, just missed dipping the wheel in that grass. So managed to keep it on circuit, that kart. We've got a kart just outside Christmas Corner who has gone the wrong way, but rejoined at the back of the track. So it's going to be a recovery drive for them. Car number 27, Sawyer Henderson, dropping down the field after dropping a wheel in the grass, but still rejoining onto the back of that pack. But we will see when they come once again what the result is of the final lap. Wheel banging side by side out of the final chicane goes two of the drivers there at the back of that front pack. Let's have a look. Your result then for the start of this race will be Archie Cannon leads Oliver Ratton, Luca Bisciotti and Sawyer Henderson through into Christmas Corner. They will go, and that is Luca Bioschi now into second position. Archie Cannon still leads, but is that going to be for long? These top 3 are getting close side by side. Loads of exit curbs, takes Oliver Ratton and drops down into that third position, and it is now Luca Bioschi that leads the race. 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Everyone is getting very close. What are they able to do? But that pink lid in the background is looking like the fastest driver on circuit. Setting purples right now. What we're going to see out the final chicane once again. Further down the pack, no change in the order down there, but Luca Bioschi now leads Archie Cannon and Sawyer Henderson, your fastest driver on the circuit. Luca Bioschi has just pulled himself a 3/10 gap, which has been more than what we have seen so far in the initial stages of this race, as everyone goes single file into Christmas Corner. That is a driver whose day is over in Heat 1, is it? I think, or they're possibly getting pushed back onto circuit. That was car number 25. Anyway, unfortunately, won't be in contention anymore. It'll be a recovery drive if they manage to get pushed back out onto circuit. But around the final sector they will go, and it is 1 by 1 so far for these Honda Cadet drivers. Lots of familiar faces, lots of eager faces. Around the final chicane, they head towards, and they will go. And there is no change to the race lead just yet. We have not yet seen that in a heat today, I don't think. It has been a smooth heat. Luca Bioschi still leads Archie Cannon and Sawyer Henderson, and that is now Shailen Shrikatan that is in 4th place. That driver has done a good job to make it into that 4th position and is now on the back of that front leading pack. A bit further down the pack though, you have Jack McGinn, unfortunate start for them, down into 27th after losing some positions, but Sebastian McCarthy up, clawing through the pack, starting at the back, 24th, now runs in 24th. Some more familiar faces, Alfie Love and Callum Ryan, a bit further down the pack than where we would usually see them, but they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to see what they can do for the remainder of this race. Here though is your mid-pack. You can see your race leaders just gone past your camera there, and they will be heading towards turn 1 now. This pack of Kula and Thursfield is wanting to latch onto the back of that front pack. They're ever so close. They're going to be battling though, which is going to lose them some time. Yeah, that car number 72 is going to make the move down the inside. Yeah, gets the move done down the inside of Kula, and now promotes himself up into that 5th position. You can see the race leaders are just in touching distance, but not quite close enough just yet. This does bring Oliver Ratton and Luke Hamill into contention now for these positions just inside the top 10. These all squaggling at the back, yep, and we've just got another move down the inside from Oliver Ratton. Promotes himself back up into 6th, I believe, and is now right looking at the back bumper of that 5th position car. Here are your race leaders though through the final chicane. No change in race lead just yet. Luca Bioschi still leads, but he is under some serious pressure now because your man behind him is the fastest driver on the circuit, Archie Cannon. And they are getting very close, heading towards Christmas Corner, and he is going to take a look down the inside. Yeah, does. Gets the move done. Archie Cannon now leads Luca Bioschi and Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer Henderson like what we saw in the last race, is in that third place, kind of waiting patiently right now. All over the exit curb, they all take and bumper to bumper head through the middle sector. This Henderson is in the position that we saw the last driver in third. You're kind of waiting for that opportunity to pants, but you don't want to make a move too quickly, because that driver in fourth is in your distance when you look behind. But through the final chicane they will go. 42 seconds on the clock, and it has been a controlled race from these three so far, even though they have been switching in positions. Here they are. That is Arshigan, now your fastest driver on track, being put under some serious pressure, but taking the pressure in his stride, and there is no need for a defensive line, because they are all pushing each other now, because they can see that 23 kart hunting them down, and in touching distance right now, just under a second behind your leading kart there. Oliver Wright, Jensen Cooler, Hamilton, Huddersfield and Dury Edgar then round out your top 10 so far in this race. The clock has just hit 0, so we are going to be on to the final lap of the race this next lap. Is this where we're going to see the final changes for the race lead? That is Biyoshi, who had the race lead, just lost it, pushing that back bumper of the race leader right now. We're going to see, because we are on to the final lap of the race. Through turn 1 they go. Takes a look behind them to see that that 23 car is still there, waiting for something to happen in fourth. Your race leader has to go defensive. Oh, but right last minute switches. Is this going to give the other two an advantage? Luca Biyoshi is now right on the back bumper. Henderson no far behind, but that is Biyoshi now into the race lead, makes the move, and Henderson now waiting for the opportunity round the outside. Just missed out, because Henderson was round the outside. Just missed out. That is Arshigan now, but are they going to be side by side now heading into the final sector? Yes, they are, and it's going to get the move done. That is Arshigan that has gone from first to third, and look at that, where that P4 car is now, but they're going to come over the line. There's no time left. It's Luca Biyoshi, Sawyer Henderson, Arshigan and Shaylan Shrikatan. What a brilliant drive from those four. Controlled race, smooth race at the start, and battled out right at the end. Inside the top 10 then, that we also saw battles forwards. Oliver Wrighton, Finley Thursfield, Luke Hamilton, Jensen Cooler and Archie Edgar. Freddie Dury just rounding out, making it into that top 10 right at the last second. Here is your final few drivers crossing the checkered flag now. And that is everyone through the checkered flag, and the Honda 200 Heat 1 of the day complete. We've got one heat left to go now before we have completed our Heat 1s, and then we are going to be into the second Heat 4, starting again with our junior Rotax, of course. But of course, we've got to watch them head through before we move along. It's a good sign for Shrikatan. Alright, while we watch the final few of our Honda 200s head through scrutineering, let's move on to our final Heat 1 of the morning. There you saw it. Next up we have got our Micromax and our Water Swift restrictor grids. Together, these drivers are of the same age, but obviously some are Rotax, some are X30, but let's look at, this will be our Micromax grid. Your pole sitter for Micromax is Sawyer Henderson, Archie Gannon joining him on the front row, Oliver Ratton, Finley Thursfield, Luca Biyoshi. This will be the wrong grid. So I'll take a look over here. Your pole sitter is Hugo Senna, joined by Wraith Owen, and Harry Riley and Caio Vieira are then your top 4. Caden Hanley and Benjamin Schlivar are the top 6. Rodrapachat Shing Shekawat is P7, and rounding out the top 10 then will be Teddy Shepard and Felix Tandy. Ralph Ewer, Will Rainwright, Jack Gold, Johnny Butterfield, Joni Allen, Oakley Howard, Lanny Eden will be rounding out the top 16. Jack Reed, Charlie Cale, Nikodem Patek, William Ewer, Alexander Patek, Oliver Woodall, Ollie West for your Water Swift restricted class. Sorry, we've lost our grid, so we have to slightly figure out where each driver will be. But yes, we are going to start with our Micromax at the front of this grid, and then joined by them will be Water Swift restricted. Now, there is a driver who we have seen go through both the grids. Ollie West recently likes to go through his field and then challenge the Micromax drivers also. He finished P2 overall over at PFI when I was there. Going through, finding it fun to go through the field of Micromax drivers also. So he'll be a driver to look out for, likes to make it nice and confusing for where he is positions-wise. Here is your driver, just the final driver, lining up at the back of this field. Green flag is out, and we are just gonna wait to get underway. Let's have a look. For our Water Swift restricted though, Darcy Dumford won with a penalty, let's check if that is correct. But yes, Ollie West, known for going through both classes, he is a driver to look out for, starting on near the front of the Water Swift restricted grid. Here we go, all drivers towards Christmas corner. As they head towards this lap, they will go onto their formation lap. Caden Hukora, another driver who we see in multiple club championships, Fusion Motorsport, the novice, Harley Bebb, George Askew, Cole Parrish. Cole Parrish, it was just his birthday and he is now 9 years old. That is for the Water Swift restricted grid. We will see if being a year wiser gives him an advantage this weekend. That is car number 174 for the restricted grid. Here they are coming along now. Here we go then, and is this going to be a start to the race for your Micromax? And it is, and that is your pole sitter who leads straight away, straight off the bat, but he is under some pressure from Wraith Owen. Goes defensive now, off the bat. Wraith Owen goes straight around the outside. What a move. Straight off the bat, straight around the outside, gets the move done. Now this is your restricted, and it is going to be a restart for them, I believe. Oh, there is a kart out on circuit. The orange one is helping get rid of that. So it will be a false start for all drivers now, and they will have to restart. This is a split grid, so at first we have Micromax, and then we have restricted. False start, so they will go again, but here is our Micromax drivers. Through the tram lines, once again, yellow flag is waved, and is that going to be a start for them? And I think it is, but that will be another good start for your pole sitter, but he just misses out to Wraith Owen as they get underway with the race. Here we go, Water Swift restricted, also through the tram lines, underway with their first heat of the day, and that will be your pole sitter that leads through turn 1 and 2. Under some pressure though, that is Hugo Senna, Wraith Owen and Caio Vieira, I believe, out there in that third place. Yes, it is. Round through Christmas corner they go. These are the Water Swift restricteds who we see on the back of our Micromax, often heading through now, and off they will go. Right, we are going to look at our Water Swift restrict. Okay, so we are looking at our Water Swift restricteds right now out on circuit. Your leader is, I believe that is the 1-7 car of Cole Parrish. Cole Parrish, who did well here last month here already. Leading the race for the Water Swift restricteds. This is a split grid, so we will pan back to then our leaders for Micromax. Also, young drivers, this is really the grassroots for these drivers. Through the final chicane they will go, and along the main straight, once again, we've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Through turn 1, your leader is under some pressure now. Are we going to see him chain for the race lead this early on? No, not just yet. Your leader is getting pushed through. We can also see that Danny Curl Academy car going defensive through Christmas Corner, but no change for the race lead. Here we have the other pack of Water Swift restricteds heading through and around. No change in them just yet, well as they head through. Oh, sideways moment down there for, is that Hugo Senna? Sideways, but he manages to get the move. He manages to stay there in second place. This is now our Micromax. Sorry for the confusion on this end. This is now our Micromax drivers. It is Rafe Owen that leads. Hugo Senna, Benjamin Schlavar, a driver who we see do very well. Oh, wheel banging as through the final sector. And oh, they both end up now on the grass and dropping down in the field. That is a disaster for your drivers who were in second and third position. There we also see Felix Tandy, a face who we have seen various club championships. Family success in motorsport. His dad is a Porsche factory driver, so it's in his blood, so to say. There he is then, hanging onto the back of the pack. Your leader now will be Rafe Owen, leading Benjamin Schlavar and Shekawat, Felix Tandy and Will Wainwright then in the top 5. Here's the Thule Motorsport car going to go down the inside of Felix Tandy. Yes, he is. That's the 4th position with 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Felix Tandy is now on the tail, going to be eager to try and regain that position back. We've seen Felix have to go through the field, had some unlucky runs at the start of this year, but running up there in the top 5 is a good sign so far for only Heat 1 of this day, of course. But that is Will Wainwright, who is in front, another driver, very familiar with each other. Around the final chicane, then our Micromaxes will go and on to the main straight. Here is a bit further down your Micromax grid. That was Jonah Allen and Oakley Howard. Charlie Cale also part of that pack, but that is your 3rd place runner. Second and third here now, the top 3 are all pretty spread out, so it's going to be a battle for who can get onto that podium position for your Micromax drivers. Is Shekawat's going to be hunted down, but he has got just under a second to play with here. Here is your race leader so far, Rafe Owen. Rafe Owen did a good job to stick out of that messiness that happened between second and third a couple of laps ago. Out there in the race lead, no problem so far. It is a matter of controlling the race because he has 2.2 seconds so far on your man in second place, Benjamin Schlavar. Oh, we've got some contact. We've got some drivers off the circuit, but they are rejoining now. Again, recovery drive, but not the end of their race, not the end of their day just yet. Here's the rest of drivers heading through. We've got 30 seconds on the clock, plus a lap to go. We will see what they're able to do for the remainder of this race. That is car number 21, Will Wainwright, putting pressure now on your driver in 3rd place. Are we going to see a change for 3rd in these next few laps? All over the exit curve, they both take. Shekawat takes a look behind, thinking he's getting pretty close, but is he going to be able to hold him off? The clock is at 8 seconds plus a lap to go. We'll see if our leader is going to come across in time, and it looks like he is. Oh, we'll see as he crosses the line if this is going to be the final lap or if we have another to go. This will be the final lap for your race, for your Micromax and Waterproof Restricted drivers. That is Rafe Owen that still leads Benjamin Schlavar, Shekawat and Will Wainwright. Are we going to see a change for third position? Because Shekawat has to go defensive. Not just yet though. Will Wainwright is right on the tail, pretty much touching that back bumper, but not made the move just yet. Felix Tandy and Cairo Vieira then running behind. No chance for the podium for them, it looks like, so far. This race into the final few sectors. This is Benjamin Schlavar, controlled race in his own race, and that is Will. That is driver a bit further down the pack. I'm not too sure who that is, but here is Rafe Owen winning the first heat of the day for Rotax Micro, and he is happy about it. You see the celebration. Great job, controlled race. Even when it was going off between those top three, he managed to stay there. That is Owen, Schlavar, Shekawat, Wainwright, Tandy and Cairo Vieira. And we will then see our Waterproof Restricted head through the final chicane and on to the final bit of the race. We'll see a cameraman as well in the meantime, but checkered flag is waved, and that will be the end of the race for your Micromax and Waterproof Restricted Heat 1. All right, apologies for some timing issues and confusion on our end. That was the Micromax and Waterproof Restricted Heats 1s finished of the day. We will see more of Waterproof Restricted during the course of the next heat, but that is all of our Heat 1s completed, the morning completed, and we are on to Heat 2s. And up next will be our Junior Rotax. We have, of course, a big field of Junior Rotax, 85 of them out there, so they are split into 3 different groups, but each driver will compete in 2 heats and a final today, all ahead of the main event, of course, which you can watch with us if you're a member of SlipStream. But let's head on to the next one. All right, you are here at Wilton Mill Kart Club, round 2 on a Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live Productions with myself, Kjol Lynch, in the commentary box, and we are about to see Junior Max Heat 3 up. This is one of the many groups for our driver, well, 2 of the groups for our drivers today, going head to head, and on the front row will be Max Wheatley and Teddy Cooper, joined by Ryan Rapini and Daniel Adamitis. Logan Hartshorn and Theo Bradshaw will be your top 6 for this race. Row 4 will be Peter Lee, Nathan Rond, Oliver Peters and Joseph Baxter. Harley King and Miles Burton is your row 6. Row 7, Oliver Barton and Finn Davenport, Zane Perry and Jacob Smith, Ashton Tabb and Liam Crosby are your top 18. Lewis Gilbert and Jack Bowie, Ralph Phreaticus and Tyler Mason Gray, Jack Dimbleby and Harry Sturch are your top 24. Hakeem Batt and Molly Meisen are next. Tabitha Miller and Luca Luen after that, and Henry Robertson, Harvey Watts will be lining up towards the back of the grid alongside Rebecca Reenstall, Austin Moth, Finley M. Glass and Ellis Dealey. Here we go, the start of our second heats for the day. Our Junior Max were out there for Heat 1, hot on the start of the day, and of course don't disappoint, they never do, but we will see what we are going to get from them. This time we're going to see some new faces. So let's get underway. We've got tyre warming, green flags out. It's a lovely day here at Wilton Mill, and be sure to become a member of the SlipStream broadcast if you would like to watch with us this evening, the finals. Otherwise, you have to wait let's have a look. Here we go. This is your front row for today's Heat 2 here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. You can see the LCR car and the Kinnick's car are going to be going head-to-head. That is Teddy Cooper and Max Wheatley. Slowing it down. These juniors know how it works. They're going to try and get a perfect start right off the bat as they head towards the final few corners now, and we will be underway very shortly. Here we go, it's going to be a slow start, but a controlled one then from our junior Rotax, and we are underway with their second heat of the day. But who's going to come out on top? And it looks like Max Wheatley has got the lead right early on, and he's going to lead up towards Christmas Corner with pressure from Ryan Rapini. Controlled start so far from him. Yes, it is. Plenty of changes down the pack as we take some grassroots, but everyone seems to make it through okay. That is your leading 4 pack then. That is Max Wheatley, Ryan Rapini, and the 56 car there in the back. Oh, we've got side by side there at the race lead. We will see when they come back around who that is. That will be your front row, of course, going head to head already. 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go, plus a lap. 1 lap now complete for our junior Rotax. Let's have a look when they come over the line what we have got. This is Rapini, Lees, Wheatley, Cooper, Hartshaw, Adamitis, Lee, Oliver Peters, Theo Bradshaw, Harley King, and Oliver Barton will be your top 10. But these 3 at the front then, chopping and changing already early on in this race. Ryan Rapini though has put a bit of a gap from that change in P2. That is Teddy Cooper now that's back up into second, just ahead of Max Wheatley. But there is no time between these 3 still, as they now bring Logan Hartshaw into contention. Logan Hartshaw, the driver who we have seen well do here in round 1 and the Winter Open Cup earlier on in the year. Right, through the final chicane they go once again, 1 by 1, but no time between any of them. They all take a look behind them as they head through turn 1. The fastest driver on track is Logan Hartshaw down there in 4th. There is no time between any of them. Let's have a look though a bit further down the pack. Zane Perry didn't have a great start. Moved down the inside though from that 65 car a bit further down the pack. Let's get who that was. That was Oliver Barton on Harley King just inside that top 10, and we are side by side. Someone takes a lot of exit curve on the exit and he's going to miss out. That is an Evolution car that drops ever so slightly now on the exit of that lap. Let's see if we can see who that is. It's all too close. Here we go. Here is another battle further down the pack. 65 car again, Oliver Barton trying to get the move done, but he just misses out and slots in behind those 2 carts in front of him. But he is hot on the heels. Through turn 1 they will go. And let's see who comes out first. Towards Christmas Corner, and that angle shows you the speed that the Junior Max are going right now. Car number 43 takes a look down the inside but doesn't quite get the move done. Slots down behind that driver's behind. But Teddy Cooper now is your fastest driver on circuit. Your man in second place. Can't see him yet because they are off in the distance, but here's the battle further down the pack. Brilliant move down the inside of that pink and blue cart, gaining another position. That is Lewis Gilbert up 3 already on that last lap, running in 11. Going to be knocking on the door of the top 10 now because these 2 in front look like they are battling. That's Nathan Long and Harley King, who we will now be hunting down next. Through turn 1 2 they will go. And this is the battles a bit further down the pack, but again, this is Junior Rotax, so they will all be having them. Here is your race lead, who was your race leader, not your race leader anymore, it is Teddy Cooper leading Ryan Rapini. There was a change for race lead that we missed, but there was a change for the race lead. Teddy Cooper now leads, was your fastest driver on circuit, but they are close together. Teammates going to be working together. Logan Hartshorn and Max Wheatley are close behind, so they'll be wanting to make sure to do what they can in these next couple of laps to pull a gap between them. Towards Christmas corner, they will go, and is the teammate going to push his? Yes, he pushes his teammate through the 82 car, pushes him through Christmas corner, and they will work together for a lap once again. But Logan Hartshorn and Max Wheatley are behind. They are pushing to get on the back of these drivers. They've got 2 minutes and 44 seconds plus a lap to do so. It is looking like it is going to be doable right now. You can see that pink car right in the background getting closer, but we will see what the gap is when we go out the final chicane and along the main straight. Let's see what the gap is now, and it is getting significantly closer. The gap between these leaders is 1/10, and the gap then between fourth place is 8, but look at how much it is closing. No change in the top 4 just yet. That's not what we're going to expect to see, because they are all getting ever so close now. Theo Bradshaw, though, made his way up into 5th, and Oliver Peters will be looking to get a taste of this action if they can do so in the next 2 minutes. But these 4 drivers out at the front have worked together. Standard job, and they are pushing. These 2 teammates are going to be pushing. Out around the final sector they go, and heading towards the final chicane. Through they go, and it's Cooper, Rapini, Hartshorn and Wheatley once again, but even less time between them this time. Through turn 1 and 2, no changes just yet. A bit further down the pack then, just outside your top 10 is Lewis Gilbert, Jacob Smith, Oliver Barton and Finn Davenport. And Jack Bowie unfortunately dropped back ever so slightly. Molly Meisden, another driver who we have seen do well here in the Club Championships, is battling down in 21st, looking to make her way further up the grid. Oh, we have a spin, a driver whose race is unfortunately changed now. That will be Jacob Smith, who is going to drop to the back of the grid, and it's going to be a recovery for the remaining 1 minute plus a lap for him. Once again, here are your race leaders on to the main straight and into turn 1. But look at this, because Theo Bradshaw just set the fastest lap, and he is now in touching distance of these front 4. But they go one by one, single file, pushing each other closer than ever to try and not let Bradshaw get into the mix of this race. But we're going to have a move. He has a look. Doesn't quite get the move done, but Max Wheatley has a look down the inside of Logan Hartshorn. Doesn't quite get the move done though, but this does bring Theo Bradshaw into contention even more so than before, as now he has got him right on his back bumper. The 2 teammates though managed to pull away ever so slightly as they head round the final sector for one more time, and along the main straight they go. This is going to be the battle for the podium position now then, because your teammates are off in the distance. They've got a gap already because these 3 have been battling. Who is going to come out in front then for the podium position? It will be Logan Hartshorn that goes defensive, so he's not going to get the optimum line out of the corner, but he is still going to lead. That will be Bradshaw to push him, and Max Wheatley now right behind. They're your leaders, and that they are now 3 ways, all side by side, but it's Max Wheatley that comes out on front. Max Wheatley waited for his opportunity, he was the fastest driver and manages to do it. Is there going to be a change for the race lead then? This is the final lap of the race. Is there going to be a change for the race lead, or has Teddy Cooper brought it home with his teammate right behind for heat 2 for them? Yes, he has. That will be Teddy Cooper, Ryan Rapini, Max Wheatley, Theo Bradshaw with the fastest lap of the race, and Logan Hartshorn. That round out the top 5 for your Junior Rotax Heat 2 of the day. That was a controlled race from your front 5. Textbook, some may say, exactly what they needed to do to get there together. Some more drivers further down the field. Nathan Ron finished just inside that top 10. Miles Burton, Holly King, Peter Lee managed to make his way up into that 7th position for them. But this is not the last we're going to see of the Junior Maxes, because we have another heat coming up next. Here we go, you can see the Junior Max drivers getting congratulated, hands shaking, good job. And here is the scary bit for them all as they're going to head through now towards scrutineering, another heat done for them today. We are going to see up next the next half of our Junior Max grids of the 85 of them we have seen today. But for now, we can watch the drivers anxiously head through scrutiny. Alright then, the final few drivers of our Junior Rotax are going to head through, but let's waste no time and get straight on to our next heat of the day for our Junior Rotax. Alright, you can see sun is still shining on the circuit here at Wilton Mill Kart Club for round 2 of the club championships. You are joining myself, Kjol Lynch, in the commentary box on another Slipstream Live broadcast by, of course, Alpha Live Productions. If you want to watch the finals with us, which are now getting closer this evening, then make sure to become a member so you don't have to wait a week. Let's have a look at our Junior Max grid then for the 4th heat, but driver's 2nd heat of the day. Tom Reed and Blake Southern are once again on the front row. Alex Shepherd and Joseph Bakery are on the 2nd row. Harrison Bishop and Ruben Jenkins are on the 3rd. Jensen Walker and Warwick Milam are on the 4th row. Cooper Campbell-Lees and Noah Moulton are on the 5th. Row 6 will be Miles Cleworth and Ronnie Jones. Row 7 consists of Nelson Taylor and Finley Strang. Row 8, Arthur Murphy and William Kidglass. Noah Clare and Thanawat Verajabuti round out top your row 9. Row 10, Lachi Jordanov, Romayuma Kamatsu, Tobias Johns, Joshua Robinson, Alexander Lebuski, and Harry Harvey is in that 24th position. But on row 13, you've got Alexander Sevenov, Archie Thomond Evans, Jensen Evans, Omar Cammie, Hugh Phillips and Jack Corser. That is a driver who is out of the car. Is he going to get that started? But running at the back of the grid is Eloise Sutton, Aidan Donnelly, Kristen Kianov and Hugh Hobson. That driver will not start this race, unfortunately. I don't think they have had their car pulled to the side and they are out. But yellow flags are out. It's going to be another front row start for Blake Southern and Tom Reed. They've gone head to head before. They are familiar with each other from national championships, and we will see what these two are going to do. Is the Thule Motorsport car or the DHR car going to come out in front? We will know very soon because we are underway with our Junior Rotax Heat 2 of the day, and it's going to be the Thule Motorsport car that leads into turn 1 and 2 with the DHR car right behind him, then heading through towards Christmas corner, and he's going to go defensive because he thinks he needs to do that. There's 2 DHR carts now right behind. Side by side goes the back of the grid through Christmas corner, but everyone seems to make it through. Early on, wheel banging already for the race lead, but that will be Blake Southern to keep his position in that 2nd place, followed by teammate Alex Shepherd right behind pushing him. This will be a good position for him to be in. You can see the car in the distance there. That won't be, sorry, not teammates, I don't believe. That was incorrect information, but we've got Tom Reed leads once again off the start through the final chicane and once again leads. We'll see what his gap is when he comes across the line. He was the fastest driver, but over 2 tenths down the road from Blake Southern and Alex Shepherd. Joseph Bakery, Harrison Bishop then is in that 5th place. all controlled start for the junior Rotax so far. There's a move down the inside from McCall's car. That was the 1-2-5 car of Harry Harvey at the back of the grid. Clawed his way up through the grid. So far, so good. But here is your race leader getting hunted down. Some pressure on by Blake Southern. Oh, we've got some drivers having a bit of a difficult time further down the pack now on the grass. Are they going to be able to restart? It's going to be a recovery drive if it is. Here is your top 5 getting close together. All the exit curbs. The leader takes a look behind him through turn 1 and he goes. Oh, I can see a lot of drivers there behind me. That will be Blake Southern, Alex Shepherd pushing each other. The 3 teammates now pushing each other through Christmas corner, trying to intimidate, so to say, this 242 car of Tom Reed. He is by himself out there on a field of multiple DHR cars. We'll see what he's able to do with that, but Harrison Bishop then is waiting patiently in the distance. Here he is though, Tom Reed is not letting that affect him as he heads round the final chicane, leading once again. He is going to see that he's got 3 minutes, 4 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Still time for Blake Southern to make the time up. He's set the fastest lap, fastest driver on track right now, but Tom Reed is not fazed by that. He's not going to go defensive, but we've got to move further down the pack. That was Harrison Bishop for 4th place, and this is the pack just inside the top 10, battling it out for those 6th and 7th positions. That consists of Jensen Walker, Campbell Lees and Noah Moulton. Oh, drops a wheel on nearly on the grass, but not quite. Goes the 53 car of Campbell Lees, but it is going to look all okay as he leads Moulton and Arthur Murphy. WMKC then rounding out the top 10 so far for your junior Rotax grid. Through the final chicane, once again, everyone being brought into contention. Arthur Murphy now into contention because of these drivers batting it out so early on. Tom Reed leads though once again. Pressure is being put on now by Blake Southern. Is he going to work with his teammates, or is he going to think this works better? Wheel banging, and both drivers miss out now due to the wheel banging. They rejoin the circuit, but not where they left off. There's some more wheels in the grass, but it's all going to calm down as we head round the middle sector. Some drivers missed out that lap, dropped out, dropped back. We will see when they come over the line where they drop to, but that is an unfortunate start for them for Heat 2. Here we go. This is further down the pack. This is 50. This is, again, battle just inside for the top 10. You can see quite a gap now because these 4 have been battling, but the fastest driver on the circuit is Harrison Bishop. You can see off there in the distance with the race leader. Tom Reed still has got no time in him to spare for that gap to Blake Southern. He leads by now 2 tenths. That was a move down the inside from Joseph Berkery, I believe, for 4th place. Brilliant move down the inside. And we are now looking at the battle. That's the 225 pot. This is further down the pack. Jensen Walker, who has gone down into 5th place. Billy Strango up into 9th. Noah Moulton up into, well, it was 6th, but it is 7th now as they head over the line. Once again, yellow flag out at turn 1, so there will be no change for position there, but up towards Christmas corner they will go. This is the mid-pack battle for 6th place. This is Murphy and Moulton. Are we going to see Moulton make a move? 1 minute and 50 seconds plus a lap to go. All the exit curb, as always, from these 2 drivers. You can see the X car leading them round the middle sector once again. What can these 2 do for the remainder of their race? These 2 have a gap on both ends, so it's going to look like it's going to be a battle between these 2 for that 6th place. Through the final chicane, all the exit curb and into turn 1 they go once again. No change for this battle just yet. Tom Reed still leads, his gap not extending but not closing at all that lap. Blake Southern still your fastest driver on circuit. Ooh, very defensive lines further down the pack. That is the 225 car that we saw before, trying to make a move down the inside, but gets closed the door on. And they are going to still battle it out all over the exit curb. but he misses out. That 227 car misses out because that's Finley Strang, because he takes all the curb. Oh, we've got car number 47, Vedrabusi, on the grass, and that will be an unfortunate round of events for those 4 drivers. We'll see when they come over the line, when they came out, who came out on top out of that pack. But once again, Tom Reed leads. Southern Shepherd now your fastest driver on circuit, and Joseph Berkery, Arthur Murphy, Noah Moulton, Campbell Lees and Jensen Walker inside that top 9 for your race. This is a bit further down the pack though, heading up into Christmas Corner. They're saying, yep, let's work together. Oh, sorry, this is not further down the pack. This is your race. This is your race leader? No, this is not your race leader. But we are gonna have him. Are we gonna have him move? All right, we're on to the final lap of this race then, as the further down this pack head through the final chicane and onto their final lap of the race. Tom Lee just set the fastest lap, pulling a gap. Apologies for my confusion. Blake Southern now still in second and Alex Shepherd, but here are the 2 teammates. Oh, are they going to make a move now? See, it's between the teammates because Tom Reed has pulled enough of a gap for himself in that Thule Motorsport kart. He has a look, but he says, nope, this is your race leader. Controlled race. Once again, brilliant job. He's going to head through the final chicane and now leads the race. Brilliant job from Tom Reed once again, and the 2 teammates who just missed out on that first place, Blake Southern and Alex Shepherd. Harrison Bishop then controlled race in 4th, Joseph Berkery in 5th, Arthur Murphy, Noah Moulton, Campbell Lees and Jensen Walker, William Glass in the top 10 then. That is our Junior Max second heats all complete then of today, and what a grid of Junior Max we have. Once again, it is going to be an action-packed final. Make sure you're running out of time to join us on Slipstream so you can watch the finals right here from today for round 2. That is everyone now who has taken the checkered flag and is going to be heading in. Yellow flags out to signal that heat is over and everyone is heading in. You can see how many family members and drivers are here watching this Junior Rotax heat. We can see some unhappy faces there, so we will have to see the official result of this heat. But let's head straight on then to our next race. Alright, here is the final few of our Junior Rotax heading through, but it is Senior Max up next for the 12th race of the day, and they don't disappoint. They didn't disappoint last time, but it is going to be the full grid because we have enough drivers. Let's go back to our list of Senior Max and see how many we've got out there today on circuit. Noah Barham in the 222 car is your pole sitter for this heat, and Oliver Smith will join him on the front row. New Safa Leathers on row 2 with Luke Richards, and row 3 will be Kieran Ives and Victor Hansen. Row 4 is William Forber with Drew Preisner, Ethan Martin and Ethan Hatch, Dexter Collins and Archie Flint on the top 12 then, Dalton Norris and Jake Fisher. Ruben Mamalok and Ryan Hedge are on row 8, joined by Jake Cox and Jacob Lee just behind. Row 10, Michael Dalton and Rory Burke, Dylan Norris and Jonas Joaskus, Ryan Welsh and Kenneth Cordell, Arminis Zabruskas and Harry Wilch, Daniel Kianov and Jack Johnson, Harry Hadley and Woody Hart are your top 30 for this race, and then joining them at the back of the grid will be Shaquille Joseph and Isaac Reynolds, and at the back of this Senior Rotax grid is Harvey Lee Winteridge. you can see your senior Rotax drivers heading off in the distance there for their outlap. About to be underway with their Heat 2 of the day. In the beautiful sun, they have been watching their teammates, watching their drivers, tyre warming now here at Wilton Mill for round 2 of the Club Championships. Green flags are out and they will go around once more ahead of their formation. Once again, some very familiar faces on this grid. Dalton Norris is a driver he did have at round 1. Didn't have a good run, dropped positions in the final, ended P27 for Jack Dex Racing, 20 years old. Will not be happy with that driver, so it will be a redemption drive to be expected. Same will probably be for Joseph Orton, the privateer, who finished 23rd. Clawed up through the grid, but not where he would want to be. New Safa Leathers, though, finished P10, but with a penalty. It was P4 on the road. That is somebody starting in the second row and is going to be eager to have a better result than that in the Evolution kart, but we're going to see how it's going to play out for them as they are nearly underway. 50 entries here for our senior Rotax grid, and here is some of them about to be underway with their Heat 2 of the day. Into the tram lines they go, and who is going to come out in front? It looks like it's going to be the DHR car that leads through turn 1 and 2. It is beautifully done up towards, no, it's going to be a false start. Apologies, I could not see that. False start for our senior Rotax. They're going to go around again. Let's see though, some more drivers while we have the chance. They've given us the chance to talk about some more. Jake Fisher, DNF'd in the Evolution car, had an unlucky run so far. DNF'd earlier on this year also, so he's going to be looking to finish the race and have a better run than last round. Kieran Edgerton, P8, up 6 places, the privateer, P8 at the Winter Open Cup also. So we'll be looking to build on that and hopefully get further inside the top 10. That's another driver who you will see out today in our seniors. But here we go. You can hear them being told to steady on. They're slowing it down. It's going to be a slow start now for our seniors. Yellow flag is waved. Here is your front row. We will see who is able to come out in front. Here we go. It is a very slow start for your senior Rotax Heat 2 of the day, but it is going to be underway, and who is going to come out in front? It is going to be the DHR car once again. Your pole sitter out in front with his teammate right behind him, leading up towards Christmas corner. They will go. Plenty of drivers behind, side by side, for all of those positions in the top 10 and further back. We will see who comes out in front in the initial few corners of this race. That is car number 38, Oliver Smith, who has dropped back drastically on his race start. That is unfortunate. After we thought we saw him, oh, he must have had a problem after the Christmas corner. We'll see when he comes around where he ended up. But that was Luke Richards. Good start for him. Bit further down the grid, everyone is still figuring out their positions as we go side by side with a Jack Dex Racing kart. Let's have a look at the order. Noah Barham leads, Yusuf Leathers, Oliver Smith, Victor Hansen and Luke Richards. Ethan Martin, another driver who we need to look out for, is there in P6 already. Here is the battle for 7th position. That is Kieran Ives battling with Dexter Collins for that 7th place. Move down the inside going to be made by car number 78. Does he make it stick? Not quite just yet. Early stages of this race for our senior Rotax. Out already again today. And here we go. Here is the battle now with Ethan Martin, a driver we need to look out for. Been fast before around this circuit. third at round 1, and that is going to be, he's looking to be building on that. Top 3 though, through Christmas corner they go, and they are ever so close together. Brilliant move down the inside from Ethan Martin, now up into 5th place. Fastest driver on circuit though is Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith is right on the back of that leading pack. We will see in a second, but here we're following the battle for this 5th place. For this 4th place for this position, because Luke Richards is hunting down Victor Hansen for that 4th place on the grid. Through the final chicane, once they go a bit further down the pack, once again, it is Noah Barnes that still leads 3/10 down the road. You can see him there off in the distance. We are looking at these battles slightly further down the pack because it's looking controlled at the front so far. We've got move down the inside for the Jack Dex Racing Kart, number 11. Let's see who that is. That is Dalton Norris. We spoke about, didn't have a great run here last time, dropped down the pack, but he is clawing his way up now as they head around the middle sector. Once again, there you see him, he is now on the back of that Jacob Lee Kart 95, trying to make up more positions than what he started with. Last time he had a bad run, he's not going to want to continue that momentum into this year. But through the final chicane, once again, you can see leaders off in the distance. Noah Barham leads 2/10 to Oliver Smith. This is the leading battle. We've got just under 4 minutes plus a lap to go, but he makes the move anyway. He said, nope, I think I'm faster, and he gets the move done. Noah Barham now demoted down into that 2nd place, that 222 car. But this is going to bring New Safa-Levers into contention ever so quickly. We know that. Is Noah Barham going to wait patiently now, or is he going to want to take that lead back straight away? We will see, because they are through the final chicane and onto another lap. Yet again, what are they going to do? Because look at this, that New Safa-Levers is right there. Through turn 1 and 2 they go, no change for the race lead just yet. Up towards Christmas corner, and he puts it down the inside. Yes, he does. Down the inside, Noah Barham grabs the race lead straight back. He said, no, you're not having it for longer than a lap. And now New Safa-Levers is loving this, waiting in the background, all the exit curb, and Victor Hansen, the fastest driver on circuit right now, is also going to come into play here. We will see. Has Oliver Smith now lost out? Is he going to be hunted down by New Safa-Levers? We will see. Right in the final sector they go once again. Here is your race leader. Here is the top 4. It is getting pretty close. Into turn 1 and 2 then they will go. No change for the race lead just yet. There's still 2 minutes plus a lap to go. These are senior drivers, they're clever drivers, they're going to know that these 4 should work together now, because the rest of the pack just inside the top 10 are getting pretty close. They are not too far, they are in touching distance, but look at this. This is Victor Hansen, fastest lap again, sets purples again, and is now your fastest driver on track and right on the back of New Safa-Levers. So he is going to have something to think about now heading into the final sector. Still just under 2 minutes to go. Not sure if we're going to see a move just yet through the final chicane and onto the main straight. And once again, your race leaders go. Just inside the top 10 then, you've got Luke Richards, Drew Preisling, Kieran Ives, Dexter Collins, and Rory Burke round up the top 10 for this senior Rotax heat so far today. Moved down the inside for 3rd place. Yeah, beautifully done. That was Victor Hansen. Said, nope, I'm going to take 3rd, I'm faster. Setting purples. He set a purple last lap. He was setting a green now, and he is going to be happy with that. Makes his way down into 3rd, and on now they're going to be fighting to not let these 2 at the front get away, because Noah Barham and Oliver Smith are going to be taking this opportunity to maximise and get that gap through the final chicane, and there is still nothing between these 4 drivers. Victor Hansen now up into 3rd. New Safa-Levers going to be eager to get that podium position back for the remaining 40 seconds plus a lap of this race. You can see now in the distance the car in 5th and 6th. That is Ethan Martin and Luke Richards, ever so close together, trying to work together, but they're not going to be working together for long because we've got 30 seconds to go. Here we go. Your leaders, Noah Barham, Oliver Smith, giving themselves a little bit of breathing room now, but that is all going to go away the second they start battling. And I would say it is going to be soon. Round the final sector will go. We will see if this is going to be the penultimate or the final lap of the race once they come through the final chicane and along the main straight. This is going to be the penultimate lap. They just make it in time now. Victor Hansen goes purple once again, fastest driver on the circuit, beating his own fastest laps. And now it's getting hot at the front. Noah Barman takes a look behind him but decides not to go defensive. Oliver Smith, same thing. Right on the back of that car, but Victor Hansen's going to make the move. Straight down the inside, full confidence. Victor Hansen says, I am faster, I'm setting purples, and I'm going to be in second. Straight down the inside. Now has to go defensive though, because that is Nusafar Levis and Oliver Smith now on his tail. Look at how close these front four are getting now. Round the final sector, that is the Evolution car now into third position. Oh, we've got not a good end to the race for some drivers. That is 349. That's Luke Richards and Ethan Martin, two drivers who had been working together. But let's have a look here then for the this is the battle for the second position. Noah Barham has got some breathing room now, and he is getting away with this race. Drivers in 5th and 6th now not in the race anymore, so that opens the opportunity for Kieran Ives and Dexter Collins to take those places right at the last lap. But here is your race leader, takes a look behind him, takes a deep breath, heads around the final sector, and it is going to be a smooth race win for Noah Barham in the end. Lost his race lead briefly, took it back, and he goes on to win Heat 2 of the day for the senior Rotax drivers. And right behind then it is going to be Victor Hansen, the fastest driver on the circuit, setting purples those laps, beating his own times, coming out in second position. Oliver Smith and Nusafar Levis, who finished where he started on the second row of the grid, finished in fourth, a controlled race for him. Kieran Ives and Dexter Collins then promoted up into those 5th and 6th positions after Ethan Martin was seen with an unfortunate end to his day, to his heat. It's not over yet. They will be recovering then for the final this afternoon. But here we go. Our senior max drivers are heading out and back towards scrutineering, where this is where the anxiety starts now for the drivers who have been in the thick of it, getting stuck in. This is where the anxiety starts, because we know where they have to go now. Here, let's see how they get on. Alright, that is it for now from our senior Rotaxes, but we are not done with the seniors, because next we have senior Rotax. Did I say senior Rotax? I meant senior X30. We are looking at senior Rotax right now, heading through. Got some happy faces, some unhappy faces. Thumbs up. Oh, good sign for drivers further down the pack. That was Jake Fisher heading through. Column 13, Ruben Mamelot. This is Dalton Norris. Moving along. But we are now, it's now time for Senior X30 once again today. Now on the front row of the grid is Tristan Powell, joined by Morgan Moore. Row 2, Nat Johnston and Aaron Brown. Row 3, Scott Riley and CJ Bennett. And Sam Lewis and Joey Brown rounding out the top 8. Lewis Baird and Oliver Meek. Dylan Patel and Macy Hitter in 12th. Row 7 then is Archie Heroin and Sebastian Dew. Laith Khan and Jensen Buckingham. Row 9, Bailey Brooker and Oliver Pecula. Row 10, Jack Stewart and Max Cooper. Row 11, James Harris and Noah Sales. Row 12, Archie Forber and Alexander D. Benedictus. Row 13, Alfie Gallagher and Charlie Phillip. Row 14, Ella Rowe and Oliver Keenan. Isabel Banks and William Omar. And rounding out your Senior X30 Heat 2 grid is Jack Middleton, Max Ewell and Reese Brava car number 93 at the end. Green flag is out for our Senior X30s as they head out onto the circuit once again. Let's have a look, because Nat Johnston, starting on the second row once again, he's got another opportunity now. Nat ended up not finishing the first race after he was in second place. Great start, so he is going to be eager now. Nat has clean sweeped around the last 2 rounds here at the... No, he clean sweeped the last round at the World Go-kart Club Championships round 1, and I'm guessing he would have been hoping to keep that streak going. However, he's got the opportunity now to do the best he can. Into formation then, your driver's ahead, and it is a Fusion kart on pole position. No, it's not Fusion kart on pole position. On the front row, and they are underway then with their second heat of the day. It is going to be a brilliant start for Tristan Powell, who leads up into Christmas corner. Very defensive there goes Morgan Moore off the second row of the grid. We've seen him do a good job, but defensive into Christmas corner, backing up the pack. That left for a good opportunity for Tristan Powell to get gone in that 88 car. Further down the pack, smooth start for the Senior X30s. We will see how it all plays out for the remainder of this lap when they come over the line. Side by side, round the middle sector they go, and some people missing out. That was car number 15 missing out ever so slightly. And round into the final chicane they will go. Let's have a look at how this first lap played out for our Senior X30s. Your driver that leads is Tristan Powell. Morgan Moore, Nat Johnston, Sam Lewis, Joey Brown are your top 5 for this race so far. We saw Nat Johnston not have a good heat. He's going to be hoping to fix that this time. Was that a move down? Yeah, that was a move on the number 8 car. Nat now up into second. We saw the aftermath. Morgan Moore just lost out, and that is now Sam Lewis right on the back of Morgan Moore. They're going to be pushing. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, plus a lap. Another lap about to be complete. Morgan Moore dropped back ever so slightly, but we have seen this driver head through the pack once before as they head out over the final chicane. Further down the pack, over the final chicane, single file once again, bumper to bumper this is, heading into turn 1 and into the Christmas corner they will go. Nat Johnston, the fastest driver on circuit right now, which is no surprise because he passed Morgan Moore, who was in second place, and is now hunting down your leader, only 3 tenths behind, but closing that gap as of right now. Morgan Moore and Sam Lewis currently working together. Scott Riley, a driver who did really well so far in the first heat, however dropped back slightly in the second, is there in the distance, looking to improve on that result. Through the final chicane once again, another lap complete for our Senior X30. Tristan Powell, Nat Johnston, Morgan Moore, Sam Lewis, fastest driver on the circuit, and Scott Macy Hitter now up into 9th place. Let's look a bit further down the grid. That car number 333. Done really well in the first heat, dropped back slightly, but managed to make the positions up. This is the battle for 4th place. Morgan Moore now missing out, dropping to 4th because Sam Lewis set a purple and said, no, I'm going in front. So Morgan Moore slots onto the back of that pack, but look at this. Nat Johnston hot on the heels of your race leader so far as they head through the final chicane along the main straight. We'll see what the gap now is between Tristan Powell and Nat Johnston, and like before, it is 1/10. 1/10 between the race leaders. Here is the rest of the pack heading through the final chicane, but it's getting close. Nat Johnston makes Tristan Powell go defensive, gets a better exit by a lot. Sam Lewis, though, setting purples right now behind Nat Johnston. Takes a look down the inside, but Nat Johnston tries to close the door, comes out all over the exit curb, but manages to keep his second position. Sam Lewis takes another look down the inside for second place, and Morgan Moore is going to follow him through. Nat Johnston down into 4th already, and that is how quick it can change. Tristan Powell, though, out in front, probably loving this, benefiting from this ever so slightly, because now the gap has stretched to, let's have a look when they go over, yeah, 2/10, ever so slightly stretched. Sam Lewis, fastest driver on the circuit, still now into second place. Nat Johnston trying to catch himself onto that pack because Joey Brown and Lewis Bird are not far behind. Still just under 2 minutes plus a lap of this race to go. It is all to play for still with our junior, or with our senior X30, and there is another move for the race lead. That is going to be Sam Lewis that goes for the race lead. Your fastest driver on track right now gets the move done on Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore now up into second position. Everyone taking a look behind them, trying to be aware of their surroundings around the final sector. New race leader already, another race leader. Tristan Powell leads Sam Lewis, Morgan Moore, and they're going to be side by side into turn one. But Joey Brown is going to have the inside line and going to make it out in that third position, I believe, as they head up towards Christmas Corner. Let's see how this is going to play out further down the pack. Nat Johnson is losing another place down the pack to, we'll see who that car is in front of him. Losing another place, but he is trying to gain it back now all over the exit curb, and he does manage to get in the right place. That was Macy Hitter taking a big chunk of grass there, but rejoins the circuit just behind Aaron Brown in that part number 6. She's still got the time to make up those positions as she did in the first heat. But here's your race leader over the line, and let's have a look at time stats. Sam Lewis is 3/10 ahead of Morgan Moore, Tristan Powell, Lewis Bird and Joey Brown. These are two cars who have not benefited from the action and are now having to rejoin the circuit with a severe disadvantage. And it will be a recovery drive for them. Here's Nat Johnson again. That is Scott Riley, the XL car, really challenging him now for this sixth position, but doesn't quite get the move done. Nat closes the door, he takes a quick look behind him because Joey Brown is trying to catch onto in front. Says maybe let's work together around the final sector. They will go, but we'll see what Scott Riley thinks as they head into turn one. A lot of curb takes Brown on the exit through turn 1 and 2. This doesn't make a difference though. Scott Riley is still there waiting for the opportunity. Brown goes defensive. Nat goes slightly defensive also, just to try and not let Scott Riley in, but Scott Riley is there now. They're in contention. He is having a look at where he can go. Tries to move down the inside. Nat runs wide, so does he, and this is now brought someone else into contention. That is car number 6. This is Aaron Brown back now into contention with this pack. It's all going off, but while that's happened, we have now started the final lap of the race. It's the checkered flag, sorry. Sam Lewis, Morgan Moore, Tristan Powell, Lewis Bird and Joey Brown. It all got too exciting to acknowledge the last lap, but Sam Lewis, brilliant job setting purple after purple and came away with the race win. Morgan Moore, another good consistent drive through the pack. Tristan Powell, Lewis Bird, a driver who we've seen an unlucky run so far at the start of this year in some club championships. Nice to see him towards the front of the grid. Nat Johnston, it's going to be another tough pill for him to swallow because down in 6th, it's not a bad result, but it's not where he would have wanted to be after a complete clean sweep in round 1. But there is always time. That is all the drivers through have taken the checkered flag for their second heat of the day, and we will be on 2 more soon. Green flag is out. All the seniors are now heading in. But that was Tristan Powell. We're going to see what the results will be for that. We're going to have some very unhappy faces at the front of the pack, but we'll have to see how it plays out for the grid for the finals. Here is Scott Riley. Another good drive from Scott Riley, exactly where he was in the first heat, but he was making his way through the pack. That is it from our senior X30s for now, but let's head on to our junior X30. Here we go, and welcome back if you are just joining the live stream to another Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live Productions. You are joining myself, Kjol Lynch, in the commentary box right now, and we are about to be underway with the Wilton Kart Club Championships Round 2, and this is going to be the grid. Up next, we've got Junior X30. Here you can see the teams and families all waiting as the drivers head out onto circuit. Green flag is waved. Your pole sitter for this heat then, Aaron Richardson, joined by Sutmani Kira on the front row of the grid. George Edgar and Freddie Wood, Jacob Batchelor and Zach McDonald in the top 6. Row 4 is Harley Musk and Rocco Shenton, Max Endicott, Max Mason, George House and Finley Hines. In your top 14 then, Henry Clark, Enzo Butterazzi and Archie Rogers-Tyler, George Clark, Adam Bourne and Alex Riley on the 9th row. Row 10, Nathaniel Hodges, Jacob Marples, George Quinlan, Aurea Meta, Finley Allen and Katie Donaldson, but they are two drivers who have had a nightmare on the outlap. We will see if they're able to get that. Zoe Catet and Deconta 67, Theo Thomas, both managing to get it started, but at the back of the grid you've got Archie Lamb, Ethan Windsor, Alfie Brightmore and Tom Seamarks. Yellow flag is waved and it is a front row for Fusion Motorsport. Once again, through the tram lines they will go, and it is underway, and it is going to be a Fusion lead right off the bat. Is going to be your pole sitter that leads up towards Christmas Corner, but that is George Edgar that is right on the back. Those are two drivers that have not had a good start to their race, but they are rejoining the circuit now. How are we going to get them towards the further down of the pack on the exit of Christmas Corner? Good start, better start for our Junior X30s. They had a red flag earlier on this morning for Heat 1, which we don't have an update on just yet, but we will soon. George Edgar takes the lead early on, and it was a brilliant start for him. George Edgar had a strong start last time, this one dropping back further down the pack. George Edgar had a strong start last time, taking the lead now this time off the start, and we've got 5 minutes and 12 seconds plus a lap to go. Let's see what he can do. They're coming over the line then. Your pole sitter is down into second, joined by Jacob Batchelor, Harley Mist and Sutmani Kira now in 5th. So this is the move for the race lead. Aaron Richardson straight back down the inside for the race lead. No messing around for these two. They want to keep that lead. Jacob Batchelor, no, George Edgar's going to go again. He's going to try, but he doesn't quite get the move done. They both run wide and having a bit of a wheel bang, so that is Jacob Batchelor that runs away with the lead. But this brings into contention these two Fusion karts who are just waiting for it. One consisting of Sutmani Kira and Freddie Wood now. Let's see what they're able to do. Rocco Shenton, of course, getting in the mix of it. He's just overtaken Freddie Wood as they head into the final chicane. Let's see where each driver ended up on that last lap, because it all changed. Jacob Batchelor is your new race leader with a 4/10 gap so far. Aaron Richardson, George Edgar, Sutmani Kira now back up into 4th, and Rocco Shenton up in 5th. Let's see, defensive lines. Ooh, Freddie Wood goes down the inside and gets the move done. He's making his way back up now, running into 6th, just overtook Harley Musk. There you can see Sutmani Kira. George Edgar just dropped back behind Sutmani Kira and Rocco Shenton, both taking both of them on, but Rocco Shenton down the inside of Sutmani Kira. She is now on his back bumper. That is car number 21, Harley Musk, on the grass on the exit of that corner, and there's someone else on the grass now too. 28. Nightmare start for them. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Once again, through the final chicane, green flag is waved, everyone is off the grass, and there's going to be a change for the race lead again. Yes, there is. Aaron Richardson once again taking that race lead back. Jacob Batchelor slots in right behind, but these two have a good gap now. Rocco Shenton and Sutmani Kira are going to be working together, trying to catch. As you can see, Rocco Shenton's helmet right there in the distance, but here is the battle for the race lead so far. Jacob Batchelor, car number 69, he will be happy with getting into that. This is Freddie Wood overtaking George Edgar. George Edgar has had a nightmare so far after a brilliant start to the race, straight into the race lead. Wonder what's happening here if he heads through the final chicane. Let's see what George Edgar can do. He is following that 38 car in turn 1 and loses out ever so slightly. George Edgar has not had a good start to the race. I wonder what has gone on there. Here then is your top 6 drivers. Aaron Richardson, fastest driver on track right now. 4/10 gap to Jacob Batchelor and Rocco Shenton, Satmani Kira trying to work their way into the front pack together. Satmani Kira didn't have what the ideal start in her last heat. However, she has managed to make a consistent start now, and she is going to be hunted down with Rocco Shenton, and she thinks, no, I'm faster. Satmani Kira straight down the inside of Rocco Shenton. 2 minutes to go. Through the final chicane she goes. Can she catch on to this front pack? Look, they are in touching distance. Satmani Kira needs to get her head down with Rocco Shenton so they can be in contention for the top 2 spots. She takes a look behind her and sees, but Rocco Shenton decides to push her. Smart move from these 2 drivers, because there's just under 2 minutes to go plus a lap. And Freddie Wood, that 38 caught behind, he is fastest driver on track right now with George Edgar right on his heels. It could still be all to play for here in this top 6 altogether. It could still all be to play for. Here is that is your race leader heading round the final sector. Jacob Batchelor trying to hang on to the race leader and not be drawn in by this pack led by Satmani Kira. Into turn 1 they go once again. No changes, because it is all getting intense at the front of this pack. They know if they want to change, then this is going to bring everyone else into contention. Satmani takes another look behind her and decides not to go defensive. Everyone is pushing each other for the last 50 seconds plus a lap of this race. Freddie Wood still the fastest driver on circuit. George Edgar, though, has lost out ever so slightly. This is the rest of the pack. You've got someone running very wide. That is 23. One's very wide out onto the grass and loses out significantly there. Not too sure who that was, but another car here losing out from running on the grass. Is all going off the back of the pack too as they head down towards the final chicane. Through they go, but looking back at this battle, this is battle 4. That is 177. This is the battle for just inside the top 10, but we're going to go back to our race leader. George Edgar gets, this is Rocco Shenton, who has dropped back. George Edgar they're side by side. George Edgar and Rocco Shenton, we've missed something because they weren't together before, but Rocco Shenton is going to come out on top of that. And George Edgar is just going to miss out once again. Unfortunate for him. He's going to try and get the optimum line as Rocco Shenton goes defensive. Clock's on 0. Through the chicane they go, and they go very touching wheels, very, very close. But we are on to the final lap of the race. Let's not miss that. Aaron Richardson, 7/10 down the road. Jacob Batchelor, Satmani Kira promoted herself onto the podium position. Here they are. Front 3 go defensive. Satmani, this gives her the opportunity to... No, so front 2 go defensive. Satmani has the opportunity to strike. We'll see what she is able to do. In the last couple of sectors of this race, someone misses out on the grass, dipping that rear right wheel. But here is your race leader, Aaron Richardson. Controlled race, pulled a gap through the chicane, race winner for Heat 2 of the day. Aaron Richardson takes the checkered flag, and that will be Jacob Batchelor and Satmani Kira to finish Heat 2 on the podium. Freddie Wood, fastest driver on the circuit. Rocco Shenton, P5. George Edgar, P6. It was an unlucky run for George Edgar, getting caught in those mid-pack battles, but that rounds out the top 6. Let's have a look further down the pack. George Clark did a good job to end up P7. George House, another excellent motorsport driver who had no qualifying last time, has had qualifying this time and has managed to finish further up that pack. P8. Henry Clark and Enzo Buttarazzi managed P10. Enzo, we know, is a driver who had the most overtakes in the last final at round 1, so that is going to be a driver to look out for in the final, no matter where he starts, to see where he's going to end up. But that is it for Junior X30 Heat 2. Here's where it all happens. Oh, see, there is some very disappointed faces now. That was your race leader. We will have to see on that. No comments over here. there will be George Edgar after a difficult race for him. His 177 car of George House doing a good job in the XL Motorsport car. Stepped up into junior this year and is doing a really good job with his team. Let's watch the rest of the pack go through before we head on to the next race. Cammie Water Swift Heat 2 is now up. You are joining me at Wilton Mill Kart Club, round 2 of the club championships, and myself, Kjol Lynch, is in the commentary box today, and it is about to be time for Cammie Water Swift Heat 2 at Wilton Mill. Row 1 consists of Alfie Davidson and Margaris Kvetzius. Row 2, Chester Fawkes and Hero Teese. Row 4, LBJ Stubbs and Mason Hibbert. Row 5, Dimitar Uzanov and Harry Chapman. Row 6, Ilyas Sami and Teddy Higgs for XL Motorsport. Row 7, Oliver Kleinfelter and Bodie Batch. Row 8, Charlie Clough and Shinafat Bejabuti. Row 9, Lewis William Marbs and Harry Fowle. Row 10, Rudra Golkanath and Frank Morris. Row 11, William Bennett and Felix Booker. Row 12, Finley Bedford and Hugo Torpy. Row 13 then rounding out your Cammie Water Swift grid for Heat 2 is Reggie Chandler, and that car number 47. Here we go, here is your front row. Here is your front row heading round on to the formation. Yellow flags are out. They are going to slow it down so we have a smooth start for our Cammie Water Swifts. It was an up and down race in their first heat, some people missing out. So we will see what they are able to do at the front here. This race, through the tramlines they go and on to their second heat of the day. It's going to be a false start, not just yet. We've got more time to talk. We've got Chester Fawkes, Alfie Davidson at the front. They will be wanting to do exactly what they did originally. Wow, we've got a lot of Water Swifts heading into Christmas Corner. Some of them trying to signal that is a false start, and they'll go around once more, and then we will be underway with Heat 2. Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes worked together to get that race win. They will be wanting to do that again, but their teammates Ilyas Sami and Mason Hibbert will be also wanting to get a taste of that action, as they did the same for third and fourth place on the grid. Margaris Kvetskis is going to hope for a better start this heat, and RBJ Stubbs is going to continue to make up the positions. RBJ Stubbs did a good job, so that will be a driver to watch out for the rest of the day after Heat 1. But let's try again, shall we, with our Water Swift into the tram lines. They go for their Heat 2 of the day, and we are off. It's going to be a good start for your pole sitter. Alfie Davidson leads down towards Christmas Corner. Once again, Chester Fawkes slots in straight behind him. They take the optimum line. There's defensive lines back behind them, but it's going to be no change in those top four just yet, I don't think. Everyone is sideways around the back. Everyone is side by side, but no one manages to lose out too much just yet. It was a smooth start, may I say, for the Cammie Water Swifts as of right now. That is Kvetskis and Oliver Tay still down in fourth, I think. Let's have a look. Or is that LBJ Stubbs? That could be LBJ Stubbs who has managed. Let's have a look when they come across the line, because it was all getting close in that last sector. Over the line they go. Let's have a look. Davidson leads Chester Fawkes, Oliver Tay and LBJ Stubbs up into fourth position in the XL Motorsport car. What a brilliant job. Into the Christmas Corner they will go. Alfie Davidson, Chester Fawkes, Oliver Tay. These drivers will be not wanting to let them get away this time, because we know what happens when they get away. Very defensive lines there in early stages of this race. But Ilyas Sami dropped back into 7th. Mason Hibbert 8th. Those are two drivers who will be wanting to claw through the pack quickly, so they don't have what happened last time. I mean, it's like deja vu for these two. Davidson and Fawkes Off they go, round the final sector, working together once again, and we will see what they have stretched the gap to already when we go over. That is RBJ Stubbs up into 3rd position. We didn't see the move. We've seen it now. We have seen that. RBJ Stubbs, brilliant job so far. Clearly a driver who is feeling confident at the circuit on this track right now, and that is someone to look out for. Can RBJ Stubbs, for the remaining 4 minutes, catch up to these drivers in front and contend for a better spot on the podium? Let's have a look, because he could have the help of Dimitar Uzanov and Oliver Tay, who is behind him. Mason Hibbert also now up into 6th, wasting no time trying to gain those positions, setting the fastest lap as of right now, but it is a Water Swift train from 8th position in the next 5 pots. Charlie Clough is a part of that. Charlie Clough a bit further down than what we would usually see from him, but getting stuck in there in the pack, sandwiched in between that Fusion car and that yellow and black car. Let's see where they come out. Charlie Clough is currently running in 12th. We'll see what that pack is able to do. Evan Owen up into 10th, as well as Hero Say. Here are your race leaders, followed by Stubbs and Uzanov, Mason Hibbert, Oliver Say, and Ilias Sami, who we can see there. Someone is hot on his heels. That is Kvetskis, who is going to hope to have a more successful heat than the last. Let's have a look. Round the middle sector they will go. Charlie Clough now is under some pressure there towards the middle pack of the field by Bodie Batch and Oliver Kleinfelter. Oliver Kleinfelter, another driver who is doing well so far today, looking to push forward. Oliver Kleinfelter, a driver who is looking forward to racing against the good big grids that the Miami Water Swift has this weekend. But let's have a look then. This is the battle for 3rd place. RBJ Stubbs is saying let's work together to Dimitar Uzanov, and that is exactly what they do. Through Christmas Corner they go. There you see Evan Owen heading through. He is rounding out the top 10. Evan Owen is in his own air kind of right now, and he'll be wanting to get onto that pack of Hero Say so he doesn't fall back down the pack into the top 10. We've got some very defensive lines here at the very back of the grid, and someone who unfortunately hasn't had a good start, that would be Hugo Williamson. But that is the move for 3rd position. Dimitar Uzanov straight down the inside and now promotes himself up into 3rd. But it is not over yet for RBJ Stubbs, because it was a brilliant start. Takes a look behind him and thinks, I need to get my head down. That's what he does. He gets his head down. Into turn 1 and 2 they go. Chester Forks now leads the race. Alfie Davidson behind. We've been yet to see that. RBJ Stubbs straight back down the inside, says, nope, I will take 3rd back, thank you. And look at who this has brought into contention. We can see Ilias Sami and Mason Hibbert now right here, hot on the heels of these drivers. Chester Forks now leads the race. We've been yet to see this. Chester let Davidson lead the whole race last time. More changes further down the pack. Ilias Sami promotes himself up with Mason Hibbert, I believe that is, and Dimitar Uzanov. We'll have to see when they come over the line where all of them ended up. This is the battle for the lead. Chester Forks, Alfie Davidson, Dimitar Uzanov, then in 3rd still. And Ilias Sami now up into 4th, Mason Hibbert, and we lost RBJ Stubbs, unfortunately, to 6th place as of now. But let's see how close they are, because it's going to be a very defensive line from Ilias and Dimitar, which is going to make Mason Hibbert get the best run out of the Christmas Corner, and he does. RBJ Stubbs is going to be here waiting for damage control. Ilias Sami down the inside anyway, into that 3rd position, but takes some grassroots and drops himself back down. That is now Mason Hibbert in 3rd. It is all kicking off in this pack further down pack for the podium position, shall we say, for the Water Swifts. But there were your race leaders. This is the pack to watch right now, because it is now Hibbert that leads. Sami? Yes, it is. It's Hibbert, Sami, who is still your fastest driver on circuit right now, who are going to be doing the same thing as they did. They are trying to come through the pack together, but they're under some pressure, so it's going to be defensive from both of them. Uzanov and RBJ Stubbs once again get the better run and now are on the back of their heels as they go through this middle sector. That is Stubbs deciding to take the best line, not going defensive like the rest of them, and seeing how much he can gain on the exit. Stubbs is going to be trying now. Clock is 0 and he wants to get back up to where he got up to. Did a phenomenal job in the early stages of the race to get up there when he needed to. But let's look. This is the battle for the race lead. It is getting close and the clock is on 0. It is Fawkes, Davidson, Hibbert and Ilyas Sami still. Through turn 1 they go. Final lap of the race. Can Chester Fawkes maintain this? It goes very wide onto the exit curb, but as does Alfie Davidson. He's looking behind him. Davidson's going to try around the outside, and they're side by side on the exit of Christmas Corner, but he doesn't get it done. In fact, that gives Chester Fawkes a bit of an advantage as they head through the next sector. Defensive goes Uzanov, but Ilyas Sami gets the move down the inside anyway. And look at this pack. This is now RBJ Stubbs coming into contention, but slots back behind Mason Hibbert, who is running in third. Is he running in third? Oh, him and Ilyas Sami have had an unlucky time there on the final lap of the race, and they will no longer be in the race. But here is your winner, Chester Fawkes. Brilliant job. Controlled the race, he followed Davidson when he needed to and made the move down the inside because he knew he was faster. That is Davidson in second. RBJ Stubbs promoted himself onto the podium because of that between Ilyas and Hibbert. He did a brilliant job. That was deserving, to be fair, in that XL Motorsport car. The two Say brothers are now 4th and 5th, and Ilyas Sami, the fastest driver on track, will still finish 6th after that difficult time in the last lap of the race. All right then, and that is it for our Water Swifts Heat 2 of the day. And joining me now in the commentary box is Jake Palmer.
Good to be here. Really good to be here. I've been listening along so far. Well done for taking the reins on this one, but it's been some great racing until now. Obviously we are running a bit behind, so expect these races to keep coming thick and fast. It's still a gorgeous day here. It's been a lovely drive up here, I must say.
Is that where you've been watching?
Yeah. Listening in the car, I think. For legal purposes, not been watching, but we're going to take you through into the next heat here. Here we go then, Junior Rotax heat number 5. Obviously the Junior Rotaxes, we've got a massive entry for them today, 84 drivers on the grid. I think that is a record entry for Whittle Mill Kart Club.
Is.
So fantastic to see. So they're going to be split up into a couple heats, but this is the first of them. On pole for this one, we have Teddy Cooper. Alongside is Benjamin Lawn, followed by Daniel Adamitis and Zach Turner. Theo Bradshaw and Kartik Kumeta follow out your top 6. Nathan Rond, Shane Hilton, Joseph Baxter and Connor Large are your top 10. Miles Burton, Archie Ray Watson and Finn Davenport are followed by Ben Morgan, Jacob Smith, Cody Cruddington, Liam Crosby and Jensen Powers. Jack Bowie and Tigran Grigionen round out your top 20. Tyler Mason Gray, Sam Green Gomez, Harry Sturch and Harrison McNeely are your top 24. Molly Misen, Harry Myatt Waldron, Luca Lewin, Harry Watson, Harvey Watts and Jay Singh are your top 30. And your last few drivers are Austin Moth, Layla Fitzgerald and Ellis Dealey.
Speaking of name pronunciation, my first ever day on commentary was here for round 1, and I would tell you it was a disaster. Pronunciation-wise, I had a lot of apologies to make.
I'll make my apologies in advance as well, because
yeah, you can.
This is not my wheelhouse. I do not know these drivers, unfortunately, but we will do our best here.
They're going to set a good impression for you.
Oh yes, I cannot wait to watch these races. The Junior Rotax are always a fantastic watch. There's been some carnage, to say the least, this morning. We'll see if the drivers can get round cleanly and efficiently and get a good race going for us. Heat 5 is about to be underway. Down the tram lines we go. Starting off Heat 5. Good start from the left-hand side of the grid, actually. Getting the lead, I think, is Teddy Cooper on the opening of this one. Drivers coming around the first corner, up towards the hill, towards Christmas. 2, 3 wide. Driver clipping the grass a little bit there, but all around the first couple corners cleanly. Through Christmas we go, but breaking away already is your leader. All drivers making contact through Christmas. Some choice words being shared from the drivers there. Obviously not happy, but overall, not too bad of a start there.
No, it wasn't, not at all. Unfortunately, those two drivers missing out, but let's see what is going on further up the grid. Oh, we've got some unhappy hands and about to meet some more. That is 67 off on the grass. Another unfortunate start, that is Jay Sting, who started towards the back anyway, but here we go. We're about to have completed lap 1 of the final heat for our senior Rotax, junior Rotax today, and it is Teddy Cooper that leads, Turner, Bradshaw, Lawn, Adamitis, Kumeta and Connor Large then in that top 7. Your leader has got a good gap so far.
Yeah, it was a great start from them. There's a little bit of battling going on for second on that opening lap. Kart still stranded there on the exit of Christmas Corner, but Teddy Cooper making a fantastic start and a really clean getaway. Fastest lap so far, over half a second quicker on that opening lap. Zach Turner, though, not too far behind and got a decent gap to Theo Bradshaw, behind him in third position, but those front 3 have got away really well. Battles going on behind driver up 10 places. That's Tyler Mason-Gray starting 21st all the way up to 11th. Fantastic start from them, but drivers ending their second lap now, all in formation through this last complex. Driver of the number 33 there, that's not a sight you love to see, but yeah, it's been a fair few retirements today, but here we go.
I know.
Battle for the lead. Zach Turner's caught up in the space of only a lap. Fantastic lap there, 47.69, almost the fastest lap of the race. Half a second quicker than Teddy Cooper, and these front 2 are now all on their own at the front of this one.
I mean, look at that. That is what we have to be expected from Zach Turner. Teddy Cooper is now under some serious pressure as they approach the middle sector of this race. You can see them just ahead, but that was a beautiful move down the inside from Benjamin Lawn into third position. Benjamin Lawn now leads this pack, battling for that third position on the podium, but this is what we expect to see from the junior Rotax. This is all we've seen today, and it's going to be a battle out. But they don't want to do it too early, because your race leaders are going to get away thick and fast. Zach Turner, a 10th. He has reined Teddy Cooper in by over half a second over the last 2 laps, and now he is right hot on his heels as they head through Christmas Corner. There is all changes positions. Is there change positions? I don't think there was. Everyone slots back into their positions after they were side by side through towards Christmas Corner.
Move up the inside though, Connor Large going up the inside of Kartik Kumeta up into 6th position. Like you say though, all of this battling is going to allow these top 2 to break away, and you can see the distance in the back of your shot there. Zach Turner obviously with the pace in that second lap, but Teddy Cooper has an answer for him, both setting 47.5s and 6s respectively, and they are starting to break away. All of these drivers are on that same sort of pace, but all of this battling, they're not going to close in, which is obviously what they need to do. 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap left. He's still got some work to do, but here we are watching the 185 of Benjamin Lawn. That is your third place driver trying to hunt down your top 2. These 3 have started to break away, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Oh, battling going on behind them though. That's the number 116 of Jensen Powers being overtaken by Tyler Mason-Gray with that great start, trying to make up a few more positions. Down the inside though, that's the number 195 making a move as well. So dropping a couple places there is... I'm losing track of it. Apologies, but you are watching the number 99. That is... number 99, that is Zach Turner, has been caught up. No, sorry, apologies, move for the lead. Zach Turner is into the lead ahead of Teddy Cooper, but that has allowed 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively to catch back up. Fastest lap of the race goes Zach Turner, promptly taken over by the drivers behind, already down into the 46s here. Fantastic laps, but these 2 are breaking away. They've lost a little bit of time. Benjamin Lawn starting to catch a little bit. Oh, but a little mistake in the braking. Theo Bradshaw goes up the inside. That means Benjamin Lawn drops down to 4th place, just ahead of Daniel Adamitis. But yeah, that is good for Theo Bradshaw and also good for the 2 in front, because that was a little mistake there.
I mean, you're right. Look, change for the race lead. Zach Turner now leads. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go is still all to play for, because Benjamin Lawn is now going to be hunting them down. That is 2 drivers that you do not want to see.
That was 4th and 5th.
That was 4th and 5th. That is now Daniel Adamitis in 4th. Connor Large, who just set the fastest lap, is going to be promoted up into 5th position. Let's see though, as they head across the line, what order is looking like now. That is Theo Bradshaw up into third. Is there going to be change for the race lead? Yes, there is. Teddy Cooper down the inside at Christmas corner, and it is now going to be Zach Turner hot on the heels of that 9-9 kart as they head into the middle sector, trying to get his race lead back. Your leader runs on wide onto the exit curb, but doesn't lose out too much just yet. This is going to be good for Theo Bradshaw because, look, he is nearly in touching distance of these two, and we have just under 2 minutes plus lap to go. Is there going to be a move? Nobody has a slight look. Teddy Cooper as they head round towards the final chicane. Through they go, and look where Theo Bradshaw is now. He has got his clean, he's got his own clean air, and he is not too far off. Just set the fastest lap of the race. He is showing his intentions. He's trying to catch up to your race leaders.
Yeah, this battle in a couple more moves like this one are going to prove crucial for Theo Bradshaw. Is he going to close up? He's got the time. They're going to have a few more laps of this one, and Teddy Cooper and Zach Turner are not giving each other an inch. Teddy Cooper still hanging on to that lead as we come through into the middle section of the track. No moves being made into this in the inner section. Still, those defensive moves, though, covering off the inside line. Theo Bradshaw is almost a kart length behind now. Adjustment of the radiator for Zach Turner. He's going to have a look into the last corner, potentially. Still hugging that inside line is Teddy Cooper. And look, it's brought Theo Bradshaw already onto the bumper. 40 seconds plus a lap to go. We've still got a couple more laps of this one at least. Are we going to see a move into the first corners? No. Through Oblivion they go and up towards Christmas corner. Are we going to see him hug the right-hand side? Yes, we are. The driver's fan out. Is Zach Turner going to hold it around the outside? No. Theo Bradshaw not going to be able to make anything of it down into Ashby. Are we going to see any moves? A little look from Zach Turner, but no moves being made yet. This is all going to kick off. Oh, Theo Bradshaw doesn't quite have the run to make the move into second. Driver's punching up. Driver off at Christmas corner. That's the number 83 of Harry Watson off at Christmas corner. Unfortunate for him. Back to our leaders though. Teddy Cooper still hanging on to this one. Clock strikes 0, so we're down to our last lap here, but he still leads this one.
You're right, on to the last lap of the race. Through the final chicane they go, and along the main straight. I think we called it. We called it. Theo Bradshaw, quicker than we expected, caught up to your race leaders, but this is his last opportunity now to promote himself onto a better place on the podium. You see yellow flags wave, so there will be no change for position or opportunity for change of position through Christmas corner, but let's see as they head into the middle sector what they can do. Your race leader goes defensive. Is this going to give someone a better run? Yes, and Theo Bradshaw is side by side, gets the move done on Zach Turner in the last lap. Can he make it stick? This has given your race leader a slight bit of breathing room as they head around through the final few corners. As he takes a look behind him, goes P2, but Zach Turner goes around the outside. He goes down the inside. Down the inside, but is he going to get it back? Is he going to lose out? This is bringing everyone into contention. Who is going to make it out? And that will be Zach Turner to finish in second, Theo Bradshaw third, Daniel Adamitis and Nathan Rond in fifth.
Wow, what a first race to be treated to. Wow, that was fantastic. Teddy Cooper managing to run away with it in those last stages. Zach Turner just about hanging on to the attack from Theo Bradshaw, who ends up in third place. Daniel Adamitis comes out in fourth, followed by Nathan Rond, Kartik Kumeta, Miles Burton and Jensen Powers with the fastest lap of your race. Who is that? Archie Ray Watson in ninth, followed by Tyler Mason Gray, rounding out your top 10, followed by the rest of the... That was a fantastic end to the race. Just about hanging on. Teddy Cooper made all of the right moves, defending where he needed to. He was sort of saved a little bit by that yellow flag in Christmas corner. That's the optimum place where drivers are going to make. Oh, that is Harry Watson, I believe, who retired on the penultimate lap. Sad to see. That's a very picturesque. Yeah.
We've seen a few of those this race, actually. You've joined on a brilliant race, but with a lot of retirement. So we get to know lots of more people and how they react. God bless. But they've always got the next. We've got the final up next, and make sure if you want to be watching the final live with us from here, then to become a member of the Slipstream Live. Otherwise, you have to wait a week, which we don't want to be doing.
Can't wait for this.
Why would you do that?
I can't wait for this, and I'm commentating on it. We're here live for you. This is obviously still, we are making up time a little bit after that red flag procedure this morning. We'll have an update for you on that shortly. Drivers just being recovered here. This is going to delay proceedings just a little bit. But that is Harry Watson's car, and also one of the karts that went off on lap 1. Not quite sure who that was on the grass down there, but we might be able to get running quite soon. Marshall's thank you to them, as always, pulling the carts off the track. But it was only 29 finishes out of that one. 30th down to 33rd, all retired. So also a few of those drivers, Harry Watson there, classified as 27th, so actually more than that, apologies.
It has been a difficult run for some drivers who are now going to have to recuperate before the final. But let's head straight into the final heat before our lunch break. Well, we will be underway in no time, but before, let's just wait while our marshals, our Orange Army, get some carts off the circuit, helping the drivers. I have to say they've had a lot of that to do today. They have.
Seems like they have. Hopefully not so much in this one, though. This is Heat 3 of the Senior Rotax, headed up by Noah Barnum on pole in the 222. William Webb alongside in second place, followed by Noosh Sather-Leathers, James Tester, Kieran Ives and Alfie Thompson are your top 6. Will Forber is going to go from 7th place, followed by Nojas Gedvilas, Ethan Martin, Matt Sheldon Hayward, rounding out your top 10. Dexter Collins goes from 11th place, followed by DeJohn Bennett, Dalton Norris, Molly Griffiths and Ruben Mamelock. Oliver Gibson in 16th place, followed by Freddie Leppenwell, Jake Cox, Michael Dalton and Kieran Edgerton, rounding out your top 20. Dylan Norris, followed by Joseph Orton, Ryan Welsh, Jacob Barron, Arminas Zabarauskas, Kyle Dickens, Daniel Kahanoff, Marcus King, Harry Hadley and Jensen Hinchcliffe are your top 30. Your last few drivers are Shaquille Joseph. Oh dear, apology.
Jugadus Pravalonis.
There you go. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Charlie Neve rounding out your grid for heat number 3.
I learned that on the hard way.
Thank you. Thank you for the assistance there, but round 2 the start we go. Heat number 3 of Senior Rotax. Oh, we're going to go around the first time of asking. Drivers filing into position through the first couple corners. There you go. 2x2, almost 3x3, driver getting shuffled out wide in the top 5 there. But all the drivers through the first couple corners cleanly up towards Christmas. The drivers fan out, hugging the inside, but all of them around there very cleanly. Great start for Senior Rotax Heat 3.
It is a good start. Noosh Sather-Leathers is someone to look out for. Coming through the patch so far in the heats already, it is going to be one to watch, as it looks like he's got a good start for the DHR carts out the front, but let's see. Noah Barham, pole sitter, another brilliant start in that 222 cart. That's as what we expected, but let's have a look as they come around the final sector and through towards the final chicane, what the order is looking like from the start, because we had many of chopping and changes in this last heat for our Senior Rotax. Let's have a look. Noah Barham leads, Noosh Sather-Leathers, William Webb and James Tester now up into 4th position. James Tester, Jake, is a club champion over at PFI, so he's going to be looking to make his impression here at Wilton Tube as your top 3 go very close into Christmas corner, but no moves just yet. No, I'm lying. There's William Webb, makes a move down the inside for 2nd place, and there's going to be now, who is this on the outside? That's car number 27, James Tester. Nearly makes a move down, but drops back into 5th position.
It's a fantastic move from Alfie Thompson. He went around the outside at Ashby, managed to go from 5th to 3rd, while the top 3 were hugging that inside line, going very defensive through Christmas and Ashby. James Tester nearly had an opportunity to get through, but didn't quite battle in here. This is for 6th place behind them. All of this front pack, pretty much the whole pack from 1st all the way down to about 15th still. No one's really broken away yet. Noah Barham, with the fastest lap, manages to get the slightest bit of breathing space. That's a lot more than he had last lap. Defensive move up the inside for Hayward. Great move up into Christmas. Didn't quite defend it enough ahead of him. And that's going to be a move up into 8th place, I believe, ahead of Kieran Ives, who've not had the best of starts. Moving down the order from 5th place into 9th now. Number 55 of Ethan Martin at the back of this long pack, starting to spread out a bit, move up the inside. Dexter Collins doesn't quite make it stick, but here we are watching the 1-1-1 of Max Sheldon Hayward. Great move through Christmas. Will they be able to make any more progress? Drivers single file through this last sector as we go on to the next lap. Still 4.5 minutes left of this one. William Webb in 2nd place, right on the back of our leaders with the fastest lap now. I think this is going to start to kick off again.
It is definitely going to start to kick off. 1/10 in between your race leaders, but not for long, because there's even less than that now. The top 3 are bunched together. There is going to be no change for the top 3 though, as Alfie Thompson is trying to make his way back up into 2nd. but no, he drops down into fourth. He can't decide where he's going to put his car on the circuit because they're all everywhere. That is New Safa Leathers now trying to take the opportunity to put his car back into fourth. Where are they all going to end up? We've got someone who dips a wheel in the grass and goes sideways twice. That opens up the opportunity for Will Forber to gain a position again, but I don't think he gets it done as they go through the final chicane. Let's have a look at how this played out. That is Alfie Thompson now in second with your fastest man on track, William Webb. James Tester now in fourth and New Safa Leathers in fifth. It is all getting close now. Another driver retired off the circuit.
I think this is Alfie Thompson. He's been in the right place in the right time in all of these battles. Still 3.5 minutes left. Drivers starting to space out a little bit more now. DHR 1, 2, 3 at the front, followed by James Tester still hanging on in there. Not being able to make any moves yet, but in amongst all of that battle, and he's managed to stay in fourth place. This top 7 now seem to be your lead pack. Noah Barham, though, with a decent gap. Couple kart lengths. This is the first time we've seen an actual decent gap in this race. 55 for Ethan Martin. This is your battle for 8th position, headed up by Kieran Ives, all filing through that last chicane. Over the jump they go, but Kieran Ives hangs on to 8th. No changes of position in the top 10 that time, but that last couple of laps is all kicking off. Even with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go, pretty much all of your top 7 are within about a tenth of each other. Exactly the same pace. Move potentially up into 4th place. I think someone was having a look. 6th place, apologies. But no moves being made. All the top 10 stay in the same positions this lap.
That was Ethan Martin. We could see that Ethan Martin had an unlucky last heat. He ended up coming together with the driver on the final lap after coming through the grid and doing a great job. So that there he is trying to make his way back up. But like you said, this is 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go of the race. The drivers are seniors, experienced, clever drivers. We're going to see less moves being made, more gaps trying to be brought, stretched, and Noah Barham has been reined in ever so slightly by Alfie Thompson that lap. See, no change just yet from the seniors, but that is Barham leads, Thompson, Webb, Tester, and New Safa Leathers. New Safa Leathers is going to be working together with his teammate in that 361 kart, side by side out, and hands are in the air for the battle for second position, but no change. Oh no, there is. William Webb up into second, Alfie Thompson throws his arm in the air and gets down into third. But he has just under 2 minutes plus a lap to go to redeem his second place back and catch Noah Barham, who is still in touching distance so far, 3/10, but we will see as they come over the line if he has gained a gap ever so slightly. No, William Webb, the fastest driver on circuit, is going to be trying to hunt down Noah Barham, who is just over 3/10 behind, but is getting pretty close at the front now. No more positions changed in the top 10 so far, but we will see what happens as they approach the last minute plus a lap of this race.
There's clearly some pace in the tank of that number 89 car, even with that robust move down into Ashby, which is the kind of moves we've come to love in senior Rotax. Still setting the fastest lap of a 45.83, 3/10 of a second quicker than your leader, and you can see that gap slowly closing in. Only about a kart length this time. 50 seconds plus a lap to go. We're going to get 2 or 3 more laps of this one, but I think William Webb has got the pace. Does Noah Barham have the answer? Yes, but William Webb goes even quicker with a 45.78. Check over the shoulder, he can see him bearing down on him now, bumper to bumper. The block works for Noah Barham, hugging that inside line, but this defending is going to bring the drivers behind into this. Alfie Thompson now back on the back of William Webb. Another defensive move into Ashby. No one getting the chance to make an overtake, but look, this top 6 have grouped up. William Webb down the inside though. Brilliant move into the left-hander in the infield, and Alfie Thompson is going to follow him through. Noah Barham down 2 positions. First down to third, going to have a look up the inside of the boot though. Gets second place back. This is not over for Noah Barham, but fantastic move for William Webb. We knew he had more pace in that car, and he's made the move stick when it counts. Clock strikes 0. Is this going to be the last lap? Yes, it is. Is William Webb going to be able to hold on? Only 2 seconds separate your top 8. Who is going to make the... excuse me. I'm getting too excited. James Tester having to go on the defensive. Just about holding off from Safa Leathers, and that's allowing the top 3 to break away. On the bumper though is Noah Barham, defensive into Ashby. Move up the inside for Safa Leathers though, up to 4th place, but loses it!
No!
Contact on the outside, all the cars going for the same piece of tarmac. That is going to be James Tester losing out big time. Oh, and driver over! Oh, driver over on the exit of that corner. We're going to hope they're okay, but we're going to round out this final lap here. Number 187 of Alfie Thompson up into the lead. Oh no, he's not. Apologies. William Webb is going to close this one out. That is the battle for second that we saw. Alfie Thompson into second place, followed by the 361 of Nojas Gedvilas. Rounding out this one, red flag, obviously, for the incident you saw there. That, I believe, is the number 222. I think, yeah, Noah Barham. Oh, that was our second place driver, evidently coming into contact into the left-hander. We're going to hope he's okay.
That is devastating for him after such a strong performance so far today. We hope that he is okay, and what the rest of his day will play out for, we'll have to see, but we will update you when we have an update ASAP. But that is the checkered flag for our last heat of the day for our senior Rotax, and it never disappoints, does it?
No, it didn't disappoint at all. That was fantastic racing at the top of the field. It's sad to see it end that way, but great result from William Webb. He had the pace in that one, manages to take the win for senior Rotax heat number 3. Alfie Thompson rounds out in second place, followed by Nojas Gedvilas, Will Forber, James Tester rounding out your top 5, hanging on in there. Kieran Ives manages to make it up to second, followed by Matt Sheldon Hayward, Noosh Safa Leathers, Ethan Martin and Molly Griffiths are your top 10, with the rest of the drivers filing in. Fantastic pace across the field though. Anyone can win these races, as you can see, especially when it kicks off like that. You have to be in the right place at the right time at Wilton Mill. There's only a few places, realistic. I mean, you can make a move anywhere, but there's obviously those hot spots, and yeah, drivers taking full advantage of that.
Absolutely, especially considering how physical that this circuit can be in certain aspects of how bumpy it is, how aggressive those exit curbs can be. But let's talk about Molly Griffiths. She qualified down the grid, and she has just finished 10th. That is the best from what we've seen from her so far in the 384 car. What a brilliant job from her so far this weekend. So she'll be one to look out for the final. And yeah, it's a shame how it ended for Barham.
Is a little bit. Charlie Neve as well, massive movement in that one, starting 34th up to 14th. That is exactly the kind of race you want from that sort of position. Just ahead, Joseph Orton up from 22nd up to 13th as well. Jake Cox ahead of them, up from 17th to 12th. A lot of big movers in this one. Obviously that does come with a lot of people going backwards, but for those drivers it is a great result from them from a less than optimal grid start. We are just going to run to an ad break. We will see you back here in a bit. Don't miss out on anything.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
We are just going to head into a quick lunch break as we clear up some of the stricken carts from this track, but it's been some fantastic racing so far. Apologies again for my tardiness, but my name is Jake Palmer. I will be joined shortly, but heading into our lunch break very soon. This is the Wilton Mill Kart Club Round 2. Senior Rotax Heat 3 is all done. We're going to head into our last few heats of the day before the finals. We'll see you there shortly. Welcome back then to our action, your last few heats. We are going to head straight into the Rotax into heat number 2. You can see the cars are already going out on the grid, coming through our shot here. And we're back and racing a few more heats for you. Rotax Inter, followed by Honda Cadet and the mix of Army Cadet and Rotax Cadet for our finals. But on this one, Flynn Grantham goes for pole position, followed by Alfie Phillipson. Eddie Duncan, Akil Nangianoni, Marley Fisher and Will Eden are your top 6. Ethan Manzi goes from 7th place, followed by Noah Wilco, Thomas Laidler and Isaac Garth riding out your top 10. Rudra Gokulna and Finley Thompson are your top 12, followed by William Moore, Charlie Heffer, Noah Hobson, Ethan Coupland, Matthew Lilly and James Carver. Row number 10 is Ellie Owen, followed by Adam Batts, Freya Lally, Jude Story, Seiki Komatsu and Dewey Hockridge. 25th place is Felix Sheldon Hayward, followed by Edison Burrows, Jake Hansford, Byron Webb, Billy Bromett and Arthur Kaiser. And your last few drivers are Daniel Thor Sigurdsson, George Whiteman and Harry Carthy rounding out your grid for heat number 2 of Rotax Minis. And we're already looking like we're getting underway.
We are. That was great timing that to end that, and we are underway with the first heat after our short break, and let's see what our Minimax can do as we head into turn 1 and 2. Your pole sitter leads up towards Christmas corner. Let's have a look what they can get done. No defensive lines at the front of the pack, but some very defensive lines further down, and it looks like it's going to be a spin for some people, some grassroots. It was a pretty messy start for our Minimax, I have to say. But let's hope that everyone can rejoin the track, and let's focus back on what's going on. Went for a move down the inside, and that is car number 25 of Rudra Golkanath, who unfortunately won't be in the race no longer, I don't think, anymore. Unfortunate start for them.
Yeah, it was all good through the first couple of corners, but that exit of Christmas, it all comes together, and a few drivers on the wrong end of that, unfortunately, and Rudra Golkanath retiring from their 11th place in start. But Alfie Phillipson takes us through into lap number 2, holding that lead strong, but Eddie Duncan under pressure from Flynn Grantham behind him. Are they going to make a move into turn 1? Nothing going on just yet, still a long way to go in this one. Ethan Manzi, though, making a good move up ahead of Will Eden, up into 5th position. This top 4 breaking away quite quickly. Alfie Phillipson only got a couple kart lengths behind, but this is your battle for 5th, headed up by Ethan Manzi. Will Eden following by Noah Wilco. Isaac Garth, Marley Fisher and Thomas Laidler move up the inside there for Noah Wicklow. Followed very closely by Marley Fisher, dropping a couple places behind them, but fighting back is Giannoni. It's Giannoni who was in 4th at the start of last lap, losing out, but just about clinging on to those positions. That is your battle for the lead, apologies. 3rd place now is Giannoni, followed by Flynn Grantham losing out after putting the pressure on Eddie Duncan, who holds on to 2nd. But Alfie Phillipson has not got away with this one yet. Having a look up the inside is Giannoni. Fastest lap of the race and making moves left, right and centre. Fantastic stuff from them. This is the strongest that Achille Nanagianone has looked so far today. Fastest lap straight off the bat after lunch. I mean, must have had a good lunch. Seriously, straight hunting down your race leader, Alfie Phillipson, who has been really dominant already so far today. But let's take a quick look further down the grid. Freya Lally and Felix Shelton Hayward have managed to do a brilliant job starting towards the back of the grid. Freya Lally was your highest finishing novice by a mile last round at round 1, and she is now up into 16th position, and we've got 3.5 minutes plus a lap to go. But let's have a look then at your gap, because it is 1/10 between your race leaders of Alfie Phillipson and Achille Nanagianone. Eddie Duncan and Flynn Grantham then. Ethan Manzi up into that 5th position. Defensive lines goes Manzi, but no change in the top 4 just yet. Yeah, this is going to start hotting up though. The drivers have still got 3 minutes. They know they've still got some time left to go. But this is all bunching up. Half a second separates this top 4. Are we going to see a move down into the left-hander? No moves just yet, but Giannoni with that fastest lap of a 49.48, the only driver in the 49.4s. All around the outside, though. Oh, down the inside, apologies. Giannoni up the inside into the boot. Got the move done before the corner was even there. Through the last sector, leading them through. That is Giannoni in the lead ahead of Alfie Phillipson. And now Eddie Duncan and Flynn Grantham are right on the back of Phillipson. Potentially going to get a run up to Christmas. 2.5 minutes left to go as they go through Oblivion. Bit of a rough corner for Eddie Duncan there, but clings onto it. Has to take the defensive line. They know they've got a bad run, but don't quite defend it to the end. Flynn Grantham takes 3rd position then, and this top 2 have got a tiny bit of breathing space so far. That's about as much as they've had this whole race. But Giannone leads, followed by Philipsen, Grantham, and then Duncan. These top four really broken away here. Ethan Manzi trying to hunt them down, but no moves so far. A bit of a wide line there for Grantham, just about holding on as he goes through that slightly wider piece of track, but no moves here. 2 minutes left to go. Giannone leads.
Exactly. Another driver, if we take a look into the top 10, Charlie Heffer has done a brilliant job so far today, promoting himself up into 10th position so far. He's got just under 2 minutes to see what else he can do, but let's focus on our lead pack. Achille Giannone goes purple once again, setting fastest laps as we are down to just under 2 minutes. Let's have a look, and it looks like he's got a little bit of breathing room now because Philipsen is under some pressure from Grantham and Duncan. Is there going to be a move made at this stage in the race? We've got a minute and 30 seconds to go. What are we going to see? Are we going to see a move? We've seen some defensive lines from the car number 26, but nothing just yet.
This is a really crucial part of the race with only a minute or so left to go, a couple laps left. These three, if they're going to have any chance of catching the leaders back, they're going to work together. But Philipsen is hell-bent on clinging on to this second. I think he knows that this race is over already for the fight for the lead. Giannone pulling ahead, 49.15 the last time round, 49.14 now. Unbelievable consistency as we head into the last minute of our allotted time. But Giannone with a 0.8 second of a gap, the largest we've seen so far. It's going to be a lot of work for Alfie Philipsen. That is, it might not seem like a lot, but obviously in karting that is a huge gap to make up, especially with this small amount of time left. But not quite close enough is Grantham this time. 5th place, Ethan Manzi hasn't quite been able to catch up to the back of Eddie Duncan, but Noah Wicklow, Marley Fisher, Will Eden, Isaac Garth and Charlie Heffer round out your top 10, all still staying line astern. No moves being made by the looks of it this lap. We are watching. Oh, that is the number 26, Flink Grantham, just getting into the back of Philipsen slightly. Couldn't quite make the move. I think Philipsen went slightly defensive, just about covered off the corner enough, and that's bringing these three into this. Manzi, Wicklow and Fisher are starting to catch up on these guys. And into the first corner we go. Still another 2 laps to go on this one. They just about beat the timer. Up the hill we go. We're going to see any moves here.
Look at this, your race leader is off in the distance. It is going to be a battle now, Jake, for the 2nd and 3rd positions on the podium. We are going to see who can manage to make it stick. We are on 0 on the clock. We're on the penultimate lap of this race, and it's Philipsen, Grantham and Duncan in this pack. No moves just yet. All drivers being clever so far. Are we going to see it? We had a look down the inside from Grantham, but he slots back in behind Alfie Philipsen, and that is Eddie Duncan having a look again. Round the final sector they will go. No changes just yet, but we are about to be on to the final lap of the race where this is all going to change. Here we go. Into turn 1 they will go. Philipsen takes a look behind him and realises how he's got no breathing room here. Round turn 2, no changes just yet, but usually up at Christmas Corner is where it all happens. Is Grantham going to make the move? No, he slots back in behind. Final lap of the race, and they are all slotting in behind here. This pack further down the line to Achille Giannone, 1.2 seconds down the road.
Yeah, not quite having the time to make up that gap, but these three, this is a really tricky situation to be in with this 3-car battle. If you're in the middle, you can't really go for a move that's going to come off too badly because you'll lose 2 positions. If you're at the front, then you're just a sitting duck. But if you're at the front of the whole thing, Giannone, fastest lap of the race, 49.03, bringing it home with a 1.2 second lead. Brilliant moves throughout the pack, starting 4th, dropped down a little bit, but takes the win for heat number 2 of Rotax Mini. Philipsen, Grantham and Duncan stay in their positions. Changes behind them. Manzi coming home in 5th, but Marley Fisher gets the move on the last lap ahead of Noah Wicklow. Will Eden, Charlie Heffer and Isaac Garth round out your top 10, but that's a great result for Giannone. Fantastic pace as well, over a 1/10 of a second quicker than the rest of the field. Brilliant stuff from them.
That was tactical from our top, from the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're young drivers. Usually you see them wanting to, they all want to win, don't they? But that was tactical thinking, heading into the last heat of their day, ahead of the final, and they say, nope, Philipsen takes the 2nd, Grantham takes the 3rd, and Eddie Duncan didn't make any crazy moves for the spot on the podium because they know that is not the race, that is not the main event for this evening, which of course you're watching on a SlipStream broadcast. You can watch the finals with us right here live if you are a member of the broadcast, so make sure you are running out of time to join us this evening.
Yes, it's a fantastic program. You get plenty of offerings of content. You get to see it all early. All of the content will be on Alpha Live a week later if you're not subscribed, but if you are, you get to see it nice and early. Another big mover that I've noticed from that race was George Whiteman off 33rd to 21st. Obviously, it's not in that lead battle that we were watching, but all the points matter in this. This is such a close race, especially with the sizes of the grids we have. Speaking of the grids, we are going to run you through the grid for Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Here we go then, drivers just filing in, checking the bumpers. Obviously you do get the 5-second penalty if you have the bumper caved in, if it comes off the bracket. Meant to stop any argy-bargy during the races, but still a lovely, lovely sunny day. We've been properly treated this weekend. I think finally at the end of April we're going to end up getting some good weather here, but that's all the case for these drivers. It looks like it's going to stay dry, but here are your grids for Honda 200 Heat 2. Not just yet. Here we go.
might have to wait a bit longer.
Sawyer Henderson is on pole for this one, alongside Archie Cannon in second place. Oliver Ratton is in third place, followed by Finley Thursfield, Luca Bicocci, Shailen Srikantan in sixth place. Kyle Kerr goes from seventh, followed by Jensen Kula, Luke Hamill and Archie Edgar, rounding out your top 10. Cian Doherty goes from 11th place, followed by Freddie Drury, Sebastian McCarthy, Oliver Vickers, Jesse Bailey, Krish Doshi, Phoebe Shelton and Finn Hollis on row 9. Row 10 is Kabir Singh and Alfie Love rounding out your top 20. Freddie Williams is followed by Tommy Burgoyne, Callum Ryan and Ari Aslam in 24th. Row 13, Jack McGinn and Jacob West, followed by Albie Krosk, Louis Dawson, Felix Bessel and Archie Horton in 30th place. And your last row of the grid, Harry Parker Ray and Fraser Messer in your 32 kart grid for this Honda 200 race. Carts still not coming out just yet, so we got a moment of breathing. See
Here they are.
Lined up in the paddock, raring to go, I'm sure they are.
This one is going to be interesting because we saw a change for the race lead every single lap in the last Honda 200 race that I'm sure you were watching on your way here, but it is going to be good. It's going to be expected. Ryoshi managed to come in from the third row of the grid, I believe, second or third row of the grid, to take the win, and what a win it was. So it is going to be interesting for our Honda 200s as they are now green flag is out and they are heading out on circuit for their final heat of the day ahead of the main event.
Here we go then. Drivers obviously only getting a lap or so to warm up the karts and the tyres. It's been a fair minute since they were last out earlier this morning, so drivers going to have to get their eye back in and concentrate on the race up to come. This one is a standing start. Obviously, drivers going to have to warm up the tyres even more because that little slice of time that you end up sat on the grid, it does cool down the tyres and the engines and the brakes. So all important as you go through those first couple corners of the Elbow and Oblivion and the run up to Christmas. The most crucial for taking opportunity on the track. Got to get those tyres warm, but rounding out that formation lap now, still so sunny and dry. I'm relishing in it because I feel like we've been needing good weather like this, and finally
absolutely.
It's come.
Especially here at Wilterman, I feel like it's been gloomy. It's been last year for round one, last month for round one, it was foggy and it was rough. It was a dewy track at the start of the day, so this is a serious change in conditions, mostly favourable by the drivers also.
Exactly, yeah, this dry running is exactly what they need. No surprises with any of the tyre strategies or the weather. I think this is just one of those tracks that seems to be in its own little weather bowl, so we'll thank the good weather today. And the drivers lining up then for your standing start of the Honda 200 Heat number 2. On pole is Sawyer Henderson and Archie Cannon alongside, who is going to make the moves into Christmas. Will Sawyer Henderson be able to run away with it? But if it's anything like the last race, there's going to be chopping and changing all throughout this one. So make sure you're watching this one.
That is correct. 5-second board is going to go out soon then, and we are going to be underway with the race. We can see a lot of Norris-inspired helmets out there on this circuit. I wonder if the drivers have taken a favourite to a Formula 1 driver this year. Obviously, young drivers on the circuit. Green flag is out and the 5-second board is up. Let's see what is in store for us for the final heat of the day for our Honda 200s, and it is a start for them. Everyone bouncing up and down to try and get the best start, but it looks like your pole sitter is going to lead into turn 1 and 2. Let's see, everyone makes it off the line well, and they are single file up towards Christmas corner. There is no time in between anyone right now, but it looks like there wasn't much of a change off the grid.
Yeah, it looked like the left side got an initially better start, but obviously you go from the left into the right immediately. Move up into third place. I didn't quite see who that was, but already chopping and changing drive around at Ashby. Just about gets his stopped. Obviously not happy about that being dropped to the back of the order, but here is your lead pack. Sawyer Henderson does get away well, and then all of the drivers in a single line follow. Move there, having a look up the inside as a number 31 on the 56. Oliver Vickers not quite being able to make the move on Sebastian McCarthy. That's the 72. Finley Thursfield being in 4th position, just about clinging on. Good move there from Luke Hamill as well. But these drivers rounding out lap 1 pretty cleanly, I must say, considering what today has been like. But Sawyer Henderson takes the lead.
Absolutely, Oliver Ratton already up there into 1st position, but who I think we need to look out for is Luca Bioschi, because that is a driver who came through the field and was really successful so far earlier on in the day. That is someone who we need to look out for. Still running in 5th position so far. Archie Gannon down into 3rd, but it looks like everyone is going to be hot on these drivers' fields. Here is the rest of the pack heading through the middle sector now. This consists of Oliver Kerr, Luke Hamill, Jensen Kula, all single file heading through the middle sector, saying let's work together because we've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, plus a lap, and this is only the last heat of the day. Another lap complete then for our Honda 200's final heat of the day, and let's see how it is going for your race winner. Sawyer Henderson leads by half a second, Archie Gannon, Oliver Ratton, but like we said, your fastest man on track is Luca Bioschi, and we can see him there in the distance. That is your man in 3rd place, having to go defensive on Luca Bioschi, but is he going to get the move done up into 3rd? And yes, he does. Luca Bioschi already up into 3rd with just under 4 minutes plus lap to go. He is going to be gunning for those leaders.
Carving through the back. I think he'd lost out a little bit on lap 1, moved down to 6th, but already in these opening laps he's managed to recover all the way back up to 3rd. Bit of a gap to make up now. He's going to have to work together with Oliver Ratton, who's lost out a couple places on that last few laps, as Sawyer Henderson and Archie Cannon are starting to pull away ever so slightly. This is your battle for 5th place. Thursfield and Srikantan just about making through single file, but Srikantan is all over the back of Finley Thursfield. Are we going to see a move? I think the next opportunity is going to be up the run towards Christmas. Look at your leaders though, bumper to bumper, being pushed along by Archie Cannon, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. I imagine he's going to white line it. Yes, defensive line, but chops back up to the inside. Brilliant move from Archie Cannon. Sawyer Henderson left the door open just a little bit and sold in the dummy, did Archie Cannon.
What a move. Look at who this has brought into contention. Luca Bioschi straight away is going to be absolutely loving this, like you said. He left the door open just that little bit, and Archie Gannon thought, yeah, straight away, got the move done at Christmas corner, and now he leads with just under 3 minutes plus a lap to go. He is the fastest driver on circuit right now, and he's going to try and optimise what he can do here. Luca Bioschi is going to be loving this as they head round the final sector, but don't underestimate Oliver Ratton and Thursfield there, because they are all going to get pretty close. Round the main straight, down the main straight once again, and they are into turn 1. No change through turn 1 and 2 just yet, but it's getting even closer at the field, and we have a new fastest lap set by Srikantan. Defensive moves down the pack, but no change for those positions just there. That is Thursfield having to go defensive on the fastest driver on track right now further down the field.
Yeah, it's the battle of the colourful bell helmets, and looks like Srikantan's going to come out on top down the inside at Ashby, making the move. It's a sandwich of green bell helmets with an orange one in the middle. These 4 drivers not too far off the back of the lead pack, but those gaps are really what matters. They're going to have to work together here with 1 minute and 40 left to go, plus that final lap. But Srikantan up into 5th place, like you say, with the fastest lap. Are we going to see them catch up to the back with 1.5 minutes to go? Front nose cone wobbling about all over the place. Hopefully that's not hindering their aerodynamic abilities, but the front 4 all still in the same positions, but it has closed up. You can see them going through your shot there, bumper to bumper almost. Srikantan getting enough of a run to not really have to go defensive there in 5th position. That's going to be good on their charge towards the top 4. Luca Bioschi takes the fastest lap of the race down to the 53.05s now, but his top 4 are all within 1/10 of a second. Going to wait until the very end, I can imagine, for this fight to really kick off. But through the infield section we go. Cannon still leads over Henderson, Bococci, Ratton, Srikantan, Thursfield, Kula, Hamill, Doherty and Drury are your top 10. Here is your lead pack though, headed up by Archie Cannon.
Here we go, we've got just under a minute plus lap of this race, so this is possibly going to be the penultimate lap, and it is getting closer between these front four. Luca Bioschi sets a fastest lap once again. Let's see what happens then as we head round turn 1 and 2 once again for these Honda 200s. Heat 2 of the day. Let's see. Oh, your race leader is going defensive, but no one else is. This means he's going to get the worst run out of the lot of them. And Sawyer Henderson takes a look down the outside, but doesn't quite get the move done. But all these three drivers now have the better run. That car number 10 is considering a move down the inside. Doesn't quite get it done, but he's looking. He's having a look. There is a change. There is a change for the move.
Fantastic with Sawyer Henderson diving through at the last minute on Ashby, gets the lead. And meanwhile, Ratton's going through on Bococci. He made the moves at the start of this race and he has the pace, but loses out in that battle. And we've all changed positions here. All of these drivers are in different positions as the start of this lap. But look at this, is brought in Srikantan and Thursfield and all of the drivers behind them. This is now an nine-way battle for the lead. All of this lead pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sawyer Henderson, can they hold on for this last lap? It's going to be the run up to the Christmas. It's going to be the crucial one. Already on that right side, leaving no room at all. But they've broken away the front two. Archie Cannon having a look any way they can get past, but can't quite get past Sawyer Henderson. All the drivers behind staying in the same positions as well. This top 5 staying line astern. Down the inside towards Ashby we go. Defensive lines from all the drivers, but Bococci's going to benefit here. He's up to set third and up to second as well. 2 places on the exit of Ashby. Archie Cannon's lost out big time. He's all the way down to 6th now, potentially losing another one. Thursfield across the grass goes Cannon, probably down to 8th now. In all of this, Sawyer Henderson still holds on to the lead, but Bococci is right on the bumper. Will Sawyer Henderson be able to take the win as we go through the last chicane? Do they get a good exit? Yes, they do. Sawyer Henderson going to take the win of a very dramatic end to this race. Luca Bococci taking 2nd place. Oliver Ratton just clinging on to 3rd place ahead of Srikantan, who had a great race, especially at the start of that one. Jensen Kula benefits from that as well, coming in 5th, followed by Finley Thursfield, Luke Hamill, Kean Doherty, Archie Cannon going from 2nd all the way down to 9th place on that last lap. Really unfortunate for them. And Jesse Bailey rounding out your top 10. That was a good end to the race.
I mean, look at that. That is how quick it changes when you start battling even 2 laps to go. That was the top 10 that could have had the lead just then. Speaking of the top 10, Jesse Bailey, good job, top 10, 9-year-old privateer there, but was P4 last round with a penalty and set the fastest lap in the final. Got some work to do if you want to match that heading into this afternoon's racing.
Did start in 15th though, so not a bad race.
Not at all.
Not a bad race at all. Big movers as well. Harry Pocker-Ray up from 31st up to 19th. Brilliant recovery drive from them from a less than optimal grid position. But most of that top 10 started in 10th. Good races from all of them. And obviously the margins are so thin with these Honda 200s, especially with how small they are. Getting those moves done and managing to make a defensive move and hold on to the lead from Sawyer Henderson. That is brilliant racing and fantastic racing from these Honda 200 drivers. Up next, we've got our Cammie Cadet and Rotax Cadet joint grid, and that will be the last of our heats before we head into the finals. I think it's the first time we've ever had a C final for the Wilton Mill Kart Club for the Junior Maxes. So look forward to that, but before that is our Cammie and Rotax Cadets. Who you will be seeing now. They'll be on the grid shortly, but yes, last heat of the day, just waiting for the marshals to recover that kart. You can see it down at Oblivion. But yes, final heat of the day then. This has all gone very quickly despite the delays, but here we go for your starting grid for Cammie and Rotax.
And let's have a look. On your pole position is Wraith Owen. Joining him is Hugo Senna, Harry Riley and Kaio Vieira on row 2. Row 3, Rudge Rapatrap, Singh Shekawat and Caden Hanley. Row 4, Benjamin Schlavar and Teddy Shepherd. Felix Tandy and Ralph Ewer round out the top 10 for this final heat of the day. Will Rainwright and Jack Gold are your top 12. Row 7 then is Johnny Butterfield and Joanne Allen. Oakley Howlett and William Ewer, Jack Reed and Lanny Eden. Row 10, Charlie Cale and Jackson Foots, Nikodim Patek and Alexander Patek. Oliver Woodall and Ollie West are then top 24. But I think that is possibly our Waterswift restricted grid. Logan Hollocks and Hendrix Falat, Bobby Slater, Caden Hakora, Lewis Wilkinson and Cole Parrish. Riley Ashton Wilkins, George Askew, Darcy Dunford and Harley Bebb. I think that was a mixture of our Waterswift restricted and our Micromax. Apologies, I don't think we could tell the difference, but it will be a split grid, so we will have our Micromax out first and they will go over the line first, followed by our Waterswift restricted, which is a slightly smaller grid behind. But don't underestimate that these two fields can and have mixed, because Ollie West, the driver who was out there today, won't be happening today because they're starting separately, but he has gone through both the fields before.
It's incredibly impressive. I mean, you don't really see that in LMP1 and LMP2. That never really happened, so impressive drive to be able to do that. But yes, split grids. Once again, all the karts will be on the track at the same time, starting separately. But this is your first grid of the Rotax Micros, headed up by Hugo Senna. Going to take pole, Wraith Owen, I believe, is going to be on pole for this one. There is your second batch of karts of the Waterswift, rounding out through Christmas Corner, and you can see just here the Rotax Micros already gridded up, ready to go as they head through the last sector.
Wraith Owen took a dominant win in this last race. He'll be hoping to continue that streak, but Hugo Senna, if he has anything to do with it, will not let that happen, and we are nearly underway then. Here is our Rotax Micro grid, heading slightly messy into the tram lines, and I don't think we're going to go around.
Yeah, that was an overzealous start from Hugo Senna, should we say. Wraith Owen was desperately trying to tell him to slow down. As the leader of the grid, it is obviously his prerogative to do so. Round again go the Waterswifts. Once again, obviously, because the grid in front has had to full start, so full start before they've even started. And yeah, we're going to go around again. Hugo Senna, bit too overzealous on the start there, but we're going to go back around for 6 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Hopefully a little bit better this time.
Well, we did have this with their last heat, and they got told off on the first lap around. They were told to slow down, so I'm sure that's what we're going to see this time. A slow control start is what we like to see, because this will be 2 starts on the 1 lap. So if the Micros mess this up, our poor Waterswift restricteds have to go around again.
Oh, well, I'm just chuckling at Benjamin, Benjamin Slivar, desperately telling the other side of the grid, slow down, we've been told off already. But there is Hugo Senna in second place, again being told to slow down by Wraith Owen, who is your pole sitter, making their way around the last corner. They're going to round, the penultimate corner. Around the last corner they go once again. The right side of the grid getting a very forward start. Hugo Senna very out of position, but we're going to go racing. Hugo Senna into the lead, followed by Caio Vieira and Wraith Owen slotting down into third place. All of the drivers coming around the first corner now. Driver off on the start line. Who is that? That was the number 23, I believe.
That's Nikodem Pitek.
Oh, that's sad for them, but it looks like this race start is going ahead, and so is this one for the Waterswifts. Off they go across the line with the driver on the outside. They all managed to avoid them, though, into the lead. And through cleanly they go. There is your Rotax grid going through Ashby up towards Christmas Corner now. Oh, we have a red flag. Assuming for the driver on the start-finish line. That's not too bad on the starts, but the racing line is about as close to that car as you can get on the right side of the grid. So all the drivers are going to slow down, stop on track while we sort out this incident. But yeah, not the best start from Rotax Micro. I can see now why they were told off earlier, because Hugo Senna
was eager for that one.
Yeah, very much living up to the name as
He
well.
looked unbothered. He was ready to go, and to be fair, it worked out for him because he led straight into turn 1.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know if that is your sort of race procedure that is legal, but just gonna have a slight break here as we go into the red flag procedure. Drivers hopping out of their carts, stretching their legs while they can. But yes, just going to be a little break here. Marshall's telling the drivers just to get back in their carts, so we might not be waiting too long here. Just keeping everything under control. Good chance for the drivers to have a little chat there. Number 118 of Caio Vieira having a little chin wag. Not often you get to talk to the drivers when you're actually in the cart, but he's can imagine the conversation is something like, "Why'd you start like that? You were meant to start behind me."
I wonder what Senna's conversation's going to be. I don't even think he'll have the conversation.
No, I think he was eyes forward.
I have been just informed, though, that if you click the star, if you're watching live from home right now, if you click the star in the chat, you possibly will have the opportunity to start a free trial month, which means you'll be able to watch the finals here with us for free this month, and then next month will be charged if you enjoy it, of course, which I'm sure you will. So this is the last opportunity now. This is the last heat of the day, and it is the split grid, of course, Micromax and Water Swift restricted, if you want to now sign up and have the opportunity to watch the finals with us here now. If not, you will have to wait a week.
Yes, lovely seeing all of you in the chat cheering on your respective drivers as well. Great to see all of the support coming in. Fantastic. And hello to all of you who are just watching because it's some great racing. Karting is a fantastic, fantastic sport and an even better one to watch, in my opinion. So great to have all of you along with us. A reminder of that competition in the chat if you follow the link posted by Alpha Live, the Motorsport Magpie account. Don't click any other links, please. You will get the opportunity to have a free trial to the wonderful SlipStream service where you get to watch races like these early. Just a reminder that all of the races on SlipStream do get posted a week later, but to watch them live and direct and support all of your fellow racers, make sure you join SlipStream today. Still under red flag procedures here though. Drivers all sat in their karts again, which is a good sign because obviously when they're all up out the kart, that means we're going to have a fair bit of a delay, but looks like we'll hopefully be going back again shortly. Just a reminder, this was a crash on... Oh, I spoke too soon. Drivers are hopping up, out. They might just be a bit bored and having a stroll, to be honest, but yeah. Incident on, I think it was on the gridding up procedure as they were heading to the line. It looked like some drivers coming together.
I think that's who it was.
Yeah. So obviously we hope they're all okay, as is most of the drivers that we've seen in less than fortunate incidents today. I was hoping after our lunch break drivers would have a little drink of water, maybe a sausage roll, little calm down, but it looks...
Someone didn't have lunch.
I'd be cranky if I didn't have lunch either, to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't blame them, but looks like we are just re-gridding here, I believe. So we'll hopefully be going back again shortly.
Yes, exactly. We got... What, did we get a lap of racing underway? I don't think we did, so it looks like it's going to be a full restart anyway, due to the red flag. To note, this is a... Hold on, I don't think that's correct. The time of the race, I don't think is correct because this is our final heat of the day. So once again, it will be 8 minutes, I believe, plus a lap. 7 minutes, plus a lap.
Yes, but just regridding up here. Still got, this is our last heat, just to remind you. After this one, we are going to jump into the batch of finals that we have. A huge amount of finals, obviously, with all of the different fantastic categories of racing we have, of Junior Max, X30 Senior, Senior Max, X30 Junior, IAME Water Swift, Rotax enters Honda Cadets, and obviously our IAME Cadets and Rotax Cadets, which you can see here on your screen now. Drivers still just waiting very patiently for us to get back going. And yeah, wonder if they can get the start a bit better this time. Obviously the chat they had earlier didn't work. But yes, just a reminder, this is your Rotax and IAME Water Swift grid. A mixed grid of 2 batches of different karts that start separately. Your Rotaxes will go out first, about half a lap ahead, and then the Water Swifts will kick off their race behind them. So if you're watching the timings and you're a little bit confused, don't worry, it is a little bit confusing, but just make sure that you head over to Alpha Live if you want the full batch of timings. Alpha Live live timing service to see whoever driver you're cheering on, because it seems like there are plenty of you cheering on. A couple people asking if the driver is okay. We do believe so, but we are not aware at the minute, unfortunately. But yes,
it was bad positioning, I believe, on the circuit.
I think it was more where they were on track. That right side of the start-finish straight where they were pulled over is, I mean, if you're going there at full racing speed, taking the racing line, you're going to be inches away from them. So just getting them out of the way and recovered and making sure they're all okay. But yes, best of wishes to all of the drivers, especially those in the incidents today. There's been a couple, but
And Jake, you're still actively driving, so tell us, in a circumstance like this, what's going through your head while you're having to wait?
It's a tricky one. I mean, we've had a fair bit of this. Luckily, not so much lately, but that sort of red flag procedure, you don't really want to lose your mental state.
You have to regroup, don't you?
Exactly. It's tricky because you want to stay focused, but staying focused as you do in karting, where it's so intense and you've got these short races and constant battles, it's very tiring and taxing on the brain. So you kind of got to balance it right. You don't want to relax too much because, well, you never know if it might be a long break like we had this morning. You do kind of need to relax, but yeah, hopefully these drivers would all be in the right headspace when we get back going. But it is tricky. It's not the best.
Well, this is the thing. This is a physical circuit for the drivers. These are the youngest drivers that are out on circuit today. Now, having had the adrenaline, had 2 race starts, let's bear that in mind, and now we'll be going again. This will see who can mentally tax it for the longest.
Kids do tend to have a lot of energy, though.
That is true.
I think they'll be all right, to be honest. They'll just be raring to go already. I think they're just getting impatient. I would be if I was them, but yeah, they're all sat down in the carts very patiently. Well done to all the drivers out there for acting properly in the red flag procedures. It's never nice to have them, but it is important that we get them right and ensure everyone's safety out on track.
Exactly, and our poor Orange Army have done a brilliant job today at attending to each and every driver and kart that have been off the circuit when they were not meant to be. All the karts that have been on the grassroots are Orange Army, so a big another thank you to them and well done. But we are not finished yet because this is the final heat. If you are just joining us now, we are under red flag conditions. This is our Micro, Max and Water Swift restricted split grid, and this is our final heat of the day ahead of the main events, which we hope you are joining us. If you click the start, you might be able to have a free trial, so try that and you can trial for a month watching the finals live with us, and then you will start to pay if you enjoy it as much, of course.
Or just leave it.
Forget.
If you leave the subscription running, then I don't think we'll say anything. But yeah, obviously plenty of action to come. We are just kicking off this year. It's only April, bear in mind. We've got plenty of races left to come. Obviously, we have just seen the finish of the Buckmore 24 Hours as well over on the other side of the Alpha Live channel. Great to see that event going back on again. It's always a very popular one. And speaking of getting back going, here go the drivers. Form it back up for the Rotax and Ioni Water Swift Heat 2. Like we say, it's going to be important that these drivers get back in the headspace that they need to be. They've just been sitting in the karts for a good sort of 10 minutes. It's very easy to relax, and now they're already back at full chat, getting ready for the start of their heat once again. But yeah, just a reminder on this one, you have the split grid of Rotax Micro and Ioni Water Swift. These are your Water Swifts. You can see here, just a bit further down the pack, they get started separately, around about half a lap behind, and they're all running at the same time. Here are your Rotaxes, just heading round the infield section of the circuit down through Ashby. Deceiving corner, this one. You can kind of see it on the camera, but it is a downhill braking section, so it's a very easy corner to get wrong. Sort of see on that shot a little bit better, but here we go then. Once again, slow down, says Wraith Owen. Hugo Senna has been very overexcited on these starts. Did work out very well for him last time, it has to be said, but we'll see how this one gets going.
There is definitely some intense feelings there about the start from our Micromax drivers, but here we go. It is all to be tested now. There is definitely some hands in the air, but let's see how it plays out. And we are into the tram lines, and is it going to be a start for our Micromax? It looks like it's going to be, but Hugo Senna doesn't quite have the start that he had before. He has lost the race lead. That is Wraith Owen, though, that leads up into Christmas Corner. Brilliant start. Hugo Senna down into 4th, and that is... who is that? I think that's Harry Riley that has made it up into 2nd so far. Brilliant job so far. Here we have Water Swift Restricted underway with their last heat of the day, and that is your pole sitter that leads into the turn 1 and 2 and will lead up towards Christmas Corner. Let's have a look at the DK Academy driver who goes defensive, but he still leads through Christmas Corner. Everyone behind him gets a bit of a better exit. There are some grassroots and a smoking car number 11. That is Riley Ashton Wilkins, who will possibly see retiring soon. But here is back to our Micromax grid, and that is Wraith Owen that we are seeing still lead at the front of this pack.
Yeah, that left side of the grid for the Rotax has got a fantastic start. Raytho leading off the pole start, but Harry Riley and Shekawat behind them in third and fifth respectively. Also getting ahead of Hugo Senna, who has received a 3-second penalty in all of this and dropping down even further. So down to sixth with a 3-second penalty. Really ruined that restart. Not what they wanted out of this one, but they head down into Ashby for the second time. And Raytho leads us with a good bit of breathing room, half a second last time through the timing towers. Here is your battle though for the Water Swifts, up into the lead all before we've even got to Christmas Corner. Losing out 2 positions there is Oliver Woodhall, down into third. That's going to be Bobby Slater, followed by Logan Hodgetts in first and second respectively. Slater having a look, Woodhall having a look, trying to recoup some positions or possibly going defensive, but clings on to third place. But that's Bobby Slater up into the lead of this one.
Brilliant job from our Water Swifts. Another one to look out for, Ollie West, hasn't quite had the start that he should have for them all, but enough of that. There's a change of the race lead, but there isn't, because car number 29 has ended up off the circuit, not on the right bit of the tarmac, and that is Bobby Slater. That will now drop right to the back of the Water Swift restricted grid. Devastating start for him, but that is now the Danny Curl Academy car that leads up towards Christmas Corner. Devastating. That Danny Curl Academy car was clearly wider than he thought it was going to be, and here they are then going into, move being made down into Christmas Corner. Brilliant move on the 29 car, who just lost out again and is dropping further down the pack. But here is your race leader, then runs very wide onto the exit curb, but still slots back in, and they're going to go round the middle sector now. No change for the Water Swift restricted just yet since your grassroots from car number 29. But here then, brilliant camera move for that, and here is your leader of the Micromax pack, and he is made a pretty good lead for himself so far. He is 5/10 down the road. This happened in the last lap. This happened in the last heat. He's got just under 3 minutes plus a lap. Harry Riley in P2. Can Harry Riley close that gap with Shekawat?
I'm liking this split action, this non-stop stuff going up into Christmas. Here's your lead pack though. All drive around from the Rotaxes. Yellow flags down into Christmas Corner. All the drivers filing through cleanly, but the top 4 have really broken away. In all of that battling, Oliver Woodhall really kept it together and was in the right place at the right time. But we're back to your Rotaxes here. There is Hugo Senna, who started on second place, just about clinging on to sixth after a less than optimal start, but he does have that 3-second penalty. But your top 3 have broken away now. Raytho has been caught by Harry Riley with the fastest lap of the race, 0.4 of a second quicker on that last lap, really putting the pressure on Raytho and starting to put the time on the 26 car behind. Are we going to see a move down into Ashby? Not quite. Raytho manages to keep the gap just about big enough, but Harry Riley is hunting him down.
You're right, and look at this. Shekawat is on the heels. He is soon to be on the heels. But here we go back to the Water Swift restricted, was it? There was a move being made there at Christmas Corner, but we will have to go back to that, because here your race leader, car number 31, is getting reeled in by Harry Riley. Fastest lap set on that last lap for him. Let's see when they go over the line what the gap is going to be now, because there is still no time between these two, and Shekawat is coming into contention. Round turns 1 and 2, they will go. Let's see how it goes then as they head up towards Christmas Corner. Usually where that second place can make the move, but he is not going to make the move just yet. He's still that bit too far back. This is Felix Tandy trying to go around the outside, but couldn't quite make it stick. He's going to now lose a position or lose momentum to that 177 car of, is that's Teddy Shepherd that he's unfortunately lost out to. Felix Tandy, a driver who we usually see more at the front of this pack. Back to the Water Swift restricted. Beautiful move down the inside, but is he going to be able to make it stick for the race lead? Yes, he does. Bang in the wheels, they go, but that is your new race leader. That is car number 40, back to the Water Swift restricted race.
There's been some great races so far from Oliver Woodhall. You saw in the back a shot on their last lap that he lost out the lead to Louis Wilson, but he's got it back, and Louis Wilson has lost out, just avoiding that bit of kart on the exit of the corner. Move up into third position behind. Are they going to make it stick? That is, I believe, Logan Hodgetts trying to make a recovery, overtaking Ollie West, but doesn't quite make it stick. Apologies, Ollie West is in second place. That is Louis Wilson, who fell back down to third. It's Oliver Woodhall, Ollie West, Louis Wilson, Logan Hodgetts, and Hendrix Fallat in your top 5 for the Water Swifts. just about. Oliver Woodhull has been up and down the pack in this one, but just about manages to hold on to first place. No defensive moves going. The clock strikes 0 as our Rotaxes head round in their penultimate lap. So this is going to be the penultimate lap for the Water Swift as well. Move up the inside. Great move from Ollie West right at the end of Ashby. Behind them as well, Wilson just about fending off from Hodgetts, but that's allowed these front two, despite the battling between themselves, to break away. Is Oliver Woodhull going to be able to cling on once again? He's been up and down and in first and second and third all throughout this one, and he's back into second, but he's still got a lap left to do it. But he's got Harry Wilson for company behind, and also behind him is Logan Hodgetts, who was in the lead of this race very briefly. But they can all win this one, and they can feel it. Here are your Rotaxes. The leader, Wraith Owen, is making his way round. Harry Riley still in second place, followed by Rudra Shekawat. All the Water Swifts, they were having a look up into Christmas. No moves being made. One of the Water Swifts being shown the blue flag is here. Come your leaders for the Rotax Micro Series. Wraith Owen with a lights to flag almost, just about getting around the back marker. Is this going to cause some chaos behind? The number 18 of Harry Riley just about holding on to second, I think, in all of that chaos. But Wraith Owen takes the lead ahead of Riley and Shekawat, followed by Benjamin Sliver and Will Wainwright. All of the drivers heading across the line now. Here are your Water Swifts though. Just about holding on to the lead is Ollie West, and Oliver Woodhull still maybe with a chance on the last corner of these top 5. Just about making their way through the last couple corners, but it's going to be Ollie West with a win, rounding out your Water Swifts, followed by Woodhull, Wilson, Hodgetts and Falat in your top 5. Falat with the fastest lap of the race, just about got to the back of the pack of those top 4. If there was one more lap in that, he might have been able to make up some positions, but great racing from all those drivers. Fantastic stuff from them.
What an action-packed 2 last heats of the day. I mean, it was battle for the lead to battle for the lead, from flag to flag for both classes. Brilliant job from all drivers. Ollie West managing to make his way back up into that first position for the restrictor grid. Brilliant job. Here is the scary part though for the drivers. Let's see as they go through, and that rounds out all of our heat for today, I believe. So we are shortly going to switch now to our members only point of the channel. If you want to click the start and see if you have the opportunity to have a free trial, then make sure you're doing that now, because the finals here at Wilton Mill Club Championships are here, underway soon. And you're here with myself, Kyo Lynch, and Jay Palmer. And we are going to be calling the finals for you, so do not miss it.
I should have said Baudet. Filling in for Henry Baudet. Obviously, he is unfortunately not with us today for personal reasons, but you'll hear his lovely, sultry Welsh voice back on the comms very soon, and we're going to head towards the Junior Max final now. Here we go then. Junior Rotax, again, the C final. It's a record number of entrants for the Wilton Mill Kart Club overall, but also 85 drivers for the Junior Max. I believe it's the first time we've had a C final ever here. So drivers are going to be, they've all qualified for this one in their heats this morning, which hopefully you've seen and enjoyed the action of. And just a reminder that the top 4 from this one will repechage into the B final, and respectively for the B final into the A. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here, as here is your grid for the C final. Hakeem Bart takes pole on this one with the best chance of getting into that repechage position. Alexander Stefanov in second place. Alongside them is Tabitha Mellor and Harry Sturch. Cody Crodgington takes out your top 5, and Harry Watson in 6th. Ralph Rakaitis in 7th place, followed by Sam Green Gomez, Layla Fitzgerald and Ellis Dealey are your top 10. Ruben Jenkins is followed by Rebecca Reestall, Harvey Watts, Harry Myatt Waldron, Archie Tom Evans and Jay Singh. Row 9 is Eloise Sutton, followed by Aidan Donnelly, and Finley M. Cass and Hugh Phillips to round out your top 20. Henry Robinson and Austin Moth go from row 11, followed by Omar Kayani. Joseph Baxter are on row 12. Believe that, that is all of them. We're down to 24 karts on this grid. Apologies, I was expecting the big old